And good morning. Welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. Man, we got a good one today. Yes, we do. Well, we ended up yesterday. Well, it didn't end up yesterday, but yesterday we actually talked a little bit about Dr. Fauci. COVID 19. Most of us knew that it was all BS, and we knew that Democrats had an agenda to run behind it. Well, they fooled everybody, didn't they? They sure did. And even us, who stood strong and did not believe or accept their lies, we were still forced to comply. Let that sink in there for a little bit. I think that their project to see if they can control the people worked. But I hope that Americans, not just Americans, the world realizes that there is evil people amongst us who wants to control your life, wants to take away your freedoms. The United States of America, one of the reasons why the devil hates the United States of America's flag is because it represents hope. It represents people that stand up for their rights. We have a history, a violent history. There's some bad things, but there is also some good things and very prosperous and enlightening history in this country. And I think a lot of people just sort of forget about it. They don't want to acknowledge it. Or maybe it just doesn't align with the agenda that they have put themselves into. And I, as a migrant, I can tell you that as much as I loved the country where I was born, which is Honduras, I love all the nature. I love all the things that don't have to do with government. Just like I am here. I love a lot of things about Washington. I don't love anything about government, but I love everything that has to do with nature, whether it's mountain hikes, river hikes. And what I mean by river hikes, I don't mean getting in the river, but you do hikes by the river. You got beautiful lakes. We got all four seasons. Here in Washington State, you can literally see all four seasons, whether it's summer, hot and dry, some rain, fall, windy, change of trees, colors, etc. We have everything. Now, while it doesn't snow on the sea level areas, we always have snow nearby or in the mountains. And it's such a beautiful sight. It really is truly beautiful state of Washington. And I love that. But there's one thing that we always have to address, and that thing is that the government, the people who run our world, they are the ones that we actually have to watch out for. And I think that when we don't pay attention to the things that we're giving in nature, and we take that for granted, then we start giving ourselves into the corruption that is the government, and even sometimes our own pride. With that being said, I'm going to say this. I was very upset about COVID 19. It didn't feel right. See, there's a lot of people throughout the world, especially on third world countries like the Philippines, countries where the people are so used to doing exactly what the government says, where the people don't have a voice. People get put in jail for speaking up their mind. Men get put in jail if a woman, raises false testimony against them, especially foreigners. But with that being said, there are people who like being told what to do. There is people that cannot live their lives freely. They need somebody to push them forward. They need somebody to force them to be productive. They need somebody to tell them what to do. And I am not one of those people. So COVID 19 to me didn't feel like a rational thing to do when it comes to face coverings. Face coverings, okay, it will take away, maybe if you sneeze or something, there is some sort of protection, but it's not a cure and it's not going to be keeping you immune to the actual disease. I was very pissed off that they took away our rights. We're not going to forget that they canceled us from going to church. They canceled us from gathering together and pray to God. And remember that they allowed thousands of protesters to gather together in the same place. The hypocrisy, the stupidity of the whole COVID-19 fake pandemic was ridiculous. Everything started with the Wuhan lab, the Chinese virus created by Dr. Fauci and his goons. One of the biggest mistakes or sins that we have created is that we have given science the power of God. Science is not God. Science is not perfect. Now, while science can give us some information, it's not 100% accurate. It can be manipulated. And they proved it. Democrats proved it. The communists proved it. They control the whole world, the whole economy. The whole world was in the brink of destruction because of a Chinese virus created by evil scientists. Now, they told us that we were crazy. They told us that we were lying. They told us that we were just un-American. Even Arnold Schwarzenegger, whom I really very much like, he said, "To hell with your rights." Well, not my rights. Unalienable rights. I have rights in this country. You have rights in this country. And it's very important that we acknowledge that we have those rights. Dr. Fauci and his goons made it very clear to the world that you don't mess with science, they say. You don't mess with the government. Not the Republican government. The communist government is what we're talking about. They threatened to fire me if I didn't take this shot. They made it so inconvenient, and every single one of the people on the streets, at work, at the airport, looked like a bunch of lab rats, is what I will call them. Lab rats. That's what we were. Despite the warnings, despite the side effects, despite that it can overinflate your heart, that it can cause you to die, they still forced you, made it mandatory to get the vaccine. Now, what I find very interesting is that Fauci, and I remember watching this, I watch all the news reports. Fauci telling the president the Chinese virus is not deadly. And then he said it was deadly. President Trump tried to shut the border down so nobody from China can come into the country. They call them Sinovac. See, these Democrat socialist libtards that we call, they come up with all kinds of excuses and names and reasons to protest and be activists about. But they're so retarded. They have given their life, their whole life into activism, and they don't want to be progressive towards good. They want to be progressive towards bad. And that is a problem that we have in society. Dr. Fauci told President Trump not to wear a mask. It is not needed. So President Trump says that in public. Then Fauci says he never said that, and then we have him saying it. He made President Trump look like a fool while he was gathering his little 15 minutes of fame, tearing down President Trump, thinking that he is more powerful than God, took his scientific doctorates to the next levels of pride and envy and lust. He craved the attention of being called a hero. He reached out to many millionaire actors to important characters, according to society. Dr. Fauci thought he was untouchable. He was invincible. He thought he was God himself. Those who don't believe in God, they probably saw him as such. We that pay attention saw him for what he is, and he is just a demon. Dr. Fauci was looking for his own interest, for his own fame. Interestingly enough, we were called liars. We were told we were crazy. We were told to hell with your rights. We were told to shut up and take it. We're traitors, they said. Un-American. The unvaxxed are the zombies of the new apocalypse, they said. The leftists hated us. And those they convinced that we were evil. Interestingly enough, I experienced myself with other doctors who disagree with Fauci, who said the herd immunity is better than any fake vaccine. Fauci promised that you would not get sick if you had the vaccine. Well, he was wrong. And every time he was wrong, he blamed President Trump. And the Democrats, when they took power, they embraced Fauci as that golden idol that they have been waiting to worship. Now they have a tool to use the American people as puppets in their scheme of things. They use Dr. Fauci to make Trump look like the evil man that he is not. Now, if you haven't paid attention to the thumbnail that I have just updated, I will go ahead and show you a picture of that thumbnail that I just made. I'm going to set this as a background for you so that you can see what I'm talking about. Trump knew everything from the beginning. That's right. A lot of people that don't do their homework don't know what I'm talking about. And that's okay. But I will always expose the truth. See, people who are Marxist, they embrace Dr. Fauci. They call him a hero. Some dare call him a god. Trust science, they say, trying to convince you that God doesn't exist. It is crazy to think that there are still people out there thinking that the earth is flat. It's crazy. But the people exist. And we know that there is a lot of mental health problems out there. Dr. Fauci lied to the nation, lied to the American people. He is a traitor. He is a selfish imbecile. And I hope he goes to jail for life. I believe Fauci is responsible for the death of millions of Americans. The deceit, the lies that everybody had to listen to, the fighting amongst each other that we have to do because of his lies. Every single American's rights was taken away by science. Let that sink in for a moment. That's just the beginning. Now, before we get into the show today, I will go through all these news clips and we will enjoy that time together. I want to say thank you guys for being here with me today. Thank you for hitting the like button. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't done so. Become a member. if you're thinking about becoming a member, I become a little bit more personal as to my members. And you guys, if you guys request, I can get you videos, I can get you pictures, of things that are here from Seattle, from Washington State. Sometimes if I go on a trip, I'll take you with me. I make it public, but I also make time for my members so that we can have a private conversation without any negative comments on the chat. With that being said, salud, my friends, and good morning. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show, where you will hear the truth. And I want you to pay attention to the chat because there will always be trolls who lie every single time. What I want you to notice is it's always about Trump. That's how you know they're lying. With that being said, Iran is being warned. Now, while we do have real traitors in our government, especially Democrat Party, we have supposedly American citizens, they say they are, who put illegal immigrants before any of us American citizens. They say it publicly. I'm not sure why there's still Democrats voting for these losers. I think every real American Democrat should let us borrow their votes so that we can continue to make an America great again. Don't let these corrupted politicians lie to you. This whole Marxist, communist, socialist agenda that they have, it's meant to destroy this country. The devil hasn't stopped working. He doesn't sleep. He doesn't need rest. He's constantly 24/7 lying and seeking to destroy the truth and those who are still believing in God. Now, if you're in America, you may not see the persecution of Christians, but you are in other countries, you have felt it. You have lost your loved ones to the persecution of Christians. See, that's what's so great about this country. The moment that Muslims try to go and persecute Christians in public, that's when they screw up and they are taken care of. Just like Trump has shown the power of the American people of the United States of America in Africa, where Muslims were killing hundreds of thousands of Christians. He went out there and put a stop to that, didn't he? That is the power of the United States of America, and it's only possible because God is on our side. I want you to know that. Remember that. It doesn't matter who disagrees with us. It doesn't matter who calls us liars. It doesn't matter how they try to insult us. Their insults with no foundation, with no proof and no fact, means nothing. When we insult those who lie, they burn like ants through the magnifying glass. They can't stand the truth. They get offended by being called names. Even if you're not calling directly to them, they still show their true colors every single time. They think they want to have a debate with you. They think they want to have a conversation with you. But the moment that you give them facts and talk to them straight up, they can do nothing but go back to insults without any foundation. They go back to Trump derangement syndrome. They just go back to the little happy place. They go back to their happy place of hating Trump. It's a fact. You have to understand, my American people, those of you who are here with me, you have to understand that we have, yes, some people who disagree with us that are American on the left side. But I also want you to be aware, and this is why I have so much fun cursing the shit out of these people. You have to understand that there is foreigners. There's a lot of people from India They like to come into this country and they come into our chats and they come and tell us and all this other negativity on here, trying to make us fight with each other. But let me tell you something. We are not going to fall for that shit. They like to come into our chats as if they are American. We got people from foreign countries who just come in here to troll as if they are any better than we are. Let me tell you something. White, black, brown, it doesn't matter. If somebody has a certain look or a certain accent, you should always question, always ask for proof of citizenship. This passport, if you're a national, you can get an American passport like this, but it will say inside if you are an American citizen or a national, and as you will not be able to vote if you're just a national. See, there's a lot of truths that we know, and this is why we continue to tell the truth. But we're only speaking to Americans. I'm not speaking to foreign trolls. I'm not speaking with illegal immigrants who do come into our chat. Millions, let's be clear, tens of millions of illegal immigrants are in this country, and no, they are not all Mexican. They are from all over the world. The reason why Mexico gets to hear the worst of it is because they use the Mexican border to come into this country illegally. Those are facts. Foreigners will come into our chat to try to distract you, those who are seeking to hear the truth. And it doesn't matter what truth we show, what facts we have. The moment that we show them the truth, they leave because they have no argument. Because there's nothing more that they control. They have been taught that we know the truth. Our enemies themselves tell us, Muslims who are trying to destroy the United States of America and all these Christian countries. They tell you, why do you lie to them? Not all of them are stupid. Some of them will grab the Quran and read it for themselves. Why do you hide it? Just be proud to be a Muslim and follow the rules of the Quran. See, those are the things that you have to pay attention to. Anybody trying to be God, that's how you know that they are false. Corrupted politicians here, you know them by their true colors when you ask them the question. Do you stand for American citizens or do you stand for illegal immigrants? Sadly, every single Democrat that I have seen chose illegal immigrants over American citizens. Let that sink in there the next time you try to vote for a Democrat. I got some clips for you. Some of them we have seen in some way yesterday, but we'll play them today for those who haven't seen it. These are new clips, but they still have information from yesterday. Listen, I can come in here and I can joke with you and we can have fun and I'm going to cuss at you. And let me be clear. There is a big misconcept, and I want to clarify this today. There is a big misconcept. People think that when I say libtard, I'm only talking to Democrats. But that's farthest from the truth. See, you can tell me you're a Republican. But if you think like a libtard, you are a libtard. You can tell me you're independent. But if you think like a libtard, you are a libtard. So libtard is no left, middle, or right. Libtard is just that. A libtard. You can name yourself whatever you want to name yourself, but at the end of the day, the truth will always come out. Oh, here's my favorite topic right here. Stolen land. Yes, sir. We stole the land. I wonder how do we steal it? Let's see here. Why don't we start the show with this? Let's go ahead and talk about stolen land. Tell me, Mr. Natty or Miss Natty or whatever the hell they, them you are, since you guys don't know what a woman is. Tell me, who did we steal the land from? Hey, Jeff, good morning. Well, matter of fact, before we get into the show, let me go ahead and say hello to the first ones that got here. Tyler. Tyler is the first one in here. Good morning to you, kind sir. My man. Always sending me those beautiful quotes. Love you, brother. I love you for doing that. Uh-oh. Liar. Liar is coming for you. I don't know who Lear. Oh, Lear. Lear? Yeah. Lear is coming your way. Gulf of America. Let's go. I love it. Sergeant Sir, how are you, sir? Hope you're feeling good. I hope you were completely healed, all to your 100% self. Don't think I've forgotten what you had to go through. Mr. Magic Man in the house. Good to see all these old farts in here with me. I love to have my big brothers with me. You know that? I love you guys very much. Listen, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to cuss you out. I'll make fun of you just like you can cuss me out and make fun of me. But I love you very much. I feel that even though we might be different ethnicities, we might be coming from different sort of cultures, we all have one thing in common, and that is that we love this country. And we love our countrymen. And you being an American citizen tells me that I am family with you. And I appreciate you for calling me such. Now, those foreigners who do agree with us and support us, you guys are our friends. Okay, so when I say friends and family, that's what I'm talking about. My family is my American family. Those who love this country, who respect this country, who are law-abiding. I'm not saying we're perfect. We might be doing some things that maybe we shouldn't, like speeding. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But we try to be the best that we can for our country. And that is what I appreciate. Hey, Cupcakes, how are you? Good morning. Randy, Satan and his followers hate Christ and his followers. Interesting. Yeah, well, I'm glad that you guys were listening to what I was saying. I didn't want to get interrupted, so I ignored the whole chat. Rush, babe, I see you. Good morning, sis. Good to see you in and out. God bless you. Thank you for all the positive comments. Anybody else that I missed, I apologize. Green Substance, of course, in the house. Now let me get back to the question that I asked. Here we go. Yeah, no spamming. You will get blocked. Let me see if Natty answered my question here. Let's take a look. Let's see. So Natty says, the Americas were colonized and their lands were taken from indigenous people by European nations, including Spain, Great Britain, France, Portugal, started Christopher Columbus now 1492. Okay, fantastic. We already know that history. But Natty, tell me, let's be honest. Let's be honest. What was happening? What were we doing? What were us natives doing in this country before Europeans came to this country, to this continent? Go ahead. While I try to read some more comments, you go ahead and let me know what were our indigenous ancestors doing in this country before the Europeans came here. I love this thing with stolen land thing. I really truly love it. I really do. Everybody hurts sometimes. Everybody hurts. Come on, Natty. Don't go away, Natty. Come on, you can do it. Did somebody time him out? Did somebody time Natty out? Come on. Don't time Natty out. Don't time out Natty. I want to hear this wisdom that the Natty carries about this Native American history, is because I have never learned anything about our Native ancestry. Oh, please. I love it. I love it. Don't you guys love this look? President Trump. I know what you're doing, you bastard. You lying snake. I love President Trump. See, people judge me because I tell them the truth. And I'm not politically correct. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth straight up. And neither does Trump. And that's why I like him. Look at him. He knew. He knew. President Trump knew right there what we all knew. And every Democrat, every weak-minded American gave in to the lie of the left and cursed him. Still do to this day. But he was right about everything. President Trump. I love President Trump. I have never been a person that condones bullying, but I am very well aware that sometimes we need to have somebody that comes in and puts those bullies in place. And that is why they don't like President Trump. Natty, where did Natty go? Did somebody block Natty? Tell me. We live on stolen land. Tell me. I want to get this out of the way. Stolen land. Come on. Do you want to call in about stolen land? Land of the brave. Land of the free. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they hate our freedoms. Here we go. Was answering the other guy, but they built civilizations and grew crops and did trade. Oh, that's all they did, huh? Okay, sure. Okay, let's go with that. Interestingly enough, the Native Americans didn't know how to farm. Did you know that? That's right. Yeah, there was no tomatoes. There was no potatoes. There was none of those things over here in America. Oh, man. I love it. I love how you think that they did all those things. But what else did they do? What else did they... Anybody else can jump in the conversation, guys. You guys are more than welcome. Jump in the conversation here any moment now. Any moment. They fought each other over resources. Bing, 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 bing. Here we go. Round one. Let's go. Native people were very low-key. They wanted to live in nature, not own the nature. They did own the nature. But come on, somebody else. Anybody else? Give me some knowledge. The Tenochtitlan was bigger than any city in Spain. Yeah. Total idiot, says Ramen. Ramon. It's like ramen. Ramon. Oh, man. Well, Vader, in all honesty, let's be honest. They blamed the white men for drinking. But, where do you think Native Americans are descended from? Some say Asians. I agree. It's the eyes. It gives them away right away. It's the eyes. Oh, man. What do Asians love to do the most? Get drunk! Absolutely. Oh, let's see. What is your input? Since you're right about everything, you think you know. I'm not right about everything. I just tell you the facts. It's not something that I make up. But here's what was happening. Before the Europeans came here, they were fighting each other for territory, for game, for the right to hunt. This is true all the way through the Americas, all the way down to Central America. We have rules in our native ancestry. You don't come and hunt in my forest. This is the forest that my fathers and their fathers' fathers hunted on. And it was met with lethal weapons, bows and arrows back then, and spears. It is survival of the fittest, they call it. Tanya, how are you? Good to see you. Glad you were able to free yourself for a little bit. Here in the United States of America and the territory, let's be honest, part of what the United States of America is today used to be Mexico. And let's be honest, Mexican Aztecs were decapitating natives, weaker tribes. They were enslaving them, and they were sacrificing them to fake idols. Oh, yeah, I can see why you want to have those old traditions come back. Here in the United States of America, when the Europeans came over, they used to have slaves already. See, the Apaches, the Comanches, the Cherokees, they all had slaves, Native American, or what I call Indian slaves. It's not that I know everything. I just learn the facts. I learn enough to understand that I am very grateful for the nation that we are today. I can tell you, even if talking about the wild, wild west, think about it. Anybody can go and kill you and dispose of your body, and that's it. Who will come after you except for federal government? It's a fact of life. And when the Europeans, when the Americans brought African slaves into this country, the Native Americans enslaved African Americans as well. Damn, just Africans just can't catch a break. They went from slavery to now known as criminals. It's crazy. No. I'm not a cowboy. I never said I'm a cowboy. Don't be retarded. See, this is how you start getting cussed. You see these people? Everybody come into my show and they don't realize why I cuss the shit out of people. This is why. I'm telling you to just give me facts. Let's have a conversation. Let's do it. The moment you cross the line, I'm going to start tearing you apart. But here's the thing. It is true. Look it up. Look it up. Did Comanches have slaves? Or just put in there, what Native American tribes dominated and had slaves in American history? Look it up. Maybe you'll get some information there. Now, with that being said, I give you a chance to tell me your side of the story. What do you know? See, you can hate on me for telling you the truth all the time. That's okay. I want you to participate. Thank you, Daniel, for unsubscribing. I don't want pieces of shit to subscribe to my channel. I appreciate that. Charles Latora. Cherokees fought for the South. That's right. And the Comanches were more on the Midwest, which is actually what Spaniards came in and conquered and owned, and they sold it to the United States of America. Oh, history is fantastic. I love history. I welcome people that know history and that have facts, but if they don't have facts, I will catch them. I will catch them. Oh, man. Unsubscribe if you don't like my channel. Thank you for subscribing. That's all I ask. If you love the channel, subscribe. If you don't like it, bye-bye. Now, I don't want to sound like the socialist Democrat mayor of Seattle. I love everybody. I want everybody to subscribe. But if you're going to be miserable, subscribe to my channel. Just unsubscribe, block me, forget about it. You know what I'm saying? Don't punish yourself. If you're not willing to learn the truth, if you're not willing to give me some of the research that you have found, just don't make yourself miserable. I want you to be happy. Here's a little song I wrote. Gonna sing it note for note. Don't worry. Be happy. And that's right. And the Dennis Herrera show, I make up my own lyrics because I always forget them. Fun fact. All right, let's go ahead. And I think that's it, right? You guys don't have anything? Okay. All right. If you guys don't have anything, we're going to go ahead. Now, Robert, I don't know. Is Robert here? Is he still on his elderly nap? He's probably in his mid-morning nap. Oh, no, never mind. Robert is right here. I see you, Robert. My bad. I apologize. You crazy-ass veteran. You know, all these veterans that love me, fuck, man, they be freaking me out. These guys get so mad at me. That's crazy, man. It's crazy. I love them so much, I got to tie them down so that I can have a conversation with them without them trying to rip my head off. All right, here we go. The first thing that we're going to do is, let's talk about the polls. Let's talk about the polls.
Thank you, Harris. See you in moments.
No, that's not the polls. You wait. Let's talk about the polls. Give me a second. Let me get this set up so that you guys can see these better. Here we go. There we go. Okay, now that's better. Okay, let's go ahead and make that smaller so you guys can see that in your screen. There we go. Mornings with Maria. Let's see what we missed.
The midterms are less than 100 days away, and Republicans are looking to hold their razor-thin majorities in both the House and the Senate. But new polling shows the GOP's messaging on one of their landmark bills might not be working. Politico finding nearly half of Americans cannot explain the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, and those who can are more likely to say the bill has helped others, not them. I want to bring in Wisconsin Congressman Tom Tiffany. He's a member of the Republican Study Committee and, of course, running for governor there. But what would you say to give more clarity to Americans on this legislation? What messaging are you using right now in your current race?
Yeah, we need to make sure that we keep it simple and talk about how we're putting more money into your pockets, and we're going to continue to fight to put more money in your pockets. Now, in the race that I'm running in for governor here, we've had a governor who has led Wisconsin on the path to decline. So there are some cross currents there that are going on. But to me, this is ultimately, Cheryl, about is more government going to give you more money in your pocket? In Wisconsin, we've seen it's not happen. A 400-year property tax increase. Also, utility rates up over $2 billion in just the last 8 years. Having more government is not a solution. Getting government out of your life is the answer. That's the message I'm delivering every day.
Well, let's talk about this more, because there's growing concerns about a lack of enthusiasm among Republican voters as we go into the midterms. Analysis by Americans for Prosperity Action shows 1 in 5 reliable Republican voters are at risk of either staying at home or voting for Democrats in November. Many voters remain concerned about, well, it's the economy, about inflation, Congressman. So what do you say to those voters? Because obviously getting people out in a midterm election for the party that's in control right now historically has not gone well for members of the House. And again, you know, we're looking at a razor-thin majority for the Senate right now.
Yeah, well, I can tell you, I do not see that lack of enthusiasm here in Wisconsin as we see the specter of big government socialism taking over. The Democrats have left their party to the Democrat Socialists of America, and people are rejecting it. So I don't know if AFP polled here in Wisconsin, but I can tell you on the ground here, we are seeing real enthusiasm, especially as they see this specter of what may happen. I mean, think about what just happened in Madison over the weekend, where you had the leading candidate for the Democrats who accused a policeman of doing an execution. Just wild rhetoric that is coming from her. And people are like, this is not the Wisconsin that I know that the Democrats are trying to foist on us. So I'm actually seeing really good enthusiasm here in Wisconsin. I don't know about the rest of the country.
Well, there's been a lot of commentary recently reporting about who is going to eventually face you, of course, in the governor's race in Wisconsin. Of course, you are running, and you're favored to win the primary. The Democratic field, though, is crowded, and there's one candidate that's standing out. Look at this. There's this new poll from Marquette University. It says that Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong is leading 26% favorability among likely voters, Congressman. I want to get your thoughts on that because, you know, the Democrats have made a lot of headlines in this primary because of the, frankly, radical views of Francesca Hong. And look at those numbers in front.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We're seeing that enthusiasm amongst the rank and file Democrats. I mean, they've turned their party over to the radicals, to the big government socialists. And now they're trying to reel it in. You saw Governor Evers endorse one of the other candidates besides Hong. They're trying to head it off. And I don't think they're going to be able to do that because, I mean, they've just let the horse out of the barn and it ain't coming back in here in Wisconsin. But I can tell you, the rest of Wisconsin, besides the base of Democrats, they are fearful of what they are hearing. And I think that Marquette poll shows that also, that they're not signing up for this big government socialism. We're going to be the firewall here in Wisconsin that's going to stop socialism here in the heartland.
Yeah, no, we're going to be watching your race very closely. I want to bring in my colleague Liz Peek. She's got a question for you, sir.
Yeah, so Congressman, I mean, the Republicans have been talking about socialism and the evils of socialism for well over a year. Does that still resonate with voters? I mean, I've noticed some people now are talking about communism because actually the DSA in New York is actually embracing communist ideas like getting private landlords to give up their property so the government can take it over. What about your voters? I mean, are they looking at New York and are they taking note of the incredible policies that are being talked about by Mamdani and his associates?
I believe, Liz, I do believe that it is burning through to people throughout the country, that they're seeing this and they're very scared of it. That same Marquette poll that Cheryl highlighted, it said that people do not want this big government socialism. What we have to do, though, is we have to tell people what that looks like.
Yeah.
I mean, it is having a bigger government. And we saw it in a couple ways here in Wisconsin. The 400-year property tax increase, people are like, I can't afford to stay in my home. Well, that's what you're going to get if you elect this Democrat socialist. We saw our utility rates go up over $2 billion. We used to be the second lowest in the Midwest. We're now the second highest.
So excuse me, but I think that's the kind of specifics that brings big government socialism actually home to voters, right? Is bad policies on energy, bad policies on housing have resulted in these kinds of increases and cost increases, and I would think that's pretty important in your race.
Yeah, and that's why we're being very specific about it. But I highlighted the story earlier. And then when you add in that they want to give amnesty to all the illegals, when you have the leading candidate say that that was an execution just a couple hours after this, very unfortunate shooting that happened, rather than letting the process play out and staying level-headed, inflaming passions like that, that's what you're going to get with a Democrat socialist across our entire state, not just Madison, if they're elected.
The question, though, Congressman, we have to run, but obviously the question on the other side of that, though, is does that anger generate to, voter turnout in November? We have been seeing that in New York. Wisconsin, different story, I agree with you, but certainly it is something that we're watching very closely. Congressman Tom Tiffany, we're going to be watching, of course, your work and your race. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, Cheryl.
You guys got to have some real questions, man. You can't just come in here and talk about stuff that we're not really covering right now. I don't understand why people just veer off the subject. Stay on point so that we can have conversations. I'm going to open up my line so that you guys can call in and ask questions. Here, our next clip here is going to be
the Democrats' big
the bottom line, the big tent. I'm not sure why.
Tonight, a rabid responder named.
Hold on, no, crime chef, no. Dang, Robert, that it ruined my surprise for you. I have a crime chef coming up next in this show later today. For those of you who love to see illegal immigrants getting deported. But I do have the big tent that the Democrats want to promote. Now, listen, guys, when we talk about small government, you have to understand something. If you really want your freedoms, if you really want your rights to be protected, if you want your finances to look healthier, you cannot have big government. You need small government and hold them accountable for what they're doing. I feel like, I don't know, if you guys ever play any sort of, building empire games. There's things you learn. You get your ass kicked all the time because you don't know exactly how things work. But you first have to, make food available. You got to chop wood. You got to chip rocks. And then once you start making some of the necessary things to live, well, you got to start thinking about protecting yourself. And so you start building walls. You start building your houses a little bit stronger. And then you start, working on iron, right? You start making weapons. You start building an army so that you can defend yourself, in this case, warriors, so you can defend yourselves from people trying to steal your shit, taking your assets away. It's, there's people that are out there that are freaking so good with the strategy games. And I feel like sometimes, it's a good lesson, right, to learn in life of how things progress and how things can change. But then in real life, they don't embrace any of those things. They don't put any of those things into practice. And if you compare the way that you have learned your history, you compare history books to what we actually have in what we have today, you will know that what we're doing is progressive. If you really want progress and you want to call yourself a progressive, then you have to be on the progressive side. But don't be on the progressive side for government. Don't be on the progressive side for taxes. Be on the progressive side for prosperity, for more independence, for to protect our rights. You got to be progressive in that way. That's what progressive means. It means progress. You little by little, you continue to build, etc. I think that there's so many games, there's movies, there's documentaries, there's all these other things, right? And they all cater to different kinds of people. Some of them cater to people that want to be criminals. Some of them cater to people who are sexist, feminist. Every movie has a certain agenda in their movie. And one of the things that I saw happening a lot in the late 80s, 90s was the rebelliousness of teenagers against their parents and the lack of control and discipline. And then, you have the abusive cases, which is very minimal. But because of movies, it was expanded throughout the whole world. And sometimes it caused more harm than it did goodness. So anyway, I like to be a person who I love science fiction movies. I like action movies. I like historic movies. I like documentaries. I don't like drama too much. Some of it is good. I don't like chick flicks. They annoy me. But I like to watch all those things. But at the same time, I like to be a realist. I want to be able to say, hey, you know what? This is actually what's happening. Now, I know what the movie says. I know what Hollywood says. But this is actually what is happening. And I just wish that everybody will have some sort of a mentality like that you can grab everything around you and you can grab the good things about it and, put those in practice and get rid of the evil ways. I guess the key will be, how do you know what's good and what's evil? Well, I just say, if you have to hide it, I would think that that's not good. Okay? All right, let's go ahead and get to our next clip here. The Democratic Party is falling way too far left. Their big tent is getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And what that makes is for very bad politicians to create bigger government that will be using and abusing the rights of the American citizens. Don't let these lying politicians fool you. If they don't put you, the American citizens, first before illegal immigrants, you shouldn't be voting for them. And right now, even without the far leftists, every single Democrat puts illegal immigrants or foreigners before you, the American citizens who have the right to vote for how you want this government to run. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
Tent is getting bigger and more dangerous by the day.
And I want to ask you, just give me sort of a true or false on these. Abolish the Senate.
True.
Okay. Replace the presidency and Supreme Court as we now know them.
Yep.
Abolish ICE.
Absolutely.
Abolish borders and give amnesty to anyone currently in the U.S. illegally.
As a long-term plan, yep.
Defund the Pentagon.
Absolutely.
Abolish prisons, at least in large part.
Yeah, again, that as part of a long-term program, yeah.
Okay, so no prisons. Government or public ownership of most large corporations.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the national co-chair of the Democrat Socialists of America, the flank of the donkey party that more mainstream centrist members don't want you to know about.
It's high time the Democratic Party recognizes these radicals as a serious threat to America as we know it. The DSA has fewer haters than socialism. That's according to Fox News polling. 65% of voters view socialism unfavorably, 9 points higher than those who view the DSA poorly.
Not to mention, you've got the New York City chapter members referring to the United States as a pirate kingdom. New York Post exclusively reporting the Big Apple's branch of the DSA held a workshop on how to write a constitution, because apparently ours stinks.
We've mentioned time and time again, this is not just a big city problem. The far left has infiltrated the heartland. In Michigan, early voting is underway for the primary, where progressive, not socialist, he says, Abdul El-Sayed is up against Congresswoman Haley Stevens.
He's running for the Senate, but his ambition goes far beyond Congress. His plan: weed out centrists and transplant progressives into their place. According to Zoom audio obtained by Politico, he told donors, quote, "If I win, well, y'all came at me, so now I get to come at you. And, you know, primary people like John Fetterman, I have no problem to do that. Ideally, you put one ogre on a pike, and then everyone else gets the message."
The far, far, far left's message is loud and clear, and so is the president's response.
This is a serious threat because they're going to promise all sorts of things. In 1 year, the country will be absolutely bankrupt. You'll live in squalor. You'll live in fear. You won't have police. You won't have firemen. You won't have anybody. You're going to be, it's a disaster. Even the thought of it is a disaster. And we have the hottest country in the world. We don't want to have it, and we have to be strong about it. We can't be nice. You know, a lot of the Republicans are nice. We're a very nice party. We shouldn't be so nice, to be honest with you. But we can't let them get their claws into this.
Joining us now, podcast host and host of Toxic America's Food Crisis on Fox Nation, Jillian Michaels. Jillian, but these feelings among part of the electorate about the failure of government have been developing over decades, and it's going to take more than just pointing at, say, Cuba or the former Soviet Union to really reverse course. And part of the issue is that people do not trust government, that they see government as part, like Congress, as part of the problem. And that it falls on the shoulders of Republicans as well as Democrats.
Unquestionably, but with a movement like MAGA, that's about reforming the system, not abolishing it. And Marco Rubio said this best in his speech about the radical left that recently went viral. This is about teaching kids to have passion and purpose, to think differently, showing them a new way forward, not destroying what's currently not working.
You know, I was thinking about this conversation with you, Jillian, and I always come to you with kind of crazy questions about, like, what do you think about this diet? What do you think about this fad? And I'm always kind of like open to those things because I don't probably understand as well as I should how the human body works, right? So crazy things like, oh, maybe that'll work. I think about that with our body public, our political body, the republic. Yeah. If you don't know how the Constitution works, if you've never thought about why it's structured the way it is, if you don't have some sense of the history of that thing, it seems to me you're way more susceptible to consider crazy ideas. And I just think we've got a generation that's probably never been exposed to a serious consideration of the Constitution, the Federalist Papers. Are we more prepared for crazy ideas in America than we'd like to let on, Jillian, right now?
Unquestionably, absolutely. And not only do these younger kids not understand the history of our own country, they don't understand world history. You have Hassan Piker, which is a talking head for the DSA, literally publicly embracing Mao, who is arguably the most prolific murderer in human history, having taken down somewhere between 40 and 60 million people. And these kids don't even know that. So we have a responsibility to educate our kids at home and provide them with some hope and some opportunity. That's going to be the key. We have to take this head on and take it very seriously.
But I raised the issue of the Republicans, Jillian, because taking it head on is shrinking government. And based on where spending is going, and a lot of it is on autopilot, but nevertheless, it's going in the wrong direction because our debt continues to balloon by some $2 trillion every year. And it becomes a spiral, and the more debt we take on, the more reliant we become on government, and it becomes something you can never reverse. And that's actually what socialists want.
They want, listen, here's what you have to respect. I'll be honest. They're telling you who they are. In the words of Maya Angelou, believe them. They want total control. They want to abolish private property. They want to control the means of production. They want to get rid of police. They want to abolish prisons. They want to get rid of the Senate, get rid of the Supreme Court, get rid of the presidency. You want to talk about fascistic? This is fascism right here. And they've got the courage to show up on Fox News and tell it to you, whereas establishment Dems run. They won't show up. They won't engage in a conversation. It's deeply, deeply alarming.
Yep, and they're being right out front about it, Jillian. You got to give them credit for that. No more sugarcoating, but we've got to see it for what it is. Jillian Michaels, always nice to see you.
Okay, I'm not going to lie. She was annoying me with the way she was talking. I think she was trying to talk a little bit passionate about things, but that was driving me crazy. Let me jump into a different sort of craziness. I wrote some notes that there's times where I think something really good and I don't write it down. Maybe, sometimes I got to write things down, and I should. But one of the things that I have noticed and that I want to tell people, listen, the more you protest ICE, the stricter immigration enforcement will be. Let me say this again. Hold on. This is driving me nuts. I don't know if it's just my monitor. I need to get it. I got to take all this damn collar off. What's going on? It is driving me crazy. What is that? A little bit bluer, more purple. Let's do a little hue there. It's driving me crazy. Anyway, I know you guys are not complaining about that. I probably made it worse by the adjustments that I have made. But what I want to say is this. It's, we had 11 about 10 to 11 million illegal immigrants in this country. And I will say some, if not most, right, of the people in here are probably good people that we should allow them to stay here. Okay? Now, we can't just do massive amnesty and give everybody papers. That's not how it works. First of all, you are going to destroy our own economy. Second of all, you're going to send a message to the world that everybody that comes here illegally, if you just protest long enough, you will also get papers. And guess what? Our Constitution is already being raped by our enemies, making anchor babies, making un-American American citizens. You know what I'm saying? They are already abusing the system. And you probably don't see that, do you? You probably don't see it. But that's okay. That's why I'm here, to open up your eyes to what illegal immigrants, massive illegal immigration, which I call an invasion, can do to our country, and how these far left Democrats are going to destroy our nation. With that being said, let me just say this, because it seems like it's all mixed into this one bubble, and it's all really with the same goal in mind. It is the same goal. Whether you want to talk about immigration, whether you want to talk about religion, whether you want to talk about, just political power and greed, it is all the same thing. What do I mean by that? They have the same goal. What do I mean by that? They want the United States of America to be destroyed. So, why do I talk and why do I sound the way I sound? Because I don't want to see this country being destroyed. Call me paranoid. You can call me a hater. You can call me whatever you want. But I'm going to tell you, when it comes to the freedom of religion, that does not give any religion to have laws above our laws. It does not tell every religion that you can say death to America, and that's okay for two things. One, your freedom of speech. You can say whatever you want. No, you can't. You cannot be threatening people of killing them. You cannot use your freedom of religion to say that you're going to conquer this land. It will be the stupidest thing that we can do to accept that. So I cannot accept that part of the freedom of religion and the freedom of speech. Let me tell you something. I'm all for you to cussing me out and all this stuff. But the moment that you say death to America, and the moment that you're going to tell me that your religion is going to conquer this world, you lost it. You lost that right. You have no right to the First Amendment right. I'm just saying. There's a big difference. Freedom of religion. Anybody can practice any religion they want as long as it's not meant to destroy or conquer our country, our nation. How stupid do you think our forefathers were? How stupid do you think that our Constitution is? That any nincompoop in the world can take advantage of it? Nah, we're not going to stand by that. We ain't going out like that. We ain't going out. You know what I'm saying? And then we have these libtards. The libtards want people to be dependent on the government. No, we don't want to be dependent on the government. You know what happened to Venezuela? 90% of Venezuela lived in poverty because they allow big government and they allow socialist communism to come in there with Marxism. It's the same thing. It is the same thing. And it doesn't matter if I have a mango tree and you grab my seeds from my mangoes. I don't care where in the world you plant those mangoes. They will still be the same mangoes that I grow in my property. That is how it works. Brian, what's that? Only Brian gets me to do that. So you got to call an A's an A's and a spade. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be able to say the truth, even if you sound hateful, even if you sound horrible. You know what's crazy? This is what's crazy. The people on the left, they call me hateful and divisional, right? They say that I'm hating and I'm dividing this country. Well, let's see. You have a choice. You have a choice to love this country, abide by the laws, and fight, honor, and respect your countrymen, right? Or you can break the law, you can accept illegal immigration and let any foreigner, any enemy come in here and do whatever the hell they want with our rights. And then you can support communism or any foreign religion or country or tyrant to destroy our country. You can choose. I'm not dividing. And if I am dividing, thank God I am dividing. I want people who love this country. No, you don't love me, user. You just call me a racist. You don't love me. You can't love me if you don't know that I'm telling you the truth. You can't love me if you call me a liar and raise false testimony against me. See, when I say I love you, I don't judge you unjustly. I judge righteously. If you are in here and you support illegal immigration and criminals, well, you're a criminal. You are part of that criminality. You are responsible for it. If you think I'm a racist, bro, that is the craziest thing anybody has ever called me. Honestly, that is crazy. Now, I give you this advice. If my truth, I don't know what you're saying. What do you mean, my truth? There is not such thing as your truth or my truth. There's only the truth. I just gave you 3 examples. So anti-doofus? No, yeah, don't allow them to spam. If you're gonna call me a liar, tell me what I'm lying about. Otherwise, you just prove to everybody on the chat, everybody watching live in the Dennis Herrera show, that you are a hypocrite. Salud, my friends. Coffee is life. Stay thirsty. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and get to our next clip. Now, wait. No. Before we get to our next clip, let me ask you guys a question. If we have a religious group, we don't know which one. If we have a religious group trying to conquer our country, but they can't do it because there's too many Christians and we are too powerful to control or to conquer. Tell me, right now, do you know who our enemies are? Do you know who wants us to fall? Do you know who wants us to fail? Now, don't answer that question. Just keep that in mind right now. Here is the question that I have. Who benefits from Netanyahu's arrest? Who benefits from Bibi Netanyahu's arrest? Let's see if we can get some real answer here. Get rid of my bookcase there. Terrorists, that's one. Enemies who mess with the Constitution, absolutely. Iran. Israel doesn't benefit. Don't be a retard. Yeah, Mandani. Yeah, Mandami. You Americans with common sense. Of course you would say that. Of course. You have common sense. Of course, it makes sense. Who else? That's right, Joe. Joe Friday. There you go. That's where I'm at. China, Russia. That's right. Billy Bob, you're on the train now. Now you get it. Now you get it. Muslim. So, with all that being said, we're not stupid. I just don't want you to be ignorant. Do you guys know what ignorant means? Do you guys know why they used to call people in the South niggers? A lot of people think that the word nigger is because they were black. Farther from the truth. Nigger means ignorant. White people in the South were called that word. Blacks were called that because they were slaves. They didn't know. They were not educated. So yes, they were ignorant. So today, that is the word that we use, ignorant. You know, I'm going to take a little quick deviation here. When I was in high school, in my senior year, we were learning about the African countries. Yes, they used to teach that. I don't know, they don't do that anymore. But they used to teach us. And we were learning about the African continents. And the teacher points at me, and he did that on purpose because I was ignorant back then, okay? I was ignorant. And he says, Dennis, with a ruler, and points at a country called Nigeria. He says, Dennis, how do you say this country's name? And I said, I don't know. Say it. He said, Mr. Brian Davis. He said, say it. Read it out loud. And I said, say it. What's the name? Back then, bro. That was 3 decades ago, bro. And I said, I don't know. He said, just say it. How do you think you pronounce this country? And I said, true story. Hey, true story. I said, Nigeria. Mr. Davis was laughing and he said, I knew you were going to say that. That's why I wanted you to say it. And then he started telling me. Now, Mr. Brian Davis, just so you know, he was close to retirement when he was teaching world history and American history. He was close to retirement. He was an elder black man who did live through the racist times of the 60s, okay? And, you know, he's the one that told me, do you even know what the word means? And then he had me, you know, look it up, and that's when I found out that the word nigger means ignorant. And it wasn't just given to black people. White people were called that as well. You know what I'm saying? So don't get all racist on me, and don't get all touchy and defensive and this and that. You guys got to stop it, okay? You got to say the truth. Don't be ignorant. Don't be ignorant. That's all I'm saying. Don't be ignorant. Oh, no, we talk about the Constitution, too. And the Constitution belongs to the American citizens. See, we have this history taught that there were Native Americans. The Constitution was written for American citizens. Some Native Americans did not want to be American citizens because they believed that their sovereignty as Native Americans didn't make them American citizens because they believed to be the original true Americans. Now, whether that's their belief or not, or whether they believe it was true or a fact, it is irrelevant. The fact is that the United States of America has a different meaning for American citizens. Black African slaves who were born into this country with children, they were also treated like they were not humans. And so we had to make sure that they were looked at as full human beings and that they also accepted to be American citizens. And those the Constitution allow them to be American citizens. See, there's a big difference in between my history that I learned and the stupid ass history that you libtards learn. See, the American citizenship citizenship belongs to a certain people, and it's not white people. It's not just black people, but it belongs to everybody who acquires the authorization to become an American citizen. Just like when we acquire land, there was deeds that were signed. There was a price that was paid. A lot of it was paid with blood. A lot of it was paid with money, with gold, silver, whatever it is that we were using back then. But the fact is that the American citizenship belongs to American citizens only. The Constitution of the United States of America was not made for illegal immigrants. The Constitution of the United States of America was not addressed to illegal foreigners in this country. It was addressed to the people. The persons are all American citizens. Everybody that fell under the jurisdiction of the United States of America, that's who the Constitution is for. Illegal immigrants, foreigners, are not the category in the Constitution who has protective rights. They have human rights, and that's what the Constitution names for every single person on this earth. But legal rights is not for everybody. Clear, capish, claro, ¿estás seguro? ¿Entiendes, Méndez? ¿O te explico, Federico? Pwah! I spit on libtards who says the Constitution of the United States of America belongs to the world. Ignorance is bliss for the libtards. Not for me. Not for me. Ignorance is not what I want. I want to be informed. I need to know. How do I protect my country if I don't serve in the military? If I'm not a police officer? Well, I got to use some critical thinking, don't I? I got to use some common sense. I'm a migrant. First generation migrant. Not an anchor baby. First generation migrant. Waited 10 years. 10 years to come to this country. Waited 2.5 decades to make sure that I wanted to be an American citizen. 35 years it took me to be an American citizen. And I'm very proud to be an American citizen. You know why? Because I respected the laws. My mother taught me well. She was against illegal immigration. She waited 5 years to come to this country legally. That, my friends, is a big difference. We understood that the Constitution of the United States of America belonged to American citizens, not to Hondurans, not to Guatemalans, not to Mexicans, not to Britain, not to European. And I'm very proud of it. You know why? Because I chose. Because I believe in this country. And I chose to be an American citizen. And I was given the highest privilege. And that was to be accepted as an American citizen. A United States of America citizen. That's why I carry with me at all times my white privilege card. Bam! White privilege, baby. White privilege. Any black can acquire the white privilege card, and Hispanic white privilege card. Don't worry. You too can be white. Accept it, embrace it, and you will be better for it. Oh boy, man, we lost about 173 and a half libtards on the chat. Woo-wee! Man, they just don't love the truth, do they? It's like an antivirus. It's an antivirus cure. And they don't want it. They want to stay sick in the head. They want to stay ignorant. Ah, man, I'll tell you, man. You know, I was always taught by my mother, you know, she said, son, if I give you everything that you want, you are not going to appreciate it. She was right. She was right. I have some nephews. I'm going to give you an example. I got some nephews that, you know, my brother, you know, he was making a lot of money. He was taking his kids once, sometimes 2 to 3 times in 1 year to Disneyland. And I've been to Disneyland. Now, I live in Cali for 3 years, but I've been to Disneyland. I mean, I can count on one hand my whole life how many times I've been to Disneyland. You know what I mean? And so when my brother will tell his kids, hey, we are going to Disneyland on this date. And they're like, oh, that's nice, Dad. And I was like, wait, really? You going to Disneyland? Can I go? Can I come? No. His kids were like, oh, that's nice, Dad. That is the reaction. I would have been like, really? Oh, my God, that's fantastic. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Like, I would be excited. They were not excited anymore. They were not thrilled. They were not grateful anymore. They didn't appreciate it. They were just like, whatever. No big deal. It is what it is. And that is exactly how it works. If you spoil your children by giving them every single thing that they want, they will be bad people when they grow up. I guarantee it. You got to be able to tell them no sometimes. It's called discipline. Yes, of course you can get it for them. But you know what? It's a big difference to be able to get it for them, but teach them to appreciate the little things that they don't appreciate. And another is to not be able to afford it, and they throw it on your face. You see what I'm saying? I'm going to tell you, I got some great kids. Because when I tell them that I'm going to whoop their ass, and they're teenagers, oh, they know that I'm going to whoop their ass. When I have told them no to something, they said, okay, Dad. When they asked me for something, and I said yes, they really appreciate it. And it could be the simplest things, but they always appreciate it, and that makes me feel special. I've had 2 to 3 jobs most of my life, just so that you know. So that's not news to me, but congratulations for doing that. I think that shows a lot of responsibility. Now, with that being said, of course, there is a teaching, right? I don't remember how the teaching goes, but it's something to where, like, you know, you go from poor to struggling to sacrificing yourself for your children, and then your children have everything, and they are spoiled and they don't appreciate anything, and then until they actually have to go broke and have to go through the struggles that you have to go through, they won't learn how to appreciate life. All right? So that is my angle today. A lot of people that stick around and listen, fantastic. Thank you for being here. All right, let's go ahead and continue to our next clip. Here we go. ICE plans a major new surge after Scottish ruling.
Right now, ICE planning dramatically to ramp up operations to deport Haitian migrants here in the U.S. This after the U.S. Supreme Court sided with the Trump team, ruling that TPS, known as temporary protected status, is temporary. Federal sources telling Fox that Ohio is heavily targeted. Let's get into that now with Chad Wolf, former acting DHS secretary. Thanks for coming back, and good day to you. Here are the numbers as they only apply to Haiti during the Biden years, going back to fiscal year 2025. I would draw the attention of our viewers to that bottom line number. Total encounters of Haitians under the Biden administration, almost 500,000. Chad, what now?
Yeah, look, Haiti had TPS since 2010, so going on almost 16 years, where each administration just kept extending and extending it. And I think the Trump administration, as they have across about 9 or 10 different countries, have said that temporary protective status is just that, it's temporary. So the idea is that these individuals, if they don't adjust status, will need to leave the country, and ICE is there to enforce that order of removal.
Okay, so Chad, here's my question. I remember when this was happening, there were several countries who were given TPS, and Haiti was just one of them. So why is the attention on the Haitians right now, or is this just the first group?
Yeah, I don't think it's just going to be on the Haitians. I think it's going to be on all of those individuals, like I said, across 8 or 9 different countries that the administration has ended TPS on. They're all going to be targets for removal. And so I don't think it'll just be the Haitians, although that's going to be the largest group, as you indicated with those numbers. The Biden administration not only extended TPS, but then allowed a lot of these Haitians to come in on parole and other types of status coming in. And the administration has ended all of that, getting back to the original intent of immigration law. So, again, the focus, I don't believe, from ICE will just be on Haitians, but that's obviously what's being reported now, but there'll be other groups as well.
Okay, I want to play 2 sound bites, okay? The first one is from 2026, last month, all right? June. Roll this.
We have to use every tool in the toolbox to make sure that we abolish ICE and keep our immigrant neighbors safe.
We can imagine a world beyond ICE.
I've been clear that you can't reform ICE, you can't retrain ICE, you have to abolish ICE.
We do not wait to abolish ICE.
I believe that we need to abolish and replace ICE.
That is 2026. This is 2006. Watch.
Those who enter our country illegally and those who employ them disrespect the rule of law. And because we live in an age where terrorists are challenging our borders, we cannot allow people to pour into the U.S. undetected, undocumented, and unchecked.
What do you make of that now?
Well, so much has changed, obviously, since I think that was Senator Obama talking about that. Then, of course, came his administration, where you implemented DACA and a variety of other illegal programs. 2013 came with trying an immigration bill, the Gang of Eight. So a lot of things have changed since then. I think what it tells you, though, where we are now is that the left wing of the Democratic Party, led by socialists, want to abolish ICE. They've been very clear about that over the last several years. There's no ambiguity. They don't believe that ICE is a real law enforcement agency. They try to delegitimize it every chance that they get. And that is their policy goal. At the end of the day, they don't like immigration enforcement, and they do not like ICE.
Okay, I want to read this on X from Bill Ackman. It's incredible how far the Democratic Party has moved politically. Just listen to Barack Obama and immigration 20 years ago, as we just did. Hillary Clinton spoke similarly back then. The question now, of course, is why? The answer, I believe, is not a change in fundamental views, but rather a tactical one. At some point, the Democratic Party believed it had a higher likelihood of staying in power if our country had open borders. When did this take place? What was the catalyst for this reversal of views? You answered it well, Chad Wolf. Thanks for coming on today.
Now, for those who say Fox News is fake news, let me go ahead and bring in, let me see where she at. I want you to take a quick look at her. That right there. Now, let me just ask you Americans a real question, a legitimate question. What does it mean to be an American to you? Have you ever asked yourself that question? What does it mean to be an American citizen to you? I want you to look at that ugly ass face. And she's only ugly because she's ugly inside. Otherwise, she will be a beautiful woman. Why? What makes you be an American citizen? What do you think of yourself? What do you think an American citizen should be? Now, remember her. Now, even though this next clip is going to be a little bit of a crazy, sort of funny maybe, like moment. I want you to remember that. because, as you guys know, I was watching Nick Fuentes yesterday with Hunter Biden, and I'm going to show a clip again. Where did the libtards go? No Democrats in here? No Republicans that want to say what an American is? What is it to you to be an American citizen? Anybody? Does anybody know? What does it mean to be an American? There's a reason why I'm asking that. Okay? There is a reason why I'm asking you if you know what does it mean to be an American citizen. Yeah, I will tell you myself. To be an American citizen is to acknowledge our history, to learn our history, to love and respect our flag, to love and respect our countrymen and those who believe that the United States of America is their home country, that they love this country, that they will protect this country from foreign and domestic threats. I acknowledge the sacrifice of the innocent. I acknowledge the sacrifice of the brave. I acknowledge the good and the bad in our history, and I appreciate what we have today. That's what it's like to be an American citizen. I will always cherish the American flag. I will never burn it. I will never desecrate the American flag. You retire an American flag with honor and dignity. With that being said, let me bring you back Nick Fuentes and Hunter Biden on their little interview. This guy looks so funny to me right here. He's like looking at the camera like, what the hell are these guys smoking? What kind of crack were these guys smoking on that pipe? And after this, we'll go ahead and jump back on Fauci, which is how I introduce today's live. Pay attention to this. Listen to this. I hope I'm on the right place.
They're lobbyists who control 55% of Congress, regardless of who's in power.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't think that's necessarily the most radical. I think, though, he is with the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America. He backs all these DSA candidates. And let's be honest, a lot of them are radical. Like I saw one of these candidates that just won in New York a couple weeks ago, the Chevalier candidate. There's a picture.
She hates my dad.
Yeah, I know.
She said about my dad.
She had awful things about him.
Yeah,
and she says, oh, I didn't have a napkin to wipe my hands, so I used the American flag.
Yeah. Yeah, but.
And that is who the Democrats thought it's a real, true American citizen. And it should piss you off. It should piss you off. How do you vote for a person that says, I didn't have paper to wipe my ass, so I use the American flag? Bruh. Listen. That should piss you off. That should piss you off.
Even during the Tea Party, kind of movement was,
that should piss you
egregious.
off.
Again.
Saw one of these candidates that just won in New York a couple weeks ago.
Did you know that?
The Chevalier candidate. There's a picture.
She hates my dad.
Did you know that?
I know.
Did you know that
about my dad? She said awful things about him. And she says, oh, I didn't have a nap.
I forgot to get napkins, so I just wiped my hand on the American flag behind me. Okay. Not her ass. My bad. She said behind me, not on her behind. But the fact is, okay, that's not as bad as it was. But can you imagine that you use the American flag as a wiping napkin, and that is who Americans believe is American. She's a Dominican Republican, and look at what the hell she's wearing on. Who does she support? Palestinians, Hamas, terrorist Muslim ideologies. That's how she supports. And Americans vote her in? Let me tell you something. And listen, this is the kind of person that I am, and if you don't like me, that's okay. Let me tell you something. We have morals. We believe in God. I believe in God. I have a moral compass. I know things that are not right, things that are not good to do. Listen, I can do anything. Anything. Anybody can do anything. Does that mean that you're going to do it? No. I can go sleep with every married woman out there. I can go and fornicate and commit adultery. I can go do all of those things. I can cheat on my wife 1,000 times. I can do it. So can she. Anybody can do it. But the question that we ask ourselves is this: should you? Should you do it? The fact that burning the American flag, it's okay for people to do? Out of disrespect, not retiring the flag, out of disrespect, to use it as a wiping napkin? Out of disrespect, and you think that's okay? It doesn't mean that you should. You have a freedom of speech. Does that mean that you're going to go and harass people with it? No. Most likely you're going to get your ass kicked. Using your freedoms as an excuse for your bad behavior does not make it right. This is how you lose that right. When you retire an American flag, especially on the pole, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're supposed to bring it down slowly. You unclip it, you don't let it touch the ground. You unclip it, fold it into a triangle, and then you incinerate it honorably. That's how you retire a flag that is ripped, that is old, and is going to be replaced with a new one. When you put the new flag on the pole, you want to raise it as fast as you can so it doesn't touch the ground, and that's how you retire a flag. If I'm wrong, you can correct me on that, but that's how I remember it. You cannot vote for Americans that have no morals. This is why I'm against activists. This is why I'm against protesters. Activists and protesters should not be in office because they will never be impartial. They will never be for everybody. Like, for example, if you were to go and protest and say equality for all, fantastic. But you don't. The people that go and protest, they protest for one side only. The people on the left, they argue that they are protecting their rights, and then they're trampling on somebody else's rights. That's not how it works. When the leftists say the American people want open borders, who the fuck is the American people who want open borders? No, we don't. When this leftist says that the American people want the United States to not attack Iran, who the fuck is the American people? No. My dear Americans, you need to learn to love this country. You need to learn that there's sacrifices that need to be made. No peace has come from weakness. No peace. Peace only comes through strength. And I think President Trump has proven this over and over, which pisses me off. But he continues to prove it over and over and over, trying to use diplomacy. Trump is a greater president than you think. Whether you like him or not, it doesn't matter. I like how people like to say, oh, keep religion and politics separated. But they always bring religion into a subject when they can't make any sense of what we're talking about. Let me tell you a little secret that is not so secret. You see, in the Bible, government was created by God because the people wanted it. Islam religion was created by the government of oppressors, of tyrants, of evildoers. You see that difference? God creates government. Government makes up a God. That is where we stand today. Now, let's go ahead and see if we can get some laughter out of this. Or just a provocative thought. But I want you to put yourself in these shoes, okay? I want you to look at this scenario. Hunter Biden, Nick Fuentes, in a hotel room setup. Listen to what conversation happens after this. Call me crazy, but I think it's too freaking funny to ignore. You ready? Here we go.
To wipe my hands, so I use the American flag.
Yeah. By the way, I think it's crazy, but like the same way that I thought a lot of the stuff that some people that got elected in 2016, 2020, even during the Tea Party, kind of movement was egregious. Again, egregious.
If it's a legitimate rape, the female body has ways to try to shut that whole thing down.
So what do we do?
Pay attention, right here.
What do we do, Nick?
I think a better question
is, for real, what do we do? Can you at least come a little bit to this way?
If you can come a little this way.
I can. Here's where I can come, is this. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
About...
Oh, man. I'm sorry. I just thought it was funny. Can you? They're in a hotel bedroom setup, and these guys are over here talking about.
To try to shut that whole thing down.
So what do we do? What do we do, Nick?
I think a better question is,
for real, what do we do? Can you at least come a little bit to this way?
Can you at least come a little bit this way?
If you can come a little this way.
I can. Here's where I can come, is this.
Oh, man. Oh, my God. It reminds me of this right here. Nah, that's not it.
I'm going to come.
Hold on. I'm gonna find something better right here. I'm gonna find something better. Let's see. Here we go. Here we go. This is the one right here. Let me get rid of this one. Let me get rid of. What the hell is this? Oh man. Hold on. I think that shit made my computer crash for a second. Here you go. Here's Kamala Harris. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. Let's get it.
I'm going to come.
Oh. Do not come. Do not come.
I'm going to come.
And Hunter Biden wants Nick Fuentes to come a little bit this way, he says. Oh, man. I had to do it. I had to do it. I had to do it. Oh, my goodness. All right, all right. Enough of that. Enough of that. Oh, my gosh. All right, let's go ahead and finish the clip here. Hey, you got to be able to laugh sometimes. Yeah, you got to be able to laugh sometimes.
Your neighbor's safe.
We can imagine a world beyond ICE.
I've been clear that you can't reform ICE. You can't retrain ICE. You have to abolish ICE.
ICE is a federal agency. ICE is a very constitutional department or agency. See, every constitutional state has given the authority to the federal government to deal with any immigration enforcement. ICE agents are federal agents, just as important as FBI agents, etc. To see these so-called Americans saying to abolish ICE is to say that they don't care about the safety of the American citizens, which is the reason why ICE was put there in the first place. The fact that people are voting for these morons tells me that we want to make sure that there is proof of citizenship on our next voting election. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. You can say you're an American citizen, and I can say I'm an American citizen. I can prove to you that I am an American citizen, and you can just go and give me your bullshit argument and say, I am an American citizen. It's my right, bitch. I don't know who you are. I don't know where you were born. I don't even know what the hell your name or your birthday is. You know what? You got to have proof of that. You can't just go by what you say. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? If somebody learns to speak better English than me, according to you, you think that makes them a citizen? You're a fucking moron if you think that makes you an American citizen. What a dumb ass you are.
We do not wait to abolish ICE.
I believe that we need to abolish and replace ICE.
Garbage.
That is 2026. This is 2006. Watch.
Those who enter our country illegally and those who employ them disrespect the rule of law. And because we live in an age where terrorists are challenging our borders, we cannot allow people to pour into the U.S. undetected, undocumented, and unchecked.
That's right. There it is. There it is, right there. I didn't make it up. There it is. 2006. When Democrats were still sort of Americans. That's why he won. That's why the American people voted for Obama. Immigration reform, border security. That's why Americans voted for Obama. And they voted for him twice. Shit, I would have voted for him if I was a citizen. during his time, but he failed us. I don't blame him completely on the immigration reform because he can make immigration reform, but Congress, the legislative branch, still has to approve. And as every selfish, lying scumbag politician looks out for their own skin before the Americans, they all rejected it because they wanted a lot of money for their own personal use. Now, when I say personal use, it's their own little agenda, independent from what American citizens need. It's all right. I don't blame him. No president can do that. But it's the facts that ICE agents are a federal agency who is legitimate. It is constitutional. And they are enforcing the law. Now, I'm going to tell you something. I always ask myself this. Why are ICE agents not arresting people who are obstructing or impeding their investigation or their arrests? You know, there was 30 illegal immigrants were deported, apprehended by ICE. No incident, no riot, no blocking, not impeding, nothing. Job well done. No morons protesting, throwing stones and bricks at ICE agent vehicles. None of them. 30 people deported peacefully. The only ones who create chaos are criminals who support criminals.
What do you make of that now?
Well, so much has changed, obviously, since I think that was Senator Obama talking about that. Then, of course, came his administration where you implemented DACA and a variety of other illegal programs. 2013 came with trying an immigration bill, the Gang of Eight. So a lot of things have changed since then. I think what it tells you, though, where we are now is that the left wing of the Democratic Party, led by socialists, want to abolish ICE. They've been very clear about that over the last several years. There's no ambiguity. They don't believe that ICE is a real law enforcement agency. They try to delegitimize it every chance that they get. And that is their policy goal. At the end of the day, they don't like immigration enforcement, and they do not like ICE.
Okay, I want to read this on X from Bill Ackman. It's incredible how far the Democratic Party has moved politically. Just listen to Barack Obama and immigration 20 years ago, as we just did. Hillary Clinton spoke similarly back then. The question, of course, is why? The answer, I believe, is not a change in fundamental views, but rather a tactical one. At some point, the Democratic Party believed it had a higher likelihood of staying in power if our country had open borders. When did this take place? What was the catalyst for this reversal?
Interesting. Democrats have a higher rate to stay in power if they allow illegal immigrants? Why would that be? Why would that be? Well, American citizens are going to vote for Democrats because they keep allowing illegal immigrants to come in here and take their jobs and their housing and their benefits? Oh, yeah, that makes total sense. I'm sure Chicagoans were very happy about illegal immigrants getting hotel rooms with EBT cards and health care while their black people in Chicago were struggling to make ends meet, working two jobs just to afford rent. I am sure Americans are voting for Democrats so that they can bring more illegal immigrants into this country. Oh, my gosh, now I get it. Oh, the truth. I have finally learned the truth of why American citizens support millions of illegal immigrants coming into this country. All this time, I thought that we were supposed to protect American citizen rights. I thought all this time, I have been lied to. All this time, I thought that we're supposed to give health care to Americans. All this time, I thought that our welfare system, the food stamps, and all these benefits were for American citizens. How can I have been so wrong? I have been so wrong. The stupidity that goes through the leftist mind. It is unbelievable. Destroy America. Yes, let's vote for that. Destroy the economy. Yeah, let's vote for that. Everything is unaffordable. Let's continue to vote for Democrats because they love raising taxes and they love raising regulations and they like to come up with these projects that are useless and meaningless and have no benefit to our society. Let's keep voting for the Democrats. Man, if you are, you are retarded if you think that way. Unbelievable.
Of views. You answered it well, Chad Wolf. Thanks for coming on today.
Yeah, thank you.
Unbelievable. Man. You got to be some sort of special stupid. Some sort of special stupid. And I'm going to tell you, man, I am so sorry to tell you this, but there is no cure for stupid. What can I say? There is no cure for stupid. So there's nothing I can do for you. But you know what? You know what's great? Everybody on this chat right now, nobody in this chat is stupid. There are no libtards in here. Everybody has common sense. Everybody is American patriot and support our ICE agents. So nobody on the chat is stupid. I'm talking about those who will probably watch this later. And they support the leftist mentality. Those are the people who are stupid. Democrats who have common sense are on our side. It's true.
Shifting gears now to a big legal fight that is brewing in the Big Apple. A group of landlords are now suing New York City over Mayor Zoran Mamdani's rent freeze plan. It impacts 1- and 2-year leases for roughly 1 million rent-stabilized apartments. A really big impact. Well, the property owners call this freeze an unlawful abuse of power, and they are claiming the mayor puts tenant activists on the board to make the decision, and then they say it was done just to give Mamdani a political victory. For more on this now, we bring in Republican Congressman Mike Lawler from New York. Sir, thanks for joining us. Predictably, a lawsuit here, landlords pushing back. Your thoughts on whether or not they will succeed in the courts?
Well, they certainly have a valid case. And when you look at the challenges in New York City, you have tens of thousands of vacant units in large measure because of New York's draconian rent control laws. These laws apply to units built before 1974. And the problem here is that they put these, freezes in place, yet they require the landlord to upgrade the apartment to code. They require the landlord, of course, to pay increased taxes, of course, to pay increased utility bills. New York State having one of the worst energy policies in the country. Utilities are up 58% over the last year. So their expenses keep going up, yet they're saying they can't raise rent. The bigger issue is that nationwide, we are 8 million units of housing underbuilt. That's why I was proud to lead the effort in the House, along with Chairman French Hill and Mike Flood, to get a bipartisan housing package that actually would increase supply, increase access to capital for builders, for home buyers, for tenants, and actually bring down cost. This is basic supply and demand, something Mamdani clearly doesn't understand. And what he's actually going to do is create more vacant units as a result of this rent freeze, because the landlords will take the tax write-off rather than put out the expenditures upwards of $50,000, and they won't be able to recoup it. So they'll end up taking the tax write-off, and that's why this lawsuit is actually very critical, because this is a clear violation of the Constitution when it comes to property rights, and I think it's something that has to be addressed. There's been cases before the Supreme Court. I think they've missed the opportunity to actually address this. You have tenants who choose not to pay their rent because there's no consequence. That's why I introduced legislation on squatting. This kind of craziness needs to stop. Bottom line is we need more supply.
Yeah, and we'll see if this all ends up before the Supreme Court yet again to see if we get to an ultimate conclusion on that. But I want to bring this to you as well. Mayor Mamdani is now saying that New York City lacks the legal authority to arrest Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, but he's calling on the federal government to do it instead.
It is clear that we do not have the independent legal authority to enforce this warrant. The federal government, however, does, and I call on them to join the ICC and execute this warrant. And I want to be equally clear. Benjamin Netanyahu is not welcome in New York City.
Now, I don't know that he ever really believed that he ever had the power or would have the power, but he's speaking to someone, apparently he thinks a large group of people that would like to see this happen, would like to see someone arrest Benjamin Netanyahu when he steps foot on American shores. Who is he talking to? What is his goal? And is it concerning?
First of all, he's a pathetic disgrace. And frankly, what he's doing is stoking, political violence. He's stoking Jew hatred. And he completely contradicts himself. Remember, this is the same guy who called for Nicolas Maduro, the brutal dictator from Venezuela, to be released by the United States government, despite the fact that he was twice indicted by the Southern District of New York in violation of U.S. laws. Meanwhile, he's calling for the United States government to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu, subject to the ICC, something we're not even party to. The hypocrisy, the contradictions, the fact that he supports dictators, despots, and totalitarian regimes, but wants to call out a democratically elected ally of ours is shameful. We saw the anti-Semitic stabbing on the Upper West Side just 2 days ago with an individual yelling Allahu Akbar as he stabbed two individuals. It's outrageous that he is the mayor of New York City, especially as we approach the 25th anniversary of 9/11. He pals around with people who say America deserved 9/11. He just reveals himself more and more each day, and New York needs to wake up and vote him out in 2029.
Yeah, he is.
Why would anybody vote for any politician that says America deserved 9/11? Who in their right mind would vote for that nonsense? That is crazy. That is crazy. Why don't we get a dose of some CNN? Just for shits and giggles. Let's get some CNN dose because the left, remember, there is some Americans who like CNN. So let's watch some CNN a little bit and give everybody a little chance, you know what I'm saying, to feel represented here in the Dennis Herrera Show. Here we go, guys.
If Democrats lose to Trump yet again, these are all the red flags. Democrats, you have only about 100 days until the midterm elections, and you don't have control of either chamber anywhere close to being locked up. What are we talking about here? Well, we're talking about cash on hand. We're talking about cash on hand. Democrats, they're much more like this. They're your $1 bills. While Republicans, you're much more like this, your 50s, and dare I say, even your $100 bills. Because just take a look here. Cash on hand from the main outside groups, ergo your congressional committees, right, your NRSC. Take a look here. Republicans at this point, $657 million. My goodness gracious, that's why I'm talking about these bills, right, $100 bills. While the Democrats, only about $334 million, only about half the level of Republicans. And of course, cash is what makes the world go round in politics. Now, you think that these numbers are bad? How about the national committees themselves? The RNC, the DNC, Republican National Committee, Democratic National Committee. Look at this. Cash they have, June 2026. The RNC, $129 million. That's pretty gosh darn good, right? But get this, the Democrats are a rarity. The DNC is red on your screen. Why are they red? Because they're literally in the red, way down there. They're actually in negative territory. That's cash on hand subtracted by the party debt. The party debt actually is greater than the cash on hand. The Democratic National Committee, it's broke. It's basically broke. And why is this? What is going on here? And it is because Democratic enthusiasm for the Washington establishment, it is way down there underwater, under the Potomac River. Look at this. Look at this. I mean, hello, approve of their own party in Congress. We're talking about a new Tea Party here. You know, back in July of 2010, when Republicans really did not like their congressional leadership, right? Really didn't like it. Still, 52% of Republicans approved of their own party in Congress. Look at where Democrats are now. They are in a worse position, the Democrats in Congress, than Republicans were during their Tea Party wave of 2010. Now Democrats, they can't even reach the 50% mark, and we're talking within their own party. I mean, my goodness gracious. And of course, this to me is part of a larger problem that Democrats have when it comes to their own popularity. You know what it is? It's way down there underwater. Take a look at this. Okay, the Democratic Party net favorability. Back in 2018, when Democrats were able to take control of the House, they were actually on the plus side of the ledger. They were actually in positive territory at plus 1 point. Look now in 2026. We're not just talking down there underneath the Potomac. We're talking down there with the Titanic. We're talking 24 points underwater. And this is just the party overall. This isn't the congressional leadership. This is the party. The party. It's just a terrible, terrible, terrible brand. Terrible. I want to almost get my Charles Barkley. Terrible, terrible. I can't even do a Charles Barkley. But the bottom line is it's absolutely terrible. Now, what is the reasons? Why is the Democratic brand so terrible? Well, one reason why the Democratic brand is so terrible at this point in the voters' minds is, take a look at this trend line. Voters saying that Democrats are too liberal. In 1996, it was 42%. In 2013, it was 58%. Now, the clear majority of Americans believe, and the clear majority of voters say that the Democratic Party is too liberal. 57%, they think that the Democratic Party is out of the mainstream, out of the frame, I dare say. My God, this is a massive, massive problem. And you know what is fueling that? You know what's only adding fuel to the fire? How about the Democratic Socialists of America? You know, I mentioned a new Tea Party. Net favorable opinion of the Tea Party back in June of 2010 versus the Democratic Socialists of America, the DSA, right now. Remember, the Tea Party helped keep Democrats in control of the United States Senate back in 2010 because Republicans ran all these candidates that were just seen out of the mainstream, right? Christine O'Donnell in Delaware. How about Ken Buck in Colorado? How about Sharon Angle, who did the impossible in Nevada and helped get Harry Reid another term in the United States Senate? Well, their net favorable rating back in June of 2010, 13 points underwater. Not too hot to trot. Not too hot to trot, but not absolutely terrible compared to the DSA now, 25 points underwater. Twice as unpopular as the Tea Party was back in June of 2010. Now, let's broaden this out a little bit. Let's talk about what we're talking about. What are the effects of this? How could this play out? Well, how about this? How about House candidates' money raised? You know, it's not as bad for Democrats in the House as it is for their party committees, but still, they're in a worse position now in terms of the percentage of cash that's been raised by Democrats versus Republicans. We're talking about they get 55% of the cash raised. That is down from the 61%. So even though Democrats are ahead in the cash race for the House candidates, they are in a worse position than they were back in 2018 when they took back the House. Now, this to me is part of what we're seeing in the overall House picture, right? The playing field is smaller for Democrats. House seats at least leaning towards the GOP according to the Cook Political Report. This is the Trump midterms. Back in July of 2018, it was 206 seats at this point that were leaning towards the GOP, at least leaning. Now, it's 212 in a race to 218. Republicans are nearly to that 218 marker. Now, I'm not saying they're going to get there, but they're much closer than they were at this point in the 2018 cycle. Now, this is, again, part of a larger trend that we're seeing. National trend lines. Democrats lead on the generic ballot. Again, midterms with the Republican president. In 2006, Democrats were up by 10 points. They took back the House. In 2018, they were up by 8 points, very similar to 10. Now that lead is on one hand. It's just 5. It's just 5 points. Now, why is this 5 points so important? Because Republicans have helped make it so important. How? Through the redistricting efforts. The redistricting efforts, which means so much. Okay, Democrats in the national House vote margin, their current poll lead nationally is 5. How much do they need to win back the U.S. House of Representatives? Well, with redistricting, we're talking about 3 to 4. Democrats are right on the margin. Republicans have made them right on the margin. So the race for the House is not anywhere close to being cinched up for the Democrats. Now, you might notice, I've been saying a lot in a lot of period of time. I'm a little, woo! So today, to quench my thirst, oh yeah, I got myself a Canada Dry, 0 sugar, cherry fruit splash. All right, let's have a little bit of it. Oh, I love cherry. I love cherry. Okay, it's a march to the finish here. It's a march to the finish here. We're nearly done. All right, we've talked about the House, but perhaps the biggest problem for Republicans, or excuse me, for Democrats, is in the race for Senate control. In the race for Senate control. Okay, so let's just talk about the math that is needed here. The math that's needed. States Dems need to win the Senate. They need a total net gain of 4 seats. They need a total net gain of 4 seats. Well, 3 of these seats they'll have to pick up are in states that Trump won. Trump won back in 2024. And I'll note the one blue state is Maine. And let's be real, at this point, that is very TBD, given all the Graham-Plattner stuff and then having to bring in a new Democratic candidate. That is very TBD. So even that blue state, not anywhere close to being cinched. Now, we're talking about those red states, right? And only one of those states was won by Trump by a small margin. That was North Carolina, +3, in terms of the pickup opportunities. The rest, Ohio, Alaska, Iowa, Texas, all won by Trump by double digits. We are talking really, really a lot of states that are on the board that are really red-leaning. That's what's going on here. And you know what? We can go back through history. We can go back to the last Trump midterm election and think, okay, did they pick up any states like this? Well, no, not really. Talk about the 2018 red state Dem pickups. There's just a single one. Just a single numero uno. Just one, baby. Just one. That was Arizona. And Trump won that state by just 4 points, much more like a North Carolina, right? And Kristen Sinema, the Democrat, she was then a Democrat, she only won it by 2. So there's no real history of this going on here. Now, if we're talking just generally speaking, you can see this here, again, in the 6 key states that we're looking at, the generic ballot lead for the Republicans +6. Again, 53% of Democrats say, or excuse me, 53% of the voters in those key swing states say that the Democratic Party is too far to the left. So the Senate battleground, much more even extreme than what we see nationally. Finally, I'll just note, in terms of the prediction markets at this point, which kind of brings it all together, the chance to win the Senate, you know, back in April 24th, there was about a 50-50 shot. By July 24th, look at that. The Republican chances now, we put it all together, they're at a 56% chance. But you know what? I would argue the biggest red flag that Democrats have, the biggest red flag, look at this. It's apathy, not believing that Democrats can change anything. Because the impacts of Democratic policies on your cost of living, only 41% say help, hurt, or wouldn't change it. The clear majority, nearly 3 in 5, 59%. So, look, these are all the red flags. If, in fact, Democrats can't take back control of either the House and or the Senate, and if Trump can stop them, this is what's going on. Folks, if you like what you heard, why don't you leave a comment? We'll see if we'll be able to delve into those issues next time around.
I love that guy, bro. I love the numbers guy from CNN. I really do. I really do. Governor Mickey Sherrill celebrates New Jersey voter empowerment law. No, don't care about that. Let me see. What else do I have? That's right. Let's get some more Fauci truth out here, shall we? Now, you guys heard at the beginning of my live today that I talk about Fauci and all his deceitful actions. Well, I'm going to use Jesse Waters to read some of the quotes from Dr. Fauci's personal diary, which I find interesting that Dr. Fauci's family turned that diary in. That is crazy. Let me know what you think about these findings here from Jesse Waters.
You know how they always say you should never read a little girl's diary? Well, they never said anything about a grown man's. We got our hands on Dr. Anthony Fauci's diary. And viewer warning, we're going to read from it, and it's going to make you very angry. Now, I know what you're thinking. It feels a little invasive reading another person's diary, but this isn't just anyone. This is a man responsible for devastating lockdowns and for funding the type of experiments that may have caused 1 million American deaths. If there's a theme from this diary, which is over 1,000 pages, it is this. Dr. Anthony Fauci is dishonest, almost always wrong, and is intoxicated with fame. As thousands of Americans were dying every day, here's what America's top doctor wrote, secretly to himself. Dear Diary, the press is going wild with me. It is not a hyperbole to say that today I am the most famous and talked about person in the country and one of the most recognizable persons in the world. The situation with my national and international fame is explosive and really unimaginable. The press is still hot and heavy about me. POTUS seems to be enamored of me, even though I am taking the spotlight away from him. Now, Fauci's writing about the press like it's a woman he's making love to. During the lockdowns, Fauci apparently spent hours Googling himself, reading every article, even going into the comments section. Anthony was on Tyra Banks' Instagram page, you know, America's Top Model. He writes, Dear Diary, one person said that Tyra was sexy, but that I was even more sexy than she was. And Fauci agreed. He clicked on a petition to name him sexiest man alive, and he memorialized that over 10,000 people had signed it. Didn't win, but as a consolation, they cast America's sexiest man alive to play him.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Anthony Fauci. First, I'd like to thank all the older women in America who have sent me supportive, inspiring, and sometimes graphic emails. Now, there's been a lot of misinformation out there about the virus. And yes, the president has taken some liberties with our guidelines.
Fauci kind of felt like Brad Pitt. They all wanted selfies with me, he wrote. They even wanted him on Dancing with the Stars. The Fauci-meister was enamored with the stars, who suddenly, not sure how, got a hold of his cell. Dear Diary, had a great call with Barbra Streisand. I told her that I work listening to her songs on Alexa. She really did not know what Alexa was. I accidentally butt-called her later in the evening. I brought the phone over to Alexa and asked to play songs by Barbra Streisand. And when the song came on loud and clear, she started laughing and absolutely loved it. As someone who always considered himself a celebrity, finally the doctor was getting his due. Unfortunately, for Fauci to achieve celebrity status, Americans had to suffer. But Fauci knew he was destined for greatness. Even back in 2013, he wrote in his diary that he was a rock star and that the government was trying to keep him off TV because everyone was so jealous. 7 years later, his time had come and he was going to ride it.
Here's one that says, I got my first dose of the Fauci ouchie. Told him that I bought his bobblehead, and he was super cool about it.
I saw your bobblehead today.
Did you like it?
Yeah, it was amazing. It was great.
PPL made fun of these Dr. Fauci prayer candles, but we got my dad one for his birthday in November. So he lit it every night, and everyone in my immediate family was fully vaccinated, so maybe there's something there.
Was Dr. Fauci busy trying to slow the spread? Well, apparently he had plenty of time to write about his face being plastered everywhere. Dear Diary, donuts are being named after me. T-shirts have my picture on them and are being sold. San Francisco radio is dedicating a song to me, coloring pictures with crayons for my picture. Me, 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 me. Fauci even saved cartoons of himself, of him looking like a superhero. Hero was actually one of his favorite words. In his diary, he mentioned it 50 times. His favorite word, though, not N95 or natural immunity, those words barely uttered. It was press. Press, mentioned over 600 times. For Fauci, doing press was like watching porn.
The single most respected voice in the pandemic
It's Dr. Anthony Fauci.
The man who's become known as America's doctor.
Dr. Anthony Fauci, the nation's top infectious disease doctor.
Who are seen to many as a superhero.
Dr. Anthony Fauci, American hero.
Fauci and the media were so attracted to each other, they took it to the next level. Tapper and his wife invited Fauci over for dinner, a threesome, at the height of the pandemic. Dear Diary had dinner over Jake Tapper and Jen Tapper's home in D.C. Terrific couple, friendship building. And there was a...
Oh, we'll get to Trump's point. Don't worry. So-called fake-ass independent, Susan. You're a fake-ass independent. You know that? You call you independent. You people call yourselves independent because you don't want to be held responsible for who you voted for. You know what? I'm very proud that I voted for Trump. Very proud. Because he's doing the right thing by Americans, for Americans. You libtards will never learn.
Second date. Dear Diary, had dinner at my home with Jake and Jennifer Tapper. Relaxed, good time. Jake clearly believes that Trump is totally nuts. Those dinner dates happened in the summer and fall of 2020, deep in the heart of the lockdown. Thousands of deaths a day at that point. Fauci had everyone quarantined. But this is what Fauci told you.
But we've got to put all those things together, Jake. We can't just wish it happening. We've got to get the vaccine. It's got to be deployed, and we can't abandon fundamental public health measures.
So not until the second or third quarter of 2021, though. Christmas is probably not going to be possible.
Yeah.
Fauci can have Jake's family over for a friendly dinner, but you can't have your family over for Christmas dinner. Tapper's now linked to two of the biggest cover-ups in U.S. history, Biden and COVID. This was the second Christian holiday Fauci canceled. In the spring, Trump demanded that we open after 30 days so we could have Easter. Dear Diary, POTUS invited me and Deb into his inner office at the Oval and started telling me that as a Catholic, how much of a shame it would be if we did not do a classical Easter and Good Friday and Palm Sunday. I convinced him to essentially put Easter on hold for this year. A month before Easter, Fauci told the country that the COVID fatality rate was extremely dangerous.
The mortality for this is about 2.5%. It's probably lower than that. It's probably closer to 1. But even if it's 1, it's 10 times more lethal than the seasonal flu.
But that's not what he wrote in his diary. He said the fatality rate was actually closer to 0. Didn't matter. In his diary, he was bragging about shutting down the country. I spoke with Bill de Blasio, mayor of New York City, and convinced him, based on what I was saying publicly and my conversation tonight, to close the NYC schools. He had already decided based on what I was saying on TV, and I went on to tell him he should close the bars and restaurants in New York City. Fauci said he spoke to Newsom, who did the same thing with California. But afterwards, he was like, who, me?
I wonder if you would recommend locking down schools if you had to do it all over again.
Well, you know, again, it's first of all, I didn't recommend locking anything down.
Schools were shuttered for years based off Fauci's recommendations. It isolated an entire generation of children, set them back socially, academically. It alienated them. Boys couldn't play sports. When none of Fauci's recommendations were working, he wrote that he was losing sleep over it. Quote, what is evolving is that states that are not opening up thus far are not seeing an increase in cases. In fact, some are seeing decreases. But did he pivot? No. He called anyone who disagreed with him a moron. And the media, they saw the trend too, but they still treated him like a hero for shutting down the country for a virus he knew wasn't that deadly. And that definitely didn't affect children. And then he forced everybody to get the shot. And here's how he sold it the first time. Watch.
If you're vaccinated, you don't have a risk. And that's the reason why we say it's as simple as black and white. You're vaccinated, you're safe. You're unvaccinated, you're at risk. Simple as that.
In his diary, he knew that wasn't true. I'm well aware that many people who are vaccinated are still getting infected, and that worried me a lot. But Fauci was wrong yet again, but went on TV every day and told everybody to just shut up and get vaxxed. If you question this, you were silenced. The government even got Silicon Valley to take down jokes about Fauci, like he was the Prophet Muhammad. Americans had real doubts about how this virus came out of China. Fauci said it was from some weird animal in a wet market.
When I look at the scientific evidence, I don't see any evidence that's concrete at all that it's a lab leak, even though a lot of people talk about it. I still think it's a possibility, but I haven't seen any evidence.
But in his little diary at the time, Fauci wrote that a dozen of his top scientists believed it came from that sloppy Wuhan lab. This was the same lab that Fauci funded. This was the lab doing the risky gain-of-function research on bats that Fauci was obsessed with. This is the liar that CNN was fangirling about while Americans' lives were getting crushed. Even doctors who used to have Fauci's back now want nothing to do with him.
As having a reputation totally in the toilet at 85 years, does that hold him to account for what he was responsible for?
The Tony Fauci I saw in those emails is not the Tony Fauci I knew over the years.
Fauci's never uttered a single regret. Even Trump says he makes mistakes. One of those mistakes, he says, was listening to Fauci. But Anthony gave himself an A+. Dear Diary, most people expressing outrage that the Trump administration would be so bumbling and incompetent to try to discredit the most credible scientist in the world. I must say, I did extraordinarily well.
And I have said it many times. President Trump said everything that he said in public because of this Gucci right here. Because of this Gauchi that you're listening to. Crazy how libtards allow themselves to be deceived, just like they are right now by these Muslim terrorists. They don't even see it coming. It's nothing to do with Jesse Waters or Fox or anything. The facts are the facts. You got to be able to distinguish for yourself what is true and what isn't. Whether you want to believe that ABC, NBC, Fox, CNN, or any of these news outlets are telling you the truth, that is up to you if you believe what they say. Now, the reason why I agree with what Fox says is because everything that I have researched, everything that I have experienced, everything that I see happening before my own very eyes is proven to be the same. It is a fact. It is the truth. It's not a loyalty to Trump. It's not a loyalty to Republicans or to Democrats. You need to stop being a loyalist. How many times do I have to say that? Become a patriot. Be a patriot. Be like Fetterman. Senator Fetterman says, country before party. That's what I expect to hear from American citizens, which tells me that most people that come into conservative channels are either illegal immigrants or just mentally retarded Americans. That's just, listen, it happens. It is what it is. Everybody has access to the internet.
The death rate in the U.S. was way higher than most of the developed world. But Fauci was lobbying other scientists to nominate him for science awards, awards that gave him $1 million. And did Fauci receive royalties from the vaccine? Did he have a financial interest in lockdowns and vax mandates? We don't know. But his diary does suggest, though, that he didn't want the vaccine approved before the election because it would help Trump. And he may have played a role in delaying it. Is this the diary of a humble doctor following the science and working tirelessly to help the country get through a pandemic? Not really. Looks like the diary of an insecure villain who got his 15 minutes of fame and then tried to milk it. Should a doctor be proud when 1 million Americans die on his watch? Small businesses, bankruptcies, stock market plummeting, social isolation. You really want to be famous for that. Now, Fauci knew he blew it, and he's desperately seeking fame and glory to treat a guilty conscience. On Wednesday, we're going to hear some answers when he testifies in front of Senator Rand Paul's Senate committee, first thing in the morning. Watch it here on Fox. Fauci was pardoned by Joe Biden, and now it looks like we know why.
100%. Of course we know why. I covered this like 6-8 months ago. I covered why Fauci was pardoned. It's not news to us, for us Americans that have common sense. It's not news. We already know this. Now let me go ahead and bring in my X account. And let's go ahead and see some of these clips that we have here. Let me see. Let me remove that. Here we go. This is from the Trump War Room. Let's take a listen to this call.
We can be in the midst of a beautiful discussion, and they'll come out and say, we're not talking, or we didn't discuss nuclear. Well, that's all we discussed, because they'll never have a nuclear weapon. They understand that. And we have had some very good talks, and very interesting with Lindsey. He was very much a hawk, as you would say, on Iran. And over the last few weeks, I would say that he became like, if you could make a deal, it's better making a deal in this case than just destroying the rest of the country. We've destroyed most of it, frankly. But he was somebody that said it's a good time to make a deal. Nice time.
And that is a phone call about Iran, but I want to get to actual posts about Fauci. Here we go.
Labs, I never changed. Well, if you remember early on when it first came, I always said it came from the Wuhan labs. I never changed my tune on that. I think he said something different. He was a much bigger player in the Biden administration. I grew tired of him. He was, you remember that, he wanted to close everything down. I allowed it to be up to the governors, and most or many of the Republican governors didn't want to close. Florida. And, being somewhat of a federalist, the federalist theory is let the governors make the decision, and we let them. The blue states were mostly closed, and the red states were open, or they started to open very fast. So the Republicans actually did a very, very good job. Well,
You're making my point. No, thank you for that. No, don't delete that comment. That comment is legit. Yep, warp speed. That's right. We called that up. The right praised Trump for getting the vaccine out. There was so fast, I forgot what they call it. He says, oh, yeah, warp speed. Now, what is everyone else's fault? What your fucking moron don't understand is that President Trump listened to Fauci. You're proving my point. You're proving my point. Fauci was the one that told President Trump that. Approved everything. And that's very interesting that you only blame Trump for listening to this moron that we're listening to right now. The lion snake that we all knew was a snake. That's why Trump gave him that look. Lion son of a bitch. All selfish. All for his own gain. Yeah, as a joke, you're a fucking idiot if you don't know what a joke is. You got to be retarded to not know what a joke is. Who the hell is going to go in and inject some bleach on themselves? Are you stupid? Unbelievable. I didn't think that that's what he meant. Why would you do that? You're stupid. You are some special kind of stupid if you really believe that's what he was saying was real. He did talk about how he got COVID and how he got cured fast. At a 70-plus-year-old, he didn't die. He was still the president. He was still making speeches. He was still working with COVID. While you retards on the left kept praising Biden for hiding at the basement. Or going on plenty of vacations at the beach, allowing for a digital pen to dictate everything that these morons were in control of. Fauci pardoned for future crimes, and you don't think anything about it? Oh, these people on the left, you guys are just naturally retarded. It's sad, really. It really is sad that you guys are that stupid. But wait. There is more. Let me get to somebody followed me. Now, Trump is at the Lindsey Graham's funeral delivering remarks. If you guys want to watch that, let me know and we can get into it. I think that's the one clip about Dr. Fauci. Here are some of the other clips that's happening right now at the funeral. Like a fake-ass Chuck Schumer in there.
As John said, as Leader Thune said, he was a fierce defender of Ukraine, and he and I got into this intense argument at a Senate lunch. I think some of our colleagues probably remember this, about a funding bill for Ukraine. And I remember at the end of it going back to my staff, and I was at the time working on a rail legislation that I really, really cared about. And I remember going back to my staff and saying, well, that's probably the end of Lindsey's vote on the railway bill, because he is never going to support anything I support after the argument that he and I just had. And of course, I found out a couple of weeks later from another Senate colleague that the fiercest advocate of that bill behind the scenes was Senator Lindsey Graham. Now, Lindsey was who he was, and I knew that Lindsey couldn't even pretend to care about rail policy. It was something I really cared about, but it wasn't something Lindsey was particularly focused on. And so I went to Lindsey and I said, why are you helping me? Why are you helping this legislation? And I expected him to do what so many politicians would do. I expected him to lie and say, well, I really care about rail legislation. And he said, oh, I don't care about that at all. I said, well, why are you helping me? And he said, well, I don't care about it, but you do. And that was the kind of colleague he could be, a person you argued with and fought with in 1 minute, but behind the scenes, without collecting an ounce of credit, was working for you and working for the things that you cared about in the next. That was who Lindsey Graham was.
What awesome. Awesome.
Gratitude and profoundest sorrow to honor a beloved friend, a devoted brother, a respected statesman, a giant of the United States Senate, and a true American original who left us much too soon. And that can only be the one and only Lindsey Graham.
Fired for any.
By the strength of his steadfast convictions, the force of his magnetic personality, and the goodness of his noble soul, Lindsey rose from a small town in rural South Carolina, a place he loved so much, to become a constant fixture of American politics at the highest level.
I think I want to listen to the whole thing. Let me go ahead and put his whole speech on here. I love listening to my POTUS. God bless you, President Trump. God bless you for everything you do for our country. Proud of this man right here.
Thank you very much. Vice President Vance, members of the Cabinet, members of the House and Senate, distinguished guests, Darlene, and the entire Graham family. We love you all. Today we gather in the deepest gratitude and profoundest sorrow to honor a beloved friend, a devoted brother, a respected statesman, a giant of the United States Senate, and a true American original who left us much too soon. And that can only be the one and only Lindsey Graham. By the strength of his steadfast convictions, the force of his magnetic personality, and the goodness of his noble soul. Lindsay rose from a small town in rural South Carolina, a place he loved so much, to become a constant fixture of American politics at the highest level, and a force to be reckoned with all over the world. For more than 30 years, nothing of consequence happened in this capital without Lindsey Graham knowing about it. Nothing of significance happened anywhere in the world without Lindsey Graham having a view on it. And no bill became law in the most exceptional republic in human history without Lindsey Graham having a say in it. He was a man who gave America the full measure of his good and mighty heart until that heart itself just gave out. But even though Lindsey's life was cut short while he was still so full of vim and vigor, there can be no doubt that he lived absolutely to the fullest. He died doing the work he was born to do. He was truly a great politician, serving the country he loved to serve so deeply. He went out at the peak of his career, at the top of his game, as a legend that every one of us, many of us here today, blessed to know him, and a friend that none of us will ever forget. There was truly nobody like Lindsey Graham. It was his hometown of Central South Carolina that Lindsey first learned the art of politics. His parents ran a bar and pool hall on Main Street with a room in the back where the family spent and had to do. As Lindsey said, his father taught him the key to being a successful bar owner is that you have to be funny enough that people will keep coming back, and that you have to be tough enough that you can stay in business and thrive. A very difficult combination. For his entire storied career, that's exactly who Lindsey Graham was. He was the first person to make you laugh, and one of the last people that you've really ever wanted to fight. These were the traits that made him into one of the great figures in Senate history. Few like him. As a boy, Lindsey also learned his first lessons in diplomacy when the wife of one regular patron called the bar asking for her husband. She demanded to know, where is he? The man instructed Lindsey, tell her I'm not here. And young Lindsey nodded and said into the phone to the wife, he said to tell you that he's not here. That was Lindsey. When Lindsey was just 20 years old, he lost his mom to cancer. 15 months later, he lost his dad. Their deaths left his 13-year-old sister, Darlene, an orphan. But in God's mercy, she had her wonderful brother to take care of her. On top of it all, Lindsey became her guardian while still in college and helped raise her. He later said that for all his achievements, and he had many, his single proudest accomplishment in life was how well Darlene turned out. He had total respect and love for Darlene. Nothing could be more fitting than that woman who was Lindsey's proudest legacy, now continues his legacy of service in the U.S. Senate, a place that he cherished. And I have no doubt that he's looking down today, beaming with pride at his sister, Senator Darlene Graham. Thank you, Senator. Lindsey first stormed into Washington with the Republican Revolution of 1994, becoming the first Republican to win his House district in 120 years. That was Lindsey. In 2002, he ran for the Senate in what should have been a loss, and he swept to an easy victory. Lindsey quickly became a master at maneuvering in one of the world's great legislative bodies. He secured record funding for our military as a budget committee chairman. He delivered the largest investment in border security in history, and last year he shepherded the passage of the largest tax cuts in American history, the great, big, beautiful bill. Had a lot of Lindsey goodies in there, too, I can tell you. And, of course, he was also a great champion of the United States Supreme Court. His impassioned defense of a wonderful person, a great gentleman, Justice Kavanaugh, ended a disgraceful attack on this very good man and gave us one of the greatest moments the Senate has ever seen. It was a truly monumental moment in Senate history. I believe it was Lindsey's perhaps finest hour. But no matter how heated things got in Washington, virtually everyone, Republican or Democrat, liked Lindsey. Well, not everybody, but it sounds good. Not everybody. He was a tough cookie, okay? I have to veer from this for a second. He was a tough cookie, Darlene, but he was beautiful. But he was also ready with a joke and a gleam in his eye. After being lectured on the excruciating details of patent law by a fellow senator during a flight, Lindsey declared that he had discovered a new form of enhanced interrogation and torture for the Guantanamo Bay area. He said this is really bad stuff and boring. And while he was an incredibly hard worker, he was not exactly an early riser, as many of you know. When Senator Tim Scott, a great gentleman in his own right, I can tell you, invited him to prayer breakfast at 8:30 a.m., Lindsey told him, Tim, if Jesus himself comes back before 10 a.m., I ain't going. Yet, while he was always quick to laugh, and no one ever doubted the gravity of his mission, above all, Lindsey Graham believed in a strong America, wanted a strong America. He had unwavering faith in the righteousness of American power and prayer. And he was extremely hawkish. I will tell you, he never saw a war that he didn't like. Only his true friends would understand that, but he wanted it for the good of our country. He felt in his bones that our destiny is to win, and that his job was to do everything he could to ensure our enemies would lose. It was this conviction that led him to serve 33 years in uniform in the Air Force and Air Force Reserves and Air National Guard, even while he was in office. And it was this conviction that took him as a senator to almost every country on earth, confronting America's adversaries and standing up for America's friends. He had tremendous friendships all over the world. It's a testament to his towering impact that among those mourning him here today are leaders, presidents, prime ministers from all over the globe. They're sitting right here before you. Lindsey met countless world leaders, yet wherever he went, he was always the same Lindsey Graham. When he met Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi in a tent in the desert, he told him, I expected something out of the Arabian Nights. This looks more like a Winnebago. That was not a good statement to make at the time. And when he met the Dalai Lama, Lindsey looked him straight in the eyes and said, so, can you really levitate? The Dalai Lama was not happy with that. But no matter how high he rose, he never forgot where he came from. There's probably not a single town in South Carolina where Lindsey did not help repair a bridge, expand a school, improve a hospital, or recover from a disaster. He was a force of nature, and I will miss him greatly. As you remember, Lindsey and I did not exactly get off to the best of starts. Running against each other, back in 2016, Lindsey said something rather nasty on his flight to becoming the next president of the United States. So naturally, I did something that I shouldn't have done. I shared his personal cell phone number with the millions of people that happened to be watching that particular day as I made a speech, a very important speech. And I remember the number 202-228-0292 if anybody wants to give it a shot. His phone exploded. He said, I had that number for 20 years. His phone totally, I don't know what he did with it, but it exploded. That was the beginning of a friendship in a way. But it was Lindsey who had the last laugh, because while I blew up his phone, all for one day. We became great friends, and Lindsay did not stop calling me for the next 10 years. It was not easy. I always cherish the memories of our golf games, and only because of his really, and I will say this memorial service, it's so hard to say, a memorial service for Lindsay, it's hard to say. But I'll admit that one time Lindsey Graham and Annika Sorensen actually beat me and Gary Player together. Can you believe that? Annika played very well that day, actually. But right to the end, Lindsey carried in his golf bag the putter that once belonged to his dad, and he carried it with him with class and with a ring that was so beautiful of his mother. And they were laying right at his bedside. The night he died, they were there. He had him with him at all times. From that pool hall where his parents raised him to the halls of the United States Senate, where he was respected and loved, the son of South Carolina became one of the most important men in the most important country on earth. In a city where politicians often become jaded and cynical, Lindsey Graham never lost the old-fashioned American idealism that brought him to the highest levels of government and life. He took his duty seriously without taking himself too seriously. He was unwavering in his principles, but always willing to listen. He always wanted to listen. And one thing about Lindsey that we all know, he never quit. You wanted him to quit, you waited for him to quit, but he would never quit. Above all, Lindsey Graham loved America, and he believed in the American people. If you shared that view, you had a friend in Lindsey. If you didn't share it, there was no fiercer or more constant opponent. Our nation needs more men and women like that great person sitting, laying, wherever he may be. I think I know where he is, and I think he's up there. I think he's watching us. I'm pretty sure of it. Scripture tells us that blessed is the man who remains steadfast under trial, for when he has stood the test, he will receive the crown of life. For 71 years, Lindsey Graham was strong and steadfast. As a brother, a senator, a warrior, and a patriot, he withstood every last test, every single test that you can go through and every trial. And now he wears the crown of life in heaven, reunited with his parents and reunited with his Lord. I end by saying something very, very special. Lindsey, we love you. God bless you. We will always be with you, and you were very, very special. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bro, that was a very felt, great speech, and you guys missed it. With that being said, we're just going to go ahead and click to the other one, to the other videos that I have. I want to play this before I get to to the Crime Chef video for today, I want to go ahead and share a video that I have from my Facebook account. Just a couple of little quick videos from my Facebook account. Oh, man, that was bad. That's horrible. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and take a listen. First, we're going to go ahead and listen to Jesse. Jesse, and one of the greatest voice impersonators, great comedian. That doesn't mean that he's right about anything, but I respect him as an artist. And I like Jesse, even though sometimes he goes crazy overboard with the way that he thinks about his way of religious. Here we go. Let's go ahead and listen to this little clip right here.
How do you come to my country and tell me what I should be doing?
You feel this is your country?
It is 100%.
Why do you feel
is this your country?
You know how I feel it's our country?
Is it your country?
You know why I feel that way?
That it is your country?
Yeah, I mean, black people's.
It's America your country?
Yes, it is.
And you're black, right?
And we built it.
And why do you feel that?
Because we built it.
You didn't build it?
Yeah, black people built.
No, they didn't.
Who, Donald Trump did?
White people did. Black people don't build, they destroy.
No, they don't.
Tell me one thing that black people built.
But we constructed everybody else's stuff.
But you got paid to do that.
Paid to do what?
To help build America.
When did we get paid? How much we get paid?
Whatever they were paying.
Exactly. That means you weren't getting paid. You got paid with ass whooping.
What do you mean?
Really?
That's not true what you just said.
It's very true.
So it's what do you think about?
They have to get the ass whooped so that they can get to work and build something. That is true.
The blacks who call themselves African Americans and they were born in America. Is that dumb?
No, it's not.
You got to be out of your minds to be born in a country but call yourself something else. You got to be dumb,
you
right?
Just try to have a connection.
To what?
To Africa.
Well, the folks in Africa don't even like black Americans.
We know that. I'm African.
So why are you?
You know I'm African, right?
Where are you from?
Nigerian.
So you were born over there?
I was born here.
How do you come to my country and tell?
He said I was born in Nigeria, and then he says I was born here. I'm assuming they're both here in the States. I don't think that this podcast is in Nigeria per se. You see how they confuse themselves? Number one, Africa is not a country. Africa is a continent. The only reason why we call ourselves Americans is because the name of the nation is United States of America. We don't call ourselves Americans because of the continent. We call ourselves Americans because of the country. Just like Mexico is the United States of Mexico. Did you know that? Did you know that's the name of Mexico? Probably not. But that is true, and that is what it is. So if you are born in the United States of America, you are not African. He says he's African. He said he was born in Nigeria. Okay, well, you're not African, you're Nigerian. Because that is the name of the nation. That is the name of the country, right? That doesn't. Nigerians don't call themselves Africans. Kenyans don't call themselves Africans. None of them do. None of them call themselves Africans. They have their own nations. They have their own tribes, etc. Not one African call themselves African. I don't know where people get this idea from, but here is a great example of how confused people get with this whole African American. Now, by definition given by the Democrats, to be good is to be white. I don't know how that worked, but that's the way that they put it in the museum, the Smithsonian Museum. If you don't know about that, you should dig it up. But he says he's African. He's not African. He is American. If he was born in the United States of America, he is a black American. If you want to claim a color, you're a black American. But he is not African, just to be clear.
What's different about the white man than you?
Oh, let's see. He stole everything he has. He got 246
What has
years.
he stolen from you?
Free labor from black people.
What
black
has he
people
stolen
built
from
this
black
country.
people today?
Oh, he stole our culture. He stole our language. He stole our heritage. He stole our labor. He murdered and slaughtered our children, our babies, our women, our men. Do we need to continue? Stole inventions that we couldn't patent because they created a patent office.
What's your language that they stole?
The different African dialects they stole. We didn't come here speaking English.
But white people speak English. They don't speak African dialect.
So,
They hate that mess.
when we came off the ships, we didn't speak English, so you stole our language.
What do you mean they stole it?
They wouldn't allow you to speak it, and they'll beat the hell out of you or kill you.
So you came off the ship speaking black stuff?
What is black stuff? It's African language.
Yeah, you came off the ship speaking that.
My ancestors did.
What's preventing you from speaking it now? All you do, learn it and speak it. No one cares.
What's preventing me from speaking it now? Because, number one, we lived in a colonized society. We speak a colonized language. And so, unfortunately, we have to teach our children English.
You know, why is it that black men, such as yourself, don't feel embarrassed publicly complaining about white men and how they're holding you back? And you got all these excuses. Normal men don't have excuses. What's different about
The one thing that we always say, right? The one thing that we always say is, if you truly believe, let me see, is that no audio? No, there's audio. Okay. So the thing is, like, for people to say it's a YouTube thing. For people to say that white men have taken all the language and the culture from African people here in the country, it's ridiculous. That's why Jesse laughs. That's why he laughs. Because if you really wanted to speak the African language, nothing is stopping you from doing that. Very simple. Just move back to Africa. You don't even know which country in Africa. You can't just say Africa. Where in Africa? If I say I'm just going to go to America, the continent, where? South? North? Canada, Mexico, the United States, where? You see what I'm saying? My children are not Honduran. My children are American. They're not African, Honduran, American. They're just American. Just because I am from Honduras, it doesn't mean my children are Honduran. That is a title of nationality. I don't know what year you went to school or what the hell you learned or you were not taught in the United States of America. But in Honduras, we have a better education, and we're a third world country. Third world shithole country. And we have better education than Americans. Isn't that crazy? He says, we came here in ships. Who's we? He's not African. He didn't come here in ships. He's an American. Americans were born here. Unless you were born in another country, you don't get to claim that nationality just because your parents come from that nationality. I don't understand these people that do that. I don't get it.
This shooting happens mid-evening.
All right, so here is some to change gears. Here is a new video here, the Hawaiian honeycomb. The shooting that happened here in Seattle. Let's take a listen to this.
Hours go by with no briefing of the media. Nothing. They set a time. I think the original time for the press conference was like 9:30 p.m., which even if they did it then is too late. You're telling me it takes you 3.5 hours to give even just a baseline briefing of the media of what happened? That keeps getting pushed back. Oh, keeps getting pushed back. Jeremy Harris with Como News. One of the cops had told him, we're waiting on dignitaries to show up, dignitaries to show up.
We are almost 5 hours into this. I'm not mad at you. Oh, I am mad at the dignitaries that are holding up a press conference for the public to get information about a mass shooting outside of the space station. It is outrageous that we're being told to wait for dignitaries.
No, we're not waiting. We've been waiting for 5 hours. We're not waiting for dignitaries to show up. Nor do you need to wait for dignitaries to show up to come and brief us, because the information we need right now is from the police department. Like, we can hear from the dignitaries waxing poetic about how horrible this is, blah, 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 and all that stuff later on, because it is, but we don't have basic information 5 hours into this ordeal. This is what happens. Again, you've got incompetence, and I don't blame that officer right there. He's like, his hands are tied. He's like, I don't know this, what I'm...
First slavers were Jews. This guy, I don't think you know human history. Oh boy. Let me tell you something. If you are a believer, if you are a Christian, and if you believe in God and Jesus Christ and the Holy Trinity, let me give you some knowledge. The Bible begins to narrate the creation of this world. You have to keep one thing in mind, because every human thinks like a human, but God is not human. God is almighty, omnipresent. He is all time. Where God is, time does not go by like in human time. Everything gets older faster. There is what's the word in English? There is an illustration about the earth. Now in Spanish says that the Holy Spirit, the Spirit of God, was hovering over the face of the earth, incumbent, the whole earth. This means time is not 24 hours a day. Time with God, you can live lifetimes in one day with God's presence. With that being said, keep that in mind. The Bible says that God created the heavens and the earth and this, blah, blah, blah. He created giants. He created humans and everything else on this earth. And then it says he rested for one day. Could be 1,000 years to us. And then it narrates the creation of Adam and Eve. Humans existed prior to Adam and Eve. I'll prove it to you. Don't worry, I'll get there. I'll prove it to you. See, in Psalms, we have a revelation. 1/3 of the angels was casted down to earth. These are the first humans. They were not allowed to enter back into heaven. They are not allowed to fly and roam around the earth or in space for that matter. They were made humans. They were punished as humans. Then Adam and Eve is created. With that being said, all these humans, they enslaved each other. Before Adam and Eve was even here, think about the atrocities of an immoral generation. No God rules. Everybody just doing whatever they wanted to do. No rules, no policies to follow, no moral compass. Just hateful, evil people. And even then, some of them turn out to be quite decent. Adam and Eve have 2 children. One of them kills the other. And God kicks or vanishes the murderer from the land and sends him to a city called Nod. If there is only 3 people on earth, who created the city of Nod, if not the humans that were created before Adam and Eve? That is a mystery that will be revealed to those who believe in God when the time is right. With that being said, don't be stupid with your comments if you don't know what you're saying. Let's get to my next clip. And this is something that I feel or that I believe that is wrong. Yeah, it sounds like a fairy tale. You can call it a fairy tale. I don't give a shit. You can believe it, take it, or not believe it, not take it. I don't care. You can ignore it. The fact is, there it is. With that being said, I believe that one of the problems that we have in society, I believe, is soft policies on crime. And a lot of teenagers, even adults, abuse teenagers to go and commit crimes because they will not be punished like adults. But I feel that when somebody commits crimes, they need to be punished for the crime, no matter what age they are in. This will deter future criminals from choosing that lifestyle. With that being said, let's take a listen here to the arrested basketball coach and 5 team players now for alleged Florida.
A Florida sheriff is making good on his promise to hold teens and their adult guardians accountable when it comes to crime. His detectives arrested 5 teen basketball players and their coach in Central Florida after the kids allegedly shoplifted items from a 7-Eleven in the middle of the night Friday. Here's the sheriff.
They were allowed to Uber over by the coach. They got to their Airbnb and they decided at 4 o'clock in the morning on Friday that they would walk down to the 7-Eleven, bum rush the 7-Eleven on Ronald Reagan Boulevard in Davenport and start stealing stuff. And that's just what they did.
Those teens were visiting from Washington and arrived in Florida before their coach. Authorities say 27-year-old Malik Harvey, though, the coach, was also arrested for lying to deputies about the identities of 2 of his players. They were later taken into custody along with the 3 other suspects. Sheriff Judd did applaud another coach on the team for cooperating with authorities and properly identifying those 2 young men, one of whom is her son. All 6 could face criminal charges. A Florida sheriff is making good on his promise to hold teens and their adult guardians accountable when it comes to crime. His detectives arrested 5 teen basketball players and their coach in Central Florida after the kids allegedly shoplifted items from a 7-Eleven in the middle of the night Friday. Here's the sheriff.
They were allowed to Uber over by the coach. They got to their Airbnb and they decided at 4 o'clock in the morning on Friday that they would walk down to the 7-Eleven, bum rush the 7-Eleven on Ronald Reagan Boulevard in Davenport and start stealing stuff. And that's just what they did.
Those teens were visiting from Washington and arrived in Florida before their coach. Authorities say 27-year-old Malik Harvey, though, the coach, was also arrested for lying to deputies about the identities of 2 of his players. They were later taken into custody along with the 3 other suspects. Sheriff Judd did applaud another coach on the team for cooperating with authorities and properly identifying those 2 young men, one of whom is her son.
Quick question. Why are they all black? It's just an observation. Why are they all black? Is Nick Fuentes right? Why are they all black? That's crazy. That's crazy. That is crazy. Just an observation. Don't make it racist. It's just an observation. All right, with that being said, I think it's time for some Crime Chef. I'm a little bored, so we're going to listen to the Crime Chef narrate how these illegal immigrants are being deported. Here we go.
Brandon spends the morning obstructing federal agents. The agents spend the afternoon obstructing Brandon. In San Diego, a community broadcasts ICE's plates until a rock finds the windshield. The agents find another car. And in Glendale, a mother hurls both her slippers at the agents driving away with her son. She does not miss. Buckle up. Our journey starts now.
Raza, cuidado. Tenga mucha precaución. Migra. nuestros barrios. Estos terroristas no son bienvenidos aquí en nuestras comunidades. La patrulla comunitaria de Unión del Barrio rechaza la presencia de estos asesinos terroristas que están en nuestra comunidad. Así que raza, cuidado. Aquí tenemos la raza, la migra.
She calls the federal agents kidnappers and terrorists on a live stream. The audience is a mob she is trying to summon.
Está en nuestras comunidades.
I love how they are so entitled and say they are in our communities. Fucking illegal immigrants don't have communities here in this country. None of the communities filled with illegal immigrants is their community. Let me be clear. They're not Americans. They're here illegally. And they have been made entitled by the libtards and called our federal agents terrorists. Isn't that crazy? That is crazy. That is crazy.
El área de la Fairmount, tenga mucha precaución, tome mucha precaución. Así que la raza aquí está denunciando la presencia de la migra. Vamos a circular a ver dónde está. Que en el área de City Heights defendiendo.
He says, our race is denouncing this fake immigrant ICE agents. What the hell is he talking about? These guys, let me tell you something. The menace from the cartels is real. The menace from illegal criminal aliens is real. Don't you dare allow illegal immigrants and foreigners tell you to go to hell. This is your country, American citizens. Defend it, protect it, honor it, especially those who are enforcing the law to make sure that you continue to be free in your own country. They make sure that your rights are being respected and preserved. Do not allow crazy-ass, illegal, criminal aliens to tell us what to do. Fuck them. Fuck them. You want to be in this country, you do it the right way. Don't hate us because we did it the right way. All these little bitches that are illegal, they got to go. Period. Fuck you illegal immigrants that don't like this country. See, I have respect for illegal immigrants that at least acknowledge that this is a great country. The rest of you illegal immigrants who want to make the United States look like an evil terrorist group, fuck you very much and get the hell out of our country.
La comunidad. Mucho denunciar la presencia de la migra. Vamos a circular porque si hay.
Speak English, bitch.
Otros agentes.
The mob she summoned did arrive. What the mob did with itself is later in the episode. First, 3,000 miles east, Passaic, New Jersey, where a responder named Brandon opens the morning.
Easy to prove they're illegal. Show me your American papers. If you have a Mexican, Honduran, or a foreign passport and it doesn't have a seal of the United States on it, you are fucking illegal and you gotta go, bitch. Save America Act. That's what we're voting for that. How about that?
Leave him alone! Leave him alone! Bro, leave him alone! Leave him alone! Brandon!
Calles de Passaic, entre la Burgess y Lexington. Mucho cuidado.
Mucho cuidado.
Ice out!
The crowd chants, "Ice out." The ice doesn't go out. Brandon does. Brandon is loaded, a bystander yells for someone to call the police. The people cuffing Brandon are, in fact, the police.
Whoa, eyes out! Eyes out! Eyes out! Call the police! Call the police!
Brandon wanted the agents to take off their masks. The agents took his fingerprints instead. Vancouver, Washington produces a one-man version of the same instinct.
What's your name? What's your name? I'm not going to go any closer. You know me. What is your name? Nombre. What's your name? Nombre. Wow, intentionally trying to disrupt. Yeah, you're a real
What are you doing here, not intentionally trying to disrupt?
Oh my God, they're so dangerous. What'd they do?
He works through the profanity inventory in one breath. The agents laugh. He adds the laugh to the inventory.
Bag. You're imitating police now? Don't even have ice on your vest? Wow. You're a real that way. I don't give a about a tiny badge. You should have ice on your thing, you fuckface. Oh, laugh all you want, honey. Stupid fucking assholes.
The recording is admissible. So is the laugh. San Francisco next, and a Ukrainian at the airport.
You're choking me! You're choking me! Please help me! Please somebody! No! Leave me alone! Guys, please! What are they arresting you for? Can you please help me? No! No! No, that's ice! I'm from Ukraine! Please, somebody! You're choking me! You're choking me! They're not actually choking you. You gotta stop! Stop! Let me go! Let me go! Let me go!
She says she is being choked. A bystander says she isn't being choked. Both continue to record.
No! Why do you need more cuffs? Let me go! Your hands. Can you just stop for a second? Stop for a second. Can you just talk to me for a second? Can you stop for a second? Stop fighting. I need to call someone. No. They can handle a woman who is half her size.
A Berkeley delegation forms a ring. The agents remove the next detainee through it. Irvington, New Jersey, and a house call detention with a very confused answer.
You want me to call your family? You want me to tell your family down the street?
You're gonna let them give me a call in a moment. You were just on the phone with them.
Okay. What house you live in?
The detainee can't remember his house number. The agents weren't going to remember it for him.
We're gonna verify, but it shows that your GPS is expired. You didn't reapply for it. Because of that, you have to come to us, okay?
I'll go tell your family at your house, okay? What number is your house?
sell everything.
He is loaded into the vehicle. The family will find out at the door. CB, back to City Heights and the rock we teased at the top. Here is what the summoned mob decided to do.
You guys, I'm live from City Heights where someone broke one of ICE's vehicles here. Their window is broken and shattered. I'm not sure if it was a neighbor or someone in the area who's seen that ICE was in their neighborhood.
The rock went through the windshield while the agents were inside the vehicle. That is a federal crime, and it is on video.
And broke their window, you guys. Several agents got into another car and left down Fairmont Avenue. Someone broke ICE's window, you guys, while they were inside the car.
The agents got out, got into another car, and drove off. The rock stayed on the pavement. The case file will run for years. If the field work proves useful, subscribe. The responders are already back at it. Elsewhere in California, a mother had her own approach.
It's ridiculous, man. Yeah. That's crazy. That's ridiculous. I know. Ridiculous, man. You guys should be ashamed, bro. Yeah, that's the mom.
As the vehicles pull away, she throws both slippers at them. Both slippers land. The vehicles keep going.
That's why she's sitting right here. She's right here.
The son leaves in the car. The slippers stay in the street. The question of the mother's own status stays with the neighbors. Kevin at the same beat meets gravity.
What happened? She's under arrest. For what? She's a criminal alien. For what? And she's been convicted of crimes. For what? What crime? What crime? What crime? What crime? She's been convicted of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. She's not allowed to be here, and she's been deported previously. She doesn't have no documents. No, she hasn't. Yeah. Aggravated assault? No, this is not correct. I have her whole rap sheet. I've been following her forever. Yo. Forever? No, this is...
The agent has her rap sheet. Kevin says the agent is lying. The agent has her rap sheet in his hand.
Lying, come on. This is not true. Would you like me to post a rap sheet on your phone? I'll post a rap sheet for you. Come on, let me see. No, let me see the evidence. No, let me see the evidence. 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 Back up. Let me see the evidence. I said back. Let me see. I said back. Bro, why you hit me, bro? I said back. Why'd you hit me?
Kevin gets pushed back. Kevin nearly meets the pavement. Kevin does not update his view. Ventura County, one more courthouse hallway.
by us. You guys are violating. You're the ones that are not calm.
She informs the actual police, who are also there, that they are the ones violating the citizens. They keep waiting. For the weekly written field report, the link waits below. One indigenous person in the middle of the country.
Damage government property. She didn't damage anything.
No, I don't. I literally just on my phone. What the fuck? What are you guys doing?
No, let me see her phone. Let me see her phone. No, he has it in his pocket. He has it in his pocket. He has your phone.
Look at them. And they pretend that they are part of the Native Americans. Look at her face. If you saw her at a Navajo reservation, you wouldn't know any better. You wouldn't. You wouldn't. And they use that as an excuse to make it look like we're attacking native Navajo reservations in Arizona. Please. The Navajo Nation people know better than all these entitled socialist white Karens.
She didn't damage anything.
I didn't do anything.
You'll be all right. Who do I call? Who do I call?
Lying eyes.
Calm down. Stay calm.
The filmer insists she damaged nothing. The federal property, seen on tape, disagrees.
Calm. Stay calm. Stay calm.
Tell she's lying on her eyes.
Who do I contact? Okay, I will contact her right now, okay? I'll get this out, okay? Just stay calm. You don't have to say, okay? Stay calm. Stay calm.
Minority groups instead of sending their white people out. Is that it?
You'll be okay. You'll be okay.
These are Hispanic federales. You got to respect the law. These are Hispanic federales. All these nincompoops who believe that they can defend this country by allowing criminal, illegal immigrants. You guys are fucking retarded. If it was up to you, we wouldn't have a country today, so shut the hell up.
Are you me? It's okay. I'm going to call her right now. I'm going to call her right now. This is you know it. This is she didn't do anything wrong.
They never do.
She is loaded. The phone comes out of her pocket. Both go with her. One last stop before dawn.
Man, you could record, but 25 feet away.
Early in the morning with the stop walking closer, man. You told me 25 feet away.
Does that look like 25 feet to you?
Oh no, I don't know how to count, brother. I ain't go to school. I don't know how to count. Little boys.
He replies that he does not know how to count because he did not go to school. The arrest proceeds without him. The rest of the week is on the ICE playlist. Members are already watching the next one. Hit join.
Man, these libtards get so triggered with illegal immigrants being deported. 100% I support it. You know, what's the reality of things are, it's, let's see, Oscar Guzman, let's see what Oscar says. Legal immigrants been here the whole time. The problem is that there is a flow of people that were legal at one point in time before Orange Head decided otherwise. Is that right, Oscar? No seas tan pendejo, cabrón. Let's be honest. Don't be a stupid asshole, okay? That's what I said in Spanish. Let's be realistic, okay? You're not stupid. I'm not stupid. You got to stop that shit. Every single illegal immigrant knows, it's a fact, they know that if they come to this country illegally, they will be deported. Stop playing stupid. Stop playing stupid, okay? Stop playing stupid. Every single illegal immigrant, I'm not vouching for retarded Americans. I'm not vouching for anchor babies that disagree with me. But every single illegal immigrant know that they will be deported. Maybe you should watch some documentaries so that you can see how CBP, ICE, and all these immigration enforcement agencies work. You won't believe how many times people say, I didn't do nothing. And they got a rap sheet of rapists, violence, assault, etc. People that have been on the run for 2-3 decades, they're still going to get caught. And then retarded Americans and those illegal immigrants that are here, oh my God, but he's such an innocent old man. No, bitch, that guy raped his niece. That old man that you think is innocent raped his own daughter. It is crazy to think how stupid Americans are. You're putting sympathy in the wrong places. See, this is why we don't give a shit about feelings. It's nothing to do with it. Now, why are you blaming ICE for enforcing the law? Why don't you go, Jerry, shove that information up your ass, and then go tell people, hey, listen, people are dying. People can get hurt. Don't come to this country here illegally. Why don't you go do that if you really want to protect people? But guess what? You don't. You don't give a shit because it doesn't affect you, according to you. Challenge me on immigration. Here's the phone number for you. Give me a call. Challenge me on immigration. Oh, I don't like that one. Actually, people don't know how to read that one. Where's my other one? Where is... Oh, there it is, right there. Okay. We're going to go ahead and use this one right here. Okay. Come on, where are you? Oh, there it is. Okay, that's why. Here we go. I'll put the phone number up there so you can call me. Challenge me on immigration. Go ahead. Make your case. Give me a call. I know they're stupid, but it's still. No, they're I know. They are stupid, aren't they? I know. I try to give them benefit of doubt. All right, it doesn't look like it's showing up right on my phone, so I'm going to put this right in the middle. Make sure that it comes out correct. There we go. Let me see. It looks good there. Interesting. All right, there's the phone number right there. If you can see it, give me a call and tell me why ICE is not a real agency. Tell me how is Trump changing the law? All right, there it is. Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Whitehorse. I just find it interesting that people blame Trump. Why? Why do you blame Trump? This is his country. He's an American citizen, has every right to protect his people. Illegal immigrants are not the American people. See, I got respect for illegals that at least acknowledge that this is a great country and that if they get deported, well, they know the consequences. I can respect that. What I cannot respect is illegal immigrants coming over here and calling our federal agents a terrorist group. Fuck you very much. But you don't get to come over here to our country and insult our people. Go back to where you came from. If you think that's racist, I don't give a shit. Take it how you want. President Trump is not making new laws. President Trump is having ICE agents, a federal agency, enforce immigration laws. As it is on the Constitution, as it is on every state constitution. I till this day, I still don't know why states are allowed to have sanctuary cities. That's treason. That is unconstitutional. That is real treason to this country, to the American people, to my American countrymen. If you don't like me because I'm defending Americans' rights, too bad. Tough shit. Come on. Let your voice be heard. Maybe the phone number is muted. Nobody can see it because it's muted. I'm going to tell you why you don't call me. Because you know I'm right. Because in Mexico, the same rules apply. Because in Honduras, the same rules apply. In every country, the same rules apply. Yeah. Come on. Go ahead. Tell me. Why is ICE so evil? Now remember, they are no longer ICE. They are now nice. They are nice agents. Go ahead, Mr. Jozo. If you don't like my laugh, give me a call. Argue with me. Prove to me that ICE agents are terrorists. Come on, genius. They all do. I'm going to tell you, if you don't have a Honduras ID, you can't even open a bank account in Honduras. Stop speaking our language. Wait a minute. Your language is a colonized language? Colonizer's language? These guys, bruh. Bring it. Bring the stolen land argument. Bring it. Bring it. Argue with me about illegal immigrants. Argue with me about ICE. Come on down. The phone lines are open. Unbelievable. Oh, snap. You know what time it is. Come on. I know. ICE ain't doing a good enough job. These anchor babies have to go, says Nathan. Oh, man. That's so funny, bro. No one's home in that head, Dennis. I'm not sure why that got blocked, but that is a good comment. That is a good comment. Come on with it. Argue with me. Stolen land. Immigration laws. TPS. Come and get it. Come and get it. Oh, like a boss. You know what I'm talking about. Talk to me about communism. Socialism. Come on, take advantage. Take advantage.
Is he here, kid?
Come on, don't be shy. Give me a call. Where you going? Why are you leaving? Why are they leaving? Just like a boss. me that ICE agents. Convince me that ICE agents are a terrorist organization. Convince me we're in stolen land. Let's talk about slavery. Respect immigration laws. Easy. If you respect immigration laws, your family never gets separated. Come on, let's make fun of taco. Not once have I shared anybody's phone number on YouTube. You got mine. Come on.
Is he here, kid?
Propaganda's not working anymore. Let's go. Oh, boy. Come on, titles. Stolen land, illegal immigration, ICE terrorist, orange men, bad. Call me. Tell me all about it.
Is he here, kid?
You want to talk about Islam as well? Come on, call me in.
Is he here, kid?
That's because you're a coward, Rick Young. Personal phone number right there. You a coward. You can see my face. You can hear my voice. You got my phone number. You're a fucking coward. Woo! All the cowards running away with insults. Bye, bitch. Robert wants a piece of the libtards. No, Robert, no.
Is he here, kid?
If you come to this country on a tourist visa and you overstay, are you an illegal immigrant? Rick Young, nothing wrong with being a coward. You are a coward. And you're a piece of shit coward at that. Come on. Phone number right there. Come on. All right, we'll give Robert a chance since with too many cowards on the left. All right, Robert. What do you want to say?
Hey, I have a message for the libtards.
Go ahead, share it, because they're cowards.
Okay. For one, they are cowards because they won't call in. Number two, all you libtards say you hate billionaires and we should tax the billionaires more. Well, if you hate the billionaires so much, how about you get off of all social media platforms and quit supporting the billionaires that own them? And if you hate billionaires, you might as well quit going grocery shopping too and starve. So that was my message to libtards.
Thanks, Robert.
Since they hate billionaires so much.
Yeah, well, they're retards, and that's what we call them, libtards. All right, brother. I appreciate you. Late. Ah, man. See, the phone number works. Oh, no, Mohammed. So here's the rules. When you call in and you cross the line, remember this. I don't know your phone number, but your friend, I believe is blocked. Your friend was cussing up a storm. They didn't really have dialogue. You burn the privilege of being able to call in. Unless you call with a different phone number, it'll probably go through, okay? Obviously, the calls do come through. So there is that. Nobody else? Nobody else? Stolen land? ICE, terrorist? Illegal immigration good? Nobody? Nobody. Well. I'm telling you, man, these people like to bitch and complain about everything, but they don't really have anything of substance to give. With that being said, why don't we go ahead and say Justin Trump threatens wipeout of Iranian bridges and power plants, something that the libtards continue to defend because they're so American. They are so American that they actually cheer for our enemies. Well, let's take a look at this.
On this Tuesday morning, we are joined by phone with our President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Mr. President, thank you so much for coming on. We know that you're meeting with Netanyahu and with Zelensky this morning. We saw them flying in yesterday. They're here because of Lindsey Graham's funeral. And Lindsey was your friend. He's a critical piece of our country for many reasons, but mainly for his relationship with world leaders. How are you feeling about losing your friend, and where do we go from here?
Well, he was a great guy. He was a great politician, actually. People don't understand. He really was. He was able to bring people together. If I needed a Democrat, he could usually produce that Democrat if I had to have him in an emergency. He was a great politician and a great gentleman, and I got along. You know, we started off a little bit on the rough side because he was campaigning.
Just so you know, I don't listen to voicemails on that phone line, so if you left a voicemail, too bad.
In 2016 for the presidency, and we started a little bit rough, but then it got closer and closer. It really ended up being a great friendship, and it's very hard. He's like he really became like a member of the family in a sense, and he was just somebody that was very special. You don't have people like that. You don't see them often.
Yeah, and Mr. President, I know that after that rough patch where you were in loggerheads with each other, trying to become the next president, you eventually started patching things up by going golfing. Do you have a story to tell us a little bit about what it was like when it was just the two of you driving around a golf course alone?
Well, he loved golf. He just loved it. He worked hard at it, and it was really a passion of his. And he was getting better all the time. But he was.
Were you teaching him? Were you teaching him how to play golf?
Let me put it this way: he loved it, but he wasn't born to be a golfer. Okay, he was born to be a politician, but not a golfer. But he loved it, and it was great. And we'd talk about mostly politics and talk about things they're doing, and a very powerful force when he got behind something.
And I know he thought golfing with you, it was the most intriguing, fun thing that he could ever do. And he would also mix the perfect things he loved so much. And that was work and fun and being with somebody with great influence like yourself. And I know that on the top of his mind was the war in Iran. I know you're going to be talking about that today with the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. And we hear that you're talking right now with leaders on Iran. But Iran has come out publicly and said, we're not talking to the U.S. We're
Well,
going to
they
pause
just
as
came
long
out
as they're
and said
paused.
we are talking a little while ago because
So could
always
you tell me who
bothered
you're talking to,
that,
Mr. President?
For some reason, we can be in the midst of a beautiful discussion, and they'll come out and say, we're not talking, or we didn't discuss nuclear. Well, that's all we discussed because they'll never have a nuclear weapon. They understand that. And we have had some very good talks, and very interesting with Lindsey. He was very much a hawk, as you would say, on Iran. And over the last few weeks, I would say that he became like, if you could make a deal, it's better making a deal in this case than just destroying the rest of the country. We've destroyed most of it, frankly. But he was somebody that said it's a good time to make a deal, nice time to make a deal.
What does a good deal look like?
Now, I wouldn't say necessarily he feels that way about Ukraine. He's very militant about. I mean, Lindsey liked war, to be honest with you, okay? And I said, you're a nice guy. How come you like war so much? He was a guy that liked war. I jokingly say, and there's nothing funny about it, but he's never seen a war that he didn't like. He was very much into that. And, for good reason. He felt that way. Some other people feel that way. But he was very much, very strong on the military. And I built a great military, and he helped me. We built it during my first term, and we use it now. But I built a great military.
His sister Darlene was interviewed recently. You probably saw that with Sean Hannity, and she said he didn't love war. He loved peace, and he loved the end of war, but sometimes war is necessary. You say that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. There are reports now that Netanyahu is going to talk to you about ongoing excavation at Pickaxe Mountain, construction vehicles entering and exiting tunnels, paving new access roads. Satellite imagery and intel indicates that Iran is actively constructing and fortifying Pickaxe Mountain. How will we respond?
Well, I don't need Bibi to tell me that. Bibi's telling me that because he wants me to stay involved. I mean, I don't necessarily. We have the finest, because of Space Force, we have the greatest cameras in the world focused on. We know exactly what's going on. But, no, I heard Bibi announce that. I said, why don't you just tell it to me? Why do you have to announce it to the world? I know exactly what's going on at Pickaxe. It's not a big problem. We took out their nuclear sites, and we'll have to take out Pickaxe if we don't make a deal. If we don't make a deal, we'll take it out very easily.
Right. And so, Mr. President, Netanyahu, as you said, you know exactly what he's going to say. Mr. President, we got to keep this war going. At the same time, I know that there are Republican officials in Washington, D.C. who have an eye on November, and they're going, Mr. President, you got to wrap it up. So you got two different messages. Wrap it up, keep going. Wrap it up, keep going.
Well, I have a third message because I have many Republicans that want me to keep going and do it. I mean, we pounded the hell out of them. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. Their Army's been really badly mortified. So many other, you look at their defense, their air defense, it's gone. All of their radar is gone. Most of their weaponry is gone. Most of their manufacturing is gone. And you look, but I have some Republicans said, well, why don't we hit them harder? So, it's like at some point. So you have a lot of competing factions. You have a group of people that wanted to be obliterated in the truest sense of the word. Then you have a group that says this is actually a good time to make a deal for them. If they don't make a deal, then I go back and I finish the job. But that's going to take them forever to rebuild. Already, it'll take them many years to ever to rebuild. And if I go back and finish up the job, as some people would like, with the bridges, with the very easy. I could take out most of their bridges in less than an hour. Less than an hour. But, it takes them 10 years to build a bridge. Bridges take the longest, and power plants are second. I can knock out the power plants. Within one day, all of their power plants would be gone. And I let them know that, with negotiations. They said, look, people want me to do that. I think I get almost the same thing out of it as doing it. But the problem is they'll never be able to, I think about 91 million people. Without power, without bridges, would have to live. And it's a very, very delicate balance. Yeah. So I think we have a very strong position right now. They know I'm going to do that if they don't make a deal. The bridges are going to be gone. Literally in less than, I would say in 2 hours, most of the bridges, the major bridges will all be gone. And the power plants in one day. And, if I can avoid doing that, I'd like to do that. The hardest thing to build is a power plant. The longest thing to build is a bridge. Takes a long time to rebuild and build bridges. And that's what I used to do for a living, construction. It takes years to build these things. And, and knock them out in 1 hour, and it takes many years. It really decimates a country. So those are the two big things. And then there's always the desalinization plants. And who am I hurting there? I'm hurting the people. So I'm not looking to do that. I just want, very simply, they cannot have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. And they've agreed to that, essentially. We have to get them to, make it formal. Right. But they've agreed to it.
How do you
and
feel
why wouldn't they? Tell me, why wouldn't they?
Well, look, no one can figure out the Iranians. It's been 50 years. So pickaxe.
Well, 50 years, you're right about that. And for 50 years, other presidents should have done this job, and they never did anything. Obama actually paid him billions of dollars, the opposite. He thought he could bribe his way into friendship, and they went out and tried to develop nuclear missiles and nuclear weapons from it. So, for 50 years, every single president should have done something, or other countries, you could say, too, not just the United States. It's always the United States. But for 50 years, other presidents, they kept saying 47, 47. So it's really 50 because they've been saying 47 years for 3 years. But for 50 years, other presidents should have done this job. Would have been a lot easier. There would have been less competence. Well, now, when I took out General Soleimani, my first term, that set them back because I think they would have fought in a different manner. I'll tell you what, if he were around, maybe he would have had the nuclear. We stopped the nuclear with the B-2, and I stopped it also when I terminated that horrible deal made by Obama. They call it the Iran nuclear deal. It was the worst, dumbest deal. It was a road to a nuclear weapon. And if they had a nuclear weapon, you wouldn't have Israel around. Frankly, if I weren't president of the United States, Israel today would not exist.
So it's been said by military people, you know better, that for the 14 days that you hit him was relatively surgical. It was focused basically around the strait. But to amp it up, you needed more of your material in the region, and it's arrived. Has Admiral Cooper given you the type of plan that you believe will be effective in essentially destroying their nuclear, stopping their funding of proxies, as well as their ballistic program? Have you seen that on paper?
Well, it's already
as it
been mostly done. Look, we have a blockade up there right now, and only ships that we want to get through. Iran doesn't control the strait. We control the strait. Now, they can drop a couple of mines in there and screw things up, but we control the strait. Our Navy is incredible. Not one ship has gotten to Iran during any time where we had the blockade. So we had the blockade. Right. We had the confines of a deal. I set the blockade back, but I didn't take it away. The ships were not far away.
But ships are not getting through now.
And then I had to bring it back. But no, this is done with the Admiral. He's great. This is all done with the Admiral. He's a great guy. General Raising Cane.
Mr. President, are we right that the no merchant ships are getting through right now, maybe 3 or 4 a day when you need about 100?
The only ones that get through are the ones that we want to get through. They're the only ships that get through, Brian. We have a blockade that's so powerful that nobody can get through. They tried. 3 or 4 of them tried over the last week. But, we opened the blockade because we had the confines of a deal. So we did it. And then we put it back because they broke the deal. They break the deal. We cannot have them break deals anymore.
Right. Mr. President, let's talk about the Fauci diaries. Senator Rand Paul released more than 1,000 pages of this private typed diary entries, many of them of Dr. Anthony Fauci during COVID. He was saying one thing in his diary entry, saying something else publicly. For instance, the origin of COVID. He was saying it was from the wet market, not the Wuhan lab. He was writing something different. He was saying he never talked about closing schools. He's writing that he talked to Cuomo and he talked to Gavin Newsom about closing schools in New York and in California. So a tale of two different things, and he's going to be in front of Congress tomorrow testifying. What is your reaction to this? What is your takeaway?
Well, if you remember early on when it first came, I always said it came from the Wuhan labs. I never changed my tune on that. I think he said something different. He was a much bigger player in the Biden administration. I grew tired of him. He was... You remember that, he wanted to close everything down. I allowed it to be up to the governors, and most or many of the Republican governors didn't want to close. And, being somewhat of a federalist, the federalist theory is let the governors make the decision, and we let them. The blue states were mostly closed, and the red states were open, or they started to open very fast. So the Republicans actually did a very, very good job having to do with that. And we did a great job with Operation Warp Speed. I never got the credit that we should have gotten. I got a lot of credit for a lot of things, to be honest. The military, the rebuilding, all the things we've done. The economy, we had the best economy in the history of our country in my first term. This is going to be better. As soon as this little situation gets worked out, I believe it's going to be better. It already is better. We're hitting, just today, we're hitting new stock market highs every single day. We're up to almost 80 of them, 80 days in a year and a half. 80 days hit new stock market highs. 401ks are the highest they've ever been. So, I mean, we have an amazing economy. And frankly, when this gets done, there'll be nothing to compete. We had the best economy of any president ever in my first term. I believe this is going to blow it away.
Mr. President, you also get credit for Operation Warp Speed, which got a lot of critical stuff that we needed at the time to the American people. In this,
thank you, Steve, for that.
Oh,
Steve,
absolutely.
Thank you. You know, Operation Warp Speed is considered one of the greatest things that anybody has ever seen a president do, and a lot of people say that, but they don't say it publicly, and I appreciate you saying it.
No, you get credit.
And I like your son, okay? I like your son.
You always keep him on his toes, I'll just say that. So, Mr. President, so given the fact that, you were heavily invested because that was at the end of your first term with COVID, in this private journals, he has some very unkind things to say about you. He disagreed with your approach, was different than his. Because
he wanted to close everything down, and I didn't.
Absolutely. But given what you know now...
Had I taken his advice, the whole country would have been closed down, and much of the country was open because I didn't close it down. What I did do, though, is with Operation Warp Speed, is we got things done that nobody's ever seen in terms of all of the gear necessary, and we learned that the cupboards were bare. When I took over, we had none of this. We didn't have the ventilators.
I know.
We didn't have anything. We ended up becoming the #1 ventilator producer, and we were supplying ventilators to other countries by the time we got going, and we did a great job. No, but I was not a believer because he said everybody has to wear a mask. Then he said don't wear a mask. You remember it was a whole thing. Wear them, don't wear them. I said, what are you doing? He started off saying don't wear them. Then he said wear them. Then he said don't wear them. And I lost a lot of respect for him during the period of time. Right. But I inherited him. He's been there since the 1980s. I mean, he was a guy that was there that I inherited. And with time, I didn't mind him. I didn't find him to be bad, personally as a person. But I didn't agree with what he was saying or what he was doing. And when Biden came in, he inherited him, and he gave him a tremendously high position. And then he gave him a pardon.
He did indeed. And, I think we all thought there was a lot of science behind what he was saying and maybe not so much. But, Mr. President, if you would have known then what you know now, would you have fired him?
Well, I would have fired him. But, again, I didn't listen to him. So when he was with Biden, he was like the God. When he was with me, he wasn't even close. And I wasn't very close to him. I dealt with him very little. I didn't agree with many of the things he said. No, he wanted to close up everything. Look at all the states that remained open. Those states remained open. He wanted everything closed. And it just turned out that closing wasn't so good because, it's very interesting. Some of the states that fared the worst in terms of the spread were actually closed. Okay, explain that. Nobody can explain that.
He did more damage than anybody else.
They did a lot of damage in a lot of different ways.
So Mr. President, with the economy, that's going to be your focus. That was your focus yesterday in the midterms in Michigan. Are you worried that the tariffs that you put forward over the last couple of days will hurt the economy as they adjust in bringing manufacturing home?
No, because it's bringing hundreds of billions of dollars. I was at General Motors yesterday. They have the best year. They have the most trucks, the most cars. The tariffs have saved General Motors. What I've done to the auto business, what I've done to the chip business, we have chip companies now building hundreds of billions of dollars worth of chip plants in Arizona, the biggest chip company of its kind in the world. I mean, the biggest company there is in the chip world is building a $400 billion plant. We're going to end up with 40 to 50% of the chip business from nothing in a year and a half from now. No, the tariffs have, it's a shame that I have to go harder way for the tariffs because the Supreme Court, in a very close decision, ruled against me. Now I have other ways of doing the same thing, but it's a more cumbersome way of doing it. But the tariffs have made this country a fortune. It made the country rich, and I stopped 8 wars. I would say 5 of them because of tariffs. The threat of tariffs stopped India and Pakistan from going into a nuclear war. The threat of tariffs stopped numerous other countries from going to war. These tariffs, it's the greatest thing, and only the really smart people or the people that are non-political and that get it talk about it. The Democrats know how good it's been. We have the hottest car business. We're right now building more car plants that at any time in our history, Toyota just left Mexico. They're building, they just announced, they're building a $12 billion worth of plants in the United States, all because they want to avoid tariffs. They have no tariffs if they build their product here.
Yeah. So the USMCA, are you looking to update that?
I don't care. I mean, I don't really want to. I'd rather be independent. Here's the thing. Mexico and Canada need us. We don't need them. The deal is important for them. It's not important for us.
Okay, Mr. President, thank you so much. I know you're speaking at Lindsey Graham's funeral this morning. We're going to be carrying that. Our coverage starts at 1 o'clock.
Why is it that every time the libtards come onto my channel, they always say lies, 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 they say. These people never leer. They never leer. I'm going to show you a meme that I think is very interesting. I want you to watch the logic of the left. This is just the way that I see things, and well, this meme just seemed to capture just the way that they think. And I'm not much for memes. I really am not much for memes. But you can't deny this one. Check this out. Look at that. Make that make sense. Go ahead and tell me why Mondani and every other Muslim follower, why do they think like that? Go ahead. Tell me that I'm lying. Tell me that I'm lying so that I can play a video for you of these guys saying it themselves. Love the closed border myself. Steve, you don't know me. If you're new to my channel, do some research yourself. Go ahead. Tell me all about it. Here we go. War criminal, Bibi Netanyahu. A lot of retarded Americans don't support Israel. I get it. I get it. But talk to me. You want to make fun of my accent? By all means. You know how many accents we have in American English? If you don't speak, even the Brits, even the UK, okay, they have accents, different English accents. Oh no, that's a fact. It's a meme, but that's a fact. They even dress like them. I know. This guy, I don't know where the hell these guys have been hiding or living under. But it's like, for them to say that this meme, whether you think it's a cartoon or whatever, to say that this is not true, you are a moron. I believe that if you stand for the American rights and you put American citizens before illegal immigrants, I believe you're a Republican. I believe that if you stand for communism, women with penises. If you don't know what a woman is, I believe you are a libtard. I believe that if you stand for open borders, you are a libtard. I believe that if you believe that the cartel boats full of drugs were fishing boats, you are a libtard. I believe that if you don't know what socialism or communism is, you are a libtard. Oh, man. I believe that if you think that this meme is not true, you are a libtard. Oh, my goodness. I have a couple of things here that I want to share with you. Let's see. Let me see if I got that link. Let me see if I still have my link. Let's see here. Hassan Piker, a libtard.
What an honor to be here. Thank you so much for having me, College Democrats of America. It's a great honor to be here in the heart of the American empire, in the belly of the beast, speaking to the future activists of the Democratic Party, but as an outsider.
A lot of Democrats left, just so you know, a lot of Democrats left this moron's speech dressed like a communist. This entitled Muslim dressed like a communist. Real American Democrats don't support that. So the misconception that libtards are only Democrats is not true. You can be a Republican, an independent, or a Democrat, and you can still be a libtard. The mentality, the mindset doesn't change. You can call yourself whatever you want, but it doesn't change the facts.
A home. All the while, the world's wealthiest man sits around tweeting racist screeds and unfunny jokes as people grow his net worth into the trillions.
Love it. He's talking about rich people. Isn't that crazy? He's growing his racist comments, says the anti-Semitic, the Jew-hating fucking hypocrite, who the Muslim Democrats support, by the way. This is the guy that claims to be an American, the same communist garbage Muslim infidel that says that capitalist blood should be running through the streets. This is the kind of libtard that if you vote for them, you are also a libtard. He comes in here almost dressing like a damn Nazi. By the way, if you are new to my channel and you don't know what a Nazi is, it is a national Democrat. Democrats are Nazis. Interestingly enough, Democrats are also the creators of the KKK, which really bothers me to even say it. Why are Democrats even Democrats anymore? I just don't get it. I don't get it. Why are you still a Democrat? The Democratic Party stands for garbage. It stands for un-American values. They stand for illegal immigrants. They stand to abolish this country. I don't make it up. These are the candidates that you are voting for. People that want to abolish the police, want to let all prisoners out of prisons. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. It is the truth. It is crazy to me that people today, after everything that we have seen, not just what we know from history, but what we have seen ourselves today, you are still calling yourself a Democrat. Not too long ago, I went down to Hawaii. You guys remember that? A lot of you guys remember that. I went to Hawaii. I made a little funny comment, homeless in Hawaii. Well, kind of. That was not so far from the truth. Mr. Mikey sent me $1,000 so that I can get 3 nights at a hotel and get some food. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You guys know that. Yes, it was a loan, but nonetheless, he sent it. All right? But I appreciate it. Now, I made a live, and I think I shared it on a video, right? And I talked about how beautiful Hawaii is. What's crazy is this. I was in Honolulu, Hawaii. I think, there's other islands, right? I wish I could go and visit, to be honest. But I was in Honolulu, Hawaii. And I thought, what a beautiful place to be. It's no joke. Like, you can literally be homeless in Hawaii, and you're okay. I know, I'm not giving you advice. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't want to do that. But I can tell you, it's so beautiful. Hawaii, but fudge, man, for Pete's sakes. Hawaii is gorgeous. I can't believe how beautiful Hawaii is. But if you're homeless and you have no means to take care of yourself, you will be a drug addict. You will go crazy, and you will almost look like a Democrat today here in America. I know that's crazy to say, but but anyways, I'm going somewhere with this. I thought Hawaii was beautiful. Hawaii was gorgeous. And I mentioned some things about Hawaii. And some of those things are that it's so easy to have the mentality of homelessness, because it truly is gorgeous. It truly is beautiful. But there's a fact that we must take into consideration. Drugs, temptations, diseases. You lose certain values that has taken us hundreds, if not thousands of years to become civilized. And I talk about real estate. I talk about taxes. What is crazy is Hawaii is an island. I can understand why prices might be a little bit higher, right? Import, everything import. Plus, touristic. Beautiful place to be. It really is. And I compare the prices in Hawaii, which are very expensive, to the prices here in Washington State. Now, the one thing that I told you that these places have in common is corrupted Democrat politicians. Interestingly enough, Tulsi Gabbard was probably one of the very few who was actually good, and she turned out to be a Republican. That is crazy right there. That is crazy. I hope she's doing good with her husband, to be honest. I haven't heard anything about her husband or her family. Prayers to the Gabbard family. But with that being said, I talk about real estate. And I was like, every Democrat politician, I know we can all agree that at some point we will agree that politicians are liars. Career politicians, they're hard to trust. I get it. But I mentioned that Hawaii has been abused by corrupted politicians. They happen to be Democrats. That's what people vote for. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. So I talk about real estate and how they make it very, very, very hard for businesses to thrive. There is almost no incentive for businesses to thrive in Hawaii. And the people get screwed. They wonder why it's almost an affordable state. They wonder why native Hawaiians can't afford to live in their own native island. It's crazy. It's crazy. So with that being said, let me go ahead and play some Hawaii news for you. Let's see what they say about Hawaii. Let's see what they say about Hawaii.
And that breaking news first at 5, criminal indictments of the political corruption probe that's shaken the state capitol.
An Oahu grand jury indicted 5 people this afternoon, including Lieutenant Governor Sylvia Luke. She's been on unpaid leave since April. Now she's charged with conspiracy to commit bribery and falsifying election documents.
The 4 others indicted are Ryan Yamane, the former director of the Department of Human Services, Ford Fuchigami, the DOT Airports Administrator, Leo Ascension Jr., the former Hawaii Public Utilities Commission Chair, and lobbyist and businessman Toby Solodom. The AG's Special Investigation and Prosecution Division has been working the case since January.
From the outset of this investigation, I have repeated that we have a commitment to following the facts to where they lead, no matter how long it takes to get there. The SIPD has been working tremendously hard over the last 6 months to get us here.
At this point, I would remind the public that these are merely allegations. Our criminal system is based upon the presumption of innocence.
Sylvia Luke's bail was set at $80,000. She already turned herself in to be booked at the Sheriff's Division. The indictments dropped this afternoon after a grand jury proceeding that lasted hours.
Arlene Kawana was there and starts our team coverage from Circuit Court.
The witnesses started arriving early, even before the grand jury courtroom opened. Our cameras were there as former State Representative Ty Cullen arrived to testify with his attorney. He was inside the grand jury room for just over an hour. Cullen served a 2-year sentence in federal prison for bribery-related crimes. He became a witness for the FBI and in 2022 was wearing a wire to record a dinner he had with then-candidate for Lieutenant Governor Sylvia Luke. Also in attendance at the dinner, Toby Solodom, a lobbyist who made millions through COVID-19 tests. Solodom's daughter, Kristen Pai, was also at the dinner. Pai was the second person to testify Friday morning. She wore dark sunglasses as she left the grand jury room with her attorney. After Pai was former Campaign Spending Commission Deputy Tony Balderramo. His testimony only took about 20 minutes. Kathy Ross, a Department of Health leader, followed. She spent about 45 minutes testifying. After that, the last person who took the most time, he was there for hours, a witness from the feds. Sources tell me he was there to assist with the details from the federal investigation. At about 2:30 this afternoon, the grand jury returns were read in court by the Deputy Attorneys General.
Ms. Luke has been indicted with criminal conspiracy to commit bribery, as well as falsifying candidate committee reports. We note that she has a high-ranking governmental position, as we all know.
Bail was set for Luke at $80,000. The defendants are all charged with bribery or conspiracy to commit bribery. There are also counts for falsifying election documents. Warrants were issued for the defendants. Toby Solodom is in the Philippines. It's unclear if he's going to come back on his own to face the charges or if he will be brought back by law enforcement. I'm Lynn Kawano, Hawaii News Now.
All right.
Very much, Lynn. And we are learning much more than we did just an hour ago, including allegations of cash bribes to 2 of the defendants.
Our Daryl Huff's been going through the indictment that was just released. What are we learning, Daryl?
Kahi and Stephanie, this indictment lays out allegations that were actually more serious than the rumors we heard before. It does not allege Luke took cash, but 2 others, State Representative Yamane and then legislative aide Fuchigami, allegedly took cash payments from Toby Solodom. Solodom was engineering emergency COVID testing for the Kidney Foundation. It depended on the state getting $54 million from the federal government. He needed lawmakers to pressure the health department to do emergency funding at the beginning of 2021. The indictment has a transcript of the infamous tape of the meeting between Ty Cullen and Sylvia Luke and Soledad, when he gives Luke two $5,000 campaign donations and promises up to $70,000 more for the campaign. She agrees to help push for the testing program. The stunning part is that State House Health Chair Ryan Yamani allegedly took cash money numerous times, over $1,000 increments, in envelopes from Soledad. He later touted the testing program. And Soledad also allegedly paid Ford Fujigami $7,000, who the indictment says was working for the Senate Ways and Means Committee at the time. The indictment said all these were a conspiracy to commit bribery. I spoke to several experts and supporters of the investigation before they heard these details, but they were still impressed by the investigation.
I'm assuming that the investigation is not necessarily over. Because most times when it goes as deep as it did, you normally have other people who are participants in this scheme. It also raises an interesting issue because a lot of this was campaign donation related, and it kind of opens a Pandora's box because I'm pretty certain a lot of the politicians who receive campaign contributions look favorable to doing something to help the donors.
Alex Silver, you've been following this, pursuing this, advocating for this investigation for a long time. How does it feel to see the size and scale of this case at this stage?
Well, we still don't know how large and big this is going to be. It can certainly grow from what we see today, but it is satisfying that there seems to be some sort of resolution moving forward. I really don't think it's over yet.
We knew at some point that the house of cards would fall and crumble, and that's what we're seeing today. It was not about any particular individual, it was about the process. And I'm thankful that the Attorney General has done her investigation.
As we've reported before, Soledad was already under investigation by the feds when Cullen got caught taking money from Milton Choi, a partner of Soledad. And then Cullen turned into a witness. Now it's up to the state and feds to decide how to get Soledad, who has been in the Philippines and is probably not anxious to return. Daryl Huff, Hawaii News Now.
There you go. Even in Hawaii. Well, it just happened to be that is a blue state. I get it. It just happened to be a blue state. I get it. But this COVID-19 was so fabricated by Democrats. Allow them to cheat and steal from the American people. They didn't do anything about the Epstein files. Now, for some of you morons that keep saying that Trump was mentioned in the Epstein files millions of times, he's the whistleblower. They don't like him. There is no proof of any type of conviction on there. None. No proof. Maybe there is some other people on there, but not Trump. Period. They can talk about him all they want, but there's nothing in there to convict him. And I'll be honest, I don't like the fact that there is people being protected, whether Republicans or Democrats. I don't give a shit. I want everybody prosecuted that is guilty. Period. I don't have proof, so I can't blame Trump. I don't like to raise accusations. But let's be clear. Everything that has gone around is from the Biden administration. President Trump says, he said, open the schools. It's ridiculous. Democrats says no. They said no. Democrats like to shut government down. Democrats were telling you to stay closed doors while they were out there feasting and partying with their friends. Isn't that fucking convenient? It should piss you off. It should really piss you off. Has nothing to do with me supporting Trump. It's all about America. It's about America. If you think that we're still lying, you're a fucking retard. Because we told you there was fraud in Minnesota, and you dumb-ass people kept saying we're lying. And what do we have now? COVID-19 subsidies were being abused. Even Ilhan Omar's sister is involved. The whole family is involved, and your nincompoops on the left continue your delusional lies. Calling it truth. It is unbelievable. I have never, ever experienced so much stupidity from the left. I didn't know there was so much stupidity in this world. It's crazy. Illegal immigrants have been abusing the subsidies. I kid you not. We've gone all the way to Hawaii. That's right. The Democratic Party is being found out of all their criminal activities. Unbelievable. They even brought a fugitive who committed fraud and stole $32 million from the American people. She moved to Jamaica. Well, she's back in Florida now. She flew to Jamaica, took some nice, lavish living in Jamaica with the taxpayers' dollars. She got found out. And libtards still say we lie. Interesting. Susan, I don't know what medications you're on, but you got to stop doing coke. You got to put the crack pipe down, Susan. I don't know what the hell you're saying sometimes. Oh, man. I'm telling you, they call us liars. They say we're criminals, maggots, etc. But they are the ones being found out that with criminality. I find it interesting that they also want to say, oh, what about Trump and the administration? What about their criminal activities and all? But, man, shut the hell up. Nothing has been proven against Trump. Over a decade of bullshit from the left side, and they still haven't given me anything that I can speak about. But we got proof, not 10 years, within a year, within months. We are finding out that all these corrupted Democrats are committing fraud, as we knew all along. And let's be honest, they are hella mad at us because we're always telling the truth. And we were right about everything. Whether they like me or not is irrelevant. So, Susan, you're the one putting words in Spanish. It was only legitimate to call you a crackhead. That's racist, Dennis. It's racist. Don't say that. Fatima, what the hell did you just wrote? We don't speak your language. This guy came into the wrong channel. This guy came to the wrong channel speaking some damn Arabic. Oh, man. I'll tell you what. Let's go ahead and move on. All right? We already know the Democrats are a bunch of liars. They are hypocrites. They are no longer Democrats. They are hypocrites. Oh, man. Unbelievable. Can you believe this, Donald? These people say I'm lying, I'm a liar, blah, blah, blah. Said American families since 1776. How about you? Me too. Every American citizen has that. You can't say shit. Yeah, I know, right? 1776, and you still don't know how to fucking support your country. Very interesting. 1776 right here as well. I am 250 years old American, just like you. How about that? On other news, let's give the Democrats a break here. Let's give them a break. Let's go ahead and let's see what Faulkner has to. No, not Faulkner. Harris. We're going to go ahead and play Harris for a little bit. But wait, first I want to know what the hell Hamas posted. This is driving me crazy, and I gotta see it. So bear with me.
Représentant d'Israël. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank Mr. Abakarov for his briefing. It has been over 8 months since this council passed Resolution 2803. It established...
Oh, this guy has an accent. This guy has an accent. We got to deport him from this channel.
...a path forward for Gaza. The Board of Peace was created to set the stage for a new, non-radical leadership. Countries have contributed to the International Stabilization Force. Aid is getting in at levels not seen since 2023. But while Israel upholds its end of the deal, the main problem remains: Hamas has refused to disarm. But Hamas doesn't feel any pressure because the UN and this council refuse to call them out, to weaken them, to pressure them. I quote Mr. Mladenov, the High Representative for Gaza on the Board of Peace. I quote, "Every week without agreement is paid for by the population of Gaza, not by those refusing to agree to it. While this council has failed to pressure Hamas to accept the Board of Peace roadmap, the people of Gaza suffer. And not only that, this council still refuses to designate Hamas as a terrorist organization." This month we saw these problems in practice. The UN released a statement. It implied Hamas stormed a food distribution plant in Jabalia, and that they assaulted 2 truck drivers at a World Food Program warehouse. The statement described, and I quote, "an increasingly dangerous pattern of intimidation, violence, and obstruction." Good morning, United Nations. This is what we have been telling you for years. But this statement, it was missing something. The statement mentions, quote, "armed personnel." It mentions de facto authorities. It says this group is placing humanitarian workers at risk and disrupting the delivery of life-saving assistance. I looked very carefully. I searched paragraph by paragraph for the name of this group. I could not find it. This statement is missing Hamas. They are not mentioned even once. And I ask myself, why? Why can't the UN call Hamas by name? Is the Secretary General telling you not to do that? Is the UN afraid? Afraid to say Hamas? Afraid of the governments that fund Hamas terrorism? This failure to call out terrorists by name and designate them must end now. For years we talked about Hamas's efforts to sabotage, prevent, and block humanitarian aid. But instead of taking action, this council wastes its time repeating Hamas propaganda that Israel limits aid and starves civilians, that Israel closes border crossing, and that Israel does not comply with Resolution 2803 and Phase 1 of the 20-point plan. Just take a look at the new IPC report that examined the nutritional situation in Gaza. The report documents humanitarian improvements. Food insecurity is decreasing in every part of the Strip. But Israel, we still have reservations about this report. The report, unfortunately, must repeat the Hamas propaganda. It must reach the same alarmist conclusions, that there is food crisis in Gaza. The report claims the aid getting into Gaza is not enough, but that is not true. It is a lie, because the projections are based on a flawed reporting process, incomplete sources of information, and anti-Israel bias. This month, an Israeli report showed the humanitarian situation in Gaza is stable. Over 600 aid trucks are entering Gaza per day, not 100 like the IPC report says, delivering over 1.8 million tons of food since the ceasefire began. This is above the World Food Programme's benchmark of 80,000 tons per month. And you know what? We can argue about which report is more accurate. But the most reliable indicator that food security is improving, food prices have decreased by over 70%. No one can argue with that. That means more families can access and purchase food at reasonable rates. The medical situation is improving as well. 18,000 tons of medicine and medical equipment have entered Gaza since the ceasefire began, and hospital capacity is up 50% since September. Israel is not just making progress on aid. On Sunday, the Israeli Security Cabinet approved the initial entry of the International Stabilization Force into Gaza, so we can start a pilot project for reconstruction in Rafah, creating a humanitarian zone without Hamas control. Mr. President, despite the complicated situation, Israel has been facilitating humanitarian assistance into Gaza. I'm sure that, like every month, we will hear today remarks regarding the entrance of dual-use items into Gaza. Items that can be used for humanitarian purposes and for terrorist activities. We know what happens when these dual-use items get into Hamas's hands. Look at this picture. Hamas posted this video. You can find it online. It's a picture of the video. You can see Hamas terrorists digging up water pipes and turning them into rockets. And the absurd that they actually put that video, that they're taking the water pipes and actually transforming them into rockets. Still, many members of this council call for Israel to let all of these items in, without understanding the consequences of the reality on the ground. Our policy was not designed to make things harder for the people in Gaza. It is to prevent Hamas from rearming. We work with the UN, with NGOs to find alternatives, and we make exceptions when necessary. But as long as Hamas is in Gaza, there will be restrictions. Let's admit it. With Hamas in power, there is no future for Gaza. I now speak directly to Hamas. The ball is in your court. Either you disarm, either you give up power voluntarily, or Israel will do what is necessary. Mr. President, if we needed a reminder of Hamas's intentions, we were reminded this month. Hamas elected a new leader, Khalil al-Haya, as its next chairman. They elected one of the architects of October 7th as its new leader. He's an arch-terrorist. Do you remember him? He was in Doha on October 7th, front and center on video with Ismail Haniyeh, the former chairman of Hamas. He watched the terrorists invade Israel and kill innocent civilians. He was proud of it. He celebrated it. He cheered them on. After he was elected, the vice president of the moderate Palestinian Authority called to congratulate him. And look what happened on Friday. A terrorist in Samaria killed 2 Israelis and injured 3 more. They murdered Bnayahu Melet, a 32-year-old agriculture director, and they murdered Major Yuval Ezra, a 27-year-old IDF commander. Hamas not only praised the attack, they called for more violence. Mr. President, let us examine the irony in this council. Look at the list in front of you, at the country that will speak today. Some of these countries are hosting Hamas as we speak, both their military and political leadership. They are facilitating their banking infrastructure, and they are giving them the oxygen they need to survive. Today they will come here, will sit here, and they will call for a new future for Gaza. But at the same time, they embolden the terrorist organization that holds the people of Gaza hostage. So maybe you should ask them, when the representatives of Turkey will sit here later today, or Qatar, ask them if they allow Hamas banking to function in their countries, if they allow transfers to different banks in the world, before they tell us what should happen in Gaza. Mr. President, while Israel is fighting terrorism at home, New York is becoming the latest battlefield. Last week, Mayor Mamdani accused our Prime Minister of being a war criminal and accused our nation of committing genocide. Hours later, a Jewish man walked out of his synagogue on the Upper West Side. He was stabbed by a radical who yelled, "Allahu Akbar." When the mayor of New York City uses his microphone to demonize Israel, terrorists with weapons get the message. Some attack with guns, some attack with screwdrivers, some attack with lies. It is all the same, because it all leads to the same result: violence against Jews. Mr. President, Israel understands the challenges of a democracy fighting against terrorism. Israel knows what we have to do if Hamas will not disarm. The question is, what will you do? This council should also take action. You should designate Hamas as a terrorist organization, and you should sanction Hamas so they cannot fund their crimes. This council should not be afraid to use those tools, but until now, this council has failed to fulfill its responsibilities, and not just with Hamas. You have not designated the Houthis. You have not designated Hezbollah. You have not designated the IRGC. Designate them now. You have the responsibility. You have the authority. Mr. President, to conclude, Israel has set a realistic path forward. We know what's going on in Gaza. Hamas is refusing to disarm. They are refusing to comply with the Board of Peace, and they are refusing to implement Resolution 2803. Hamas continues to choose smuggling over aid, violence over progress, and terror over peace. But now Hamas has lost the chance to choose, because they have shown the world that they don't want to change. Israel will ensure that Hamas will be disarmed. Israel will not wait forever. We understand that if we do not disarm Hamas, no one else will. It is our responsibility to ensure that Hamas can never again threaten the people of Israel, and we will fulfill that responsibility. Now this council has its work cut out for itself. It is time for action. Designate Hamas, sanction Hamas, and prevent Hamas terrorism once and for all. Thank you.
Je remercie le représentant d'Israël pour sa déclaration. Je donne maintenant la parole aux membres du Conseil qui souhaitent faire une déclaration. Je donne la parole à la représentante des États-Unis.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to Deputy Special Coordinator Alec Baroff for sharing your views. Colleagues, earlier this month, representatives from the Board of Peace and the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, the NCAG, met in Cyprus. We thank Cyprus for hosting this meeting, which showcased how our partners will continue.
Maintenant la parole au représentant de la Chine.
主席女士，我感谢阿拉克鲍罗夫副特别
Barov for his briefing. The situation in the Middle East continues to escalate, with hotspot issues affecting one another, casting a shadow of conflict over the entire region. Restoring peace is
Thank you for the muted advice. Even my troll haters love to hear me talk. Sorry about that. I had to do a shake, so I had to mute the mic so you guys can't hear all the noise. I apologize. No good deed goes unpunished. That's how it goes. Now, I'm going to share a couple of things here. Now, remember this. Now, I like Mohammed. Mohammed is a good kid. He's a good kid. His friends, however, are a little bit too crazy for me, okay? They're crazy. Now, this is a story, and I hope that that you guys can actually read this on the device that you're watching it, okay? Listen to this. Iranians clash with executioners in first protest since Khamenei's death. This is a credit to Vahid Online Telegram. Check this out. Iranian demonstrators clashed with security forces in an attempt to stop the execution of 2 men arrested during the unrest that swept the country in January. Now, I don't know if all Iranians are Muslims or what the religions over there are, but this is something that I know that these terrorist Muslims, extremists do. Now, the only reason why I don't support Muslim or Islam at all, well, there's 3 reasons, but the 2 main reasons, it's Allah is God, but it's not the God. Allah to me is Satan, because everything that comes out of the Quran is about sexual immorality, sexual perversion. You don't believe me? Don't take my word for it. Go read it for yourself. And they want to control and destroy everybody else that doesn't believe what they believe. With that being said, a lot of people are ignorant and they want to be Muslim because they think it's just a traditional religion like Christianity, like Buddhists, right? Like Buddhist, whatever, you know, and that's the problem. I think that's a big problem. So let me go ahead and continue to read this story for you guys. Okay, Mr. Reed, how are you, sir? Good to see you on here. It is the first significant public protest since that upheaval and the war that killed Ali Khamenei, the former supreme leader. Videos shared on social media showed a crane erected in his Fahans al-Kihani Square. I don't know. Ignore my pronunciation. Where the executions were carried out in public. Crowds gathered there through the night to try to prevent them. Gunshots could be heard in some footage. Other clips showed riot police from the Islamic Republic's special units deployed with motorcycles and armored vehicles and heavy weapons, moving to disperse the crowd. Demonstrators fled as officers pursued them. The gatherings began on Monday night after images of the gallows circulated online and families of those condemned in the case assembled at the square. Witnesses said security forces fired paintball rounds and tear gas at the crowd and that snipers were positioned in the area. Some footage showed green laser dots trained on demonstrators, a marker that in past Iranian crackdowns has signaled security forces taking aim. In one video, a bystander shouts, "Don't hit him," as officers use a stun gun on a protester. That's nothing new. It is what it is. I get it. In others, the crowd chants, "Shameless, shameless," at the security forces. Internet access in Isfahan was also disrupted. Now, I want you to distinguish a difference here. ICE agents are federal agents enforcing immigration laws that tells us that they need to get illegal immigrants out of our country. It's not talking about legal or Americans. It's therefore to get rid of illegal immigrants. These are actually Iranians. These are actually Iranian people being hurt, being abused by the Iranian regime. Muslim terrorist extremists. I hope I said that right. Despite the protests, the two men, Fazel Zepahi and Amir Hossein Safari, were hanged. The judiciary, man, this language is killing my tongue right now. The judiciary-linked Mizan News Agency reported. The case stems from the events of January 8th, when, according to Iran's judiciary, 4 security personnel were killed in Isfahan's Maleksars Shahar's district. The judiciary said that the staff were attacked with rocks, stripped and tied to a sign, and burned alive in what it called a rare, horrific crime. Man, I can't read these Middle Eastern names, man. It's crazy. State-aligned outlets published a brief video capture at a distance. They said showed the officers' bodies burning. Though the footage was unclear and the figures in it could not be identified. The judiciary named the 4 dead officers and framed the defendants as armed rioters who destroyed public property, attacked a police station with Molotov cocktails, and set the officers alight. Sepahi, 23, and Safari, 28, both from Isfahan, were among at least 14 people given final death sentences in the case, out of roughly 60 detained in a mass arrest. Now, again, my disclaimer, I don't know if every Iranian is a Muslim or what it is, but unfortunately, this is what happens in Iran. And they say that, Trump is evil. They celebrate that Iran, the Iranian regime, is winning the war. They're teaching Americans a lesson, they say. And they say nothing about the horrible and horrific things that this Muslim extremist regime has done to its people, to its own people. These are the same regime that attacks their friends, their family, their own constituents. These are the same people that says death to America, and why we cannot take that threat lightly. Another 23 received prison terms of 5 to 10 years. 2 other defendants were executed in Isfahan earlier this month. Rights organizations have raised serious concerns about how the cases were handled. They said trials of those sentenced to death were conducted online or by phone from inside the prison. This occurred without lawyers, even a state appointee ones present. With defendants placed in a room with two officers while the judge appeared over a video or telephone line. They got no due process, is what I'm gathering. Detainees were held for months, and rights groups say torture into turning against one another. Though under Iranian law, a defendant's confession is valid only against himself, not as an independent proof of another's guilt. A Fars News Agency video showed at least 3 defendants confessing against other protesters before an interrogator, their faces blurred, with the interrogator repeatedly taunting one, "Did you have your revolution?" And yet people complain about Americans not giving due process to illegal immigrants. Interesting. I show you this because people are so blinded. They think that we're a horrible country. We're just trying to protect American rights. I don't care how you feel about illegal immigrants. It's just not right. It's unlawful. You know what I'm saying? Man. This is nice. This is nice. Representative Susan Delbene says Trump is obsessed with limiting your ability to vote by mail, making it harder for millions of Americans to cast their ballots. Now he's asking the Supreme Court to give him more power over our elections. Tell me, by passing the Save America Act, who's getting more power? Who is being more empowered? Is it truly President Trump? Or is it the people? I would like to go with the latter. Passing the Save America Act empowers us, the people, not the president, not the administration. It has nothing to do with them. Period. You know, I find it interesting that the Democrats are fighting us on this. Don't you want to make sure that Republicans don't cheat? I do. I want to make sure Republicans don't cheat. Agree. So it's not empowering the president. It's not empowering the administration. It's not empowering the Republicans or the Democrats. It is empowering us, we, the people. Again, who is we, the people? Is it illegal immigrants? Is it tourists? Is it foreigners, diplomats, having children here? Who is we, the people? Anybody in the world? Tell me, the Constitution of the United States of America, it's in the name. The Constitution of the United States of America. Who is we, the people? If you don't know who we, the people are, that's why you misinterpret the Constitution. You don't know who it belongs to. That's right. That's right. Every American, even the ones that I don't like, that is correct. American citizens, that is correct. What about the American people's rights? That is for the American people, Lisa. That's what we say. We're in the same boat, sis. We're in the same boat. Let's see. Dennis, are you going to take your white privilege card and move to that all-right town in Arkansas? Man, I'm going to tell you something, bro. I tell you what. If I was to move, I mean, I already know where I want to live, but, you know, I was thinking moving to Florida. It's just a couple-hour flight to Honduras. I can literally visit Honduras at least a couple times a year. But I love Hawaii. If I go to Hawaii and I can run for mayor or for governor in Hawaii, I will make Hawaii great again. I will tell you, honestly, I will tell you what I would do in Hawaii. I would give some of the rights back to the Hawaiian natives. Now, that's a very hard task to do because, first of all, you got to prove that they are full native Hawaiians, and now everybody is a mutt. Every Hawaiian is mixed with Japanese. Just being born in Hawaii doesn't give you the right to the land. I tell you what, I went to McDonald's and the prices were the same as here in Washington State. Definitely would have moved to Israel. I would have moved to Israel or to Cuba. I would not move to those places. My love is for the United States of America, and doggone it, Hawaii is one of the states. Ah, man. But I would love to run for governor in Hawaii, for sure. Luna is following. Thank you, Luna, for following. Let me see what we have here. Oh, that's the video from the funeral. Let's refresh this. I love this post from Patty Murray. Patty Murray is a senator from Washington State. Now, this lady, she's lost her marbles. She reminds me, this is what I picture Susan to look like at 74. This is what I picked Susan to look like. Am I pretty close, Susan? What's funny is this. Senator Murray was not this bad a couple decades ago. She's been in power I think she's been in office for like 33 years, I think. She wasn't who she is today. Let me just tell you that as a Democrat. She's put in a video that says, RFK Jr. says he has the cyclosporiasis outbreak under control. I don't know what the hell that is, to be honest. I don't know. Maybe that's that skin disease that we have. Except he's fired up and pushed out thousands of CDC staff we desperately need. We don't need them. Trump and the RFK Jr. made the situation worse. Fire RFK Jr. Why don't we fire you, Senator? I was going to say really a bad name, but I dare not to say that cuss word. Patty Murray. How about we fire you? Let's take a listen and see what actually Robert said. Let's take a listen.
We do have the outbreak under control. We have done extensive forensics, epidemiological forensics, and we've identified the source of the outbreak.
Trump and RFK Jr. have eroded trust in public health down to dust by elevating conspiracy theories and junk science. But now he expects the American people to believe him that HHS has the cyclosporiasis outbreak under control, when every day the number of cases is rising. Remember, outbreaks happen, but they don't get this bad by accident. This is the worst outbreak in American history. And wouldn't you know it, Trump and RFK Jr. pushed out thousands of staff and experts and slashed federal funding to state health departments.
The same staff and experts that were controlling the COVID virus. Oh, yeah, that worked out very well, didn't it, Patty Murray? COVID-19. Oh, man. It is unbelievable how they really think that we are stupid, like they are. She puts a little clip. As a matter of fact, I think I might go to her page. Let me go to her page. And I want to show you a couple of the things that that she has posted on here. And let's see what she says. There is another one. Hold on. Well, let's play this one. Let's play this one. Let me see what this one is.
And I'm not going to move because this is illegal.
Obstructing federal agents.
Please.
Impeding federal agents from doing their jobs.
Someone doesn't have a warrant out for the arrest. But a dog, this is Gestapo tactic.
Yeah, some guy says other things like you with cover the face. And I feel scared. Yeah, the tension is...
All right, Eduardo. Step out of the car, okay? On immigration police officer, I need you to step out of the car.
The location is where I work.
Senor. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I leave around.
We just have a warrant.
Eduardo, is that you?
Just right forward so I can imagine.
Okay.
Good job, Ice.
No.
Just move forward to the car.
No.
Your neighbor's being kidnapped by ICE.
Your neighbor is being kidnapped by ICE. Right. All right, let's go to the next one. Let's see. Here it is. Here it is. I am demanding that DHS return Eduardo to Washington State so that he may receive due process and have access to counsel. Flying Eduardo to Texas away from his lawyers to try and deport him is fundamentally wrong and un-American. I hope others in Washington State will join me in calling for Eduardo's immediate return home. Everybody, I want you to call. I want you to call DHS and tell them that we want Eduardo to be returned home immediately. He's from Mexico. Oh, man. Everybody, listen to Patty Murray on this one. Call. Call now. Join Washington State, Patty Murray, in calling for Eduardo's immediate return home, back to Mexico. I agree with her, 100%. Oh, man. Oh, man. All right. Let's see what else she has here on her page. Oh, here's fantastic. Guys, this is serious proof of major election fraud. Listen to the man himself. Major election fraud. You ready? Here we go.
U.S. Senator Patty Murray here, and I've just uncovered serious proof of major election fraud. Listen to this.
So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state, and flipping the state is a great testament to our country. If it was a mistake, I don't know. A lot of people think it wasn't a mistake. It was much more criminal than that. But it's a big problem in Georgia, and it's not a problem that's going away. I mean, it's not a problem that's going away. And we got to.
President, this is Ryan. We're looking into every one of those things that you mentioned.
Okay,
and our investigators.
But if you find them, you got to say it, right? Look, if let me ask you, Ryan, if they're destroying ballots.
Let me tell you what we are seeing.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
What we're seeing is not at all what you're describing.
Well, wouldn't you know it, that was just audio of Trump back in.
Go ahead. Tell me where in that little video that she put together, where is the proof? She says, serious proof of major election fraud, she says. English is my second language. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. But if I tell you, Dosito, I need to get another 23,000 votes. We need to find them. We need to win the election. How the hell is that proof of fraud? You know what's proof of fraud? Here's the proof of fraud. 60,000 ballots. No, I'm sorry, not ballots. Yeah, ballots. 60,000 illegal immigrants registered as American citizens. That should piss you off right there. What's the other place? 600,000 illegal immigrants or erroneous voting ballots, registries. I mean, even that is not really truly proof of major election fraud, but it should as heck raises the flag that it should be investigated. That's all we're asking for. That's all we're asking for. So she calls that major election fraud serious proof.
2021 trying to steal an election. America, he has tried to steal an election before. He will try to do it again. But we determine the future of this country with our voice and our vote.
Who is we? Who is we? Who determines that? What, 287 illegal immigrants registered to vote here in Michigan. There you go. 287,000. If you're registered to vote, just in case I may have not made myself clear, I know I have a problem expressing my feelings sometimes. In case it wasn't clear to you, if you're registered to vote, you will have a ballot. So she says, it is up to us. We are in control. We the people. How? By voting. Tell me, Rick, why should I be deported? Oh, don't block him. Don't block him. Why should I be deported? That's a Democrat saying that, you moron. What a fucking retard you are, Crod. That's your senator Democrat that's saying that. This guy, bro, you are the stupidest guy on my chat today. Yeah, I know, Karen. I know. Yeah, I know. But this guy is a moron. This is what a Democrat senator is saying. Oh, man. Who is we? You libtards don't exist. If you don't have documentation that says that you are an American citizen, you don't exist. Don't hate. Don't hate the messenger. Hate the illegal immigrants. Let's see. My colleagues want to work together to rebuild wild prevention infrastructure. Trump dismantled. Yeah, because Democrats did such a great job in California. Only billions of dollars were scammed out of the American taxpayer dollars. Let's take a listen to her argument.
Maybe we should pass legislation to rehire all of the red card holders that Trump fired. Those are the Forest Service employees who are trained here to help fight wildfires. Or how about we pass legislation to stop the Trump administration's so-called reorganization of the Forest Service, which would actually shutter offices across our country, including the research labs that help us study the wildfires and push out even more Forest Service employees. Or maybe instead of entertaining Trump's outrageous request for $1.5 trillion war budget, Republicans could work with us to adequately fund our needs here at home. Our Forest Service, right here in the United States, is desperately understaffed and under-resourced. Maybe my colleagues don't realize it, but Trump's chaotic funding cuts and freezes, along with the chaotic mass layoffs, have actually hurt our public lands and leave us here less prepared to prevent and respond to wildfires here at home. Maybe we should.
What I find very interesting is that when we did have all those people, the fires were out of control. Nothing worked. Nothing was preventive. They did a shitty-ass job. Wasted money, you ask me. What the hell are Democrats smoking? They starting to sound like Susan on the chat. Man, I don't know, man. This is a whole libtard thing, I guess. Let me see what else. What else does she have? Let's see what else she's asking here. Let's see.
Budget. That's what Dr. Zhang. If Congress were to cut $43 million from the budget, that's what President Trump's proposing. Which high priority research areas are most at risk? Can you tell us? Is it cutting prosthetic research or cancer research? Where would we see the cuts?
Thank you, Senator Murray, for that question. I do not have direct control of the budget. So we will do whatever, we will take whatever we get.
In your capacity, you know where the money is. Where do you see those kinds of cuts hitting research the most?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I don't know right now. I would say that I would look for things that are not our actively managed portfolios, which are our key acceleration priorities.
So the budget's been proposed, but you haven't thought about what the consequences are?
Excuse me, sorry.
But the president sent that budget proposal. You see the cuts in at $43 million. You haven't thought as an agency about where you're going to have to put those cuts in?
Oh, I see. Thank you, Senator Murray. So from our perspective, the budget cut is really reflecting the attrition of contracts and also staff that have left during that time. Our actual plans and the support for research have not been affected by those budget cuts.
Okay, well, we do know last year 9 researchers were terminated with no warning and their research stopped. So you can't say that cutting personnel doesn't impact research. Dr. Zhang?
If you are a researcher and you're not doing research, you're useless. You got to get fired. Wasting money. Again. Oh, is that a new one, Louis? That's a new one you came up with? Pokemon Passport. Ah, man, you got to get more creative than that, bro. You almost hurt my feelings. I almost feel like a Democrat. Almost feel like a Democrat with that comment. How dare you, sir? Anyways, you guys can see how retarded this Patty Murray senator really is. You know, it's a proposal budget, and they're going to cut all this money, but nothing is going to be affecting research unless that research is not being carried out. A lot of people got fired because they weren't showing up for work. It's interesting how they leave that part out. Uh-oh. Oh, snap. What the hell is this?
Oh, yeah.
What the hell is wrong with these libtards? Bruh.
Yeah.
Bro, I have a serious question, bro. Serious question. What the hell is wrong with these libtards? You want to mutilate your children? You want your bodies to look ugly? I don't. Bralidin, that thing can vote. That's the least of your worries. That thing can probably multiply. That, my friend, is a problem. Oh my goodness. You're worried about that thing voting? No, I'm worried about that thing multiplying and voting. That, oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Quiet, Peggy. Quiet. Ooh, boy. I am, damn. Damn. Oh. The Bronx Dominican Day Parade. Oh, look at this, guys. We're celebrating Dominican Republic Hispanic. Oh, man, fantastic. You try being Dominican for one day, and this is what happens. Look at that. Happy Dominican Day right here. What the hell is going on, man? Wow. Wow. Just unbelievable. Look at that. It's just content, guys. It's just content. It's just content. Unbelievable. Bruh. You see what I'm saying? Karen, I don't believe in abortion, but I hear you. I hear you. Bruh. Come on. Come on. People, please. Come on. Oh. Okay. Whoa, what is going on here? They're like animals. Demonic. Guys, hey man, hey. Look at this, man. And then conservatives are the ones cleaning up all the mess. I have been, yeah, I'm so dumbfounded right now. You're right. I can't believe what I'm witnessing. I can't believe what I'm witnessing here. Camel girls gone wild. America. Listen, man. On behalf of some good Dominican Republican people that I know, family, my cuñada, my sister-in-law, she's beautiful. This is not how they act. They're very Christian-like. Yeah. I'm telling you, man, this is what happens when you don't believe in God. That's what godless looks like. You will not see Christians acting like that. It's a choice. You understand? It's a choice. You make the choice. Godless. That's an example right there. Godless. What the? Big Mike's jail. Big Mike's jail.
You get perfect hold for styles like this. Try it.
Hey folks, it's Barack Obama here with Big Mike's Punk Hair Gel. This stuff has beast hold for that perfect punk look. Call 867-5309 and order yours today. Act now, it will throw in a tube of Big Mike's Brown Starfish Lube at no extra charge.
I'll be using that tonight, big boy. When you use...
That's crazy. Mike Obama, man, you went all out, bro. Unbelievable. What the hell is going on here? Godless. Oh, man. Dr. Anthony Fauci is a hero, says the libtards. Anyone who says otherwise is an absolute clown. And as you pay attention to her profile, I think we know who the clown is. Oh my gosh, bro. These people say we're clowns, but they're the ones that dress like clowns. Oh my goodness. Oh, here's another dentist right here. Oh man, my throat hurts from laughing. What's more dangerous, a foreigner who can't read signs and carries a fake CDL, or this DEI hire? Let's see. Oh, snap. That ain't right. I apologize about that. That ain't right. Oh, snap. There was no reason for her to crash. That's just what I'm saying. There was no reason for her to crash. That's insane. That is insane, bro. I don't know. She disappeared, and all of a sudden, there's a black man there. It's the craziest thing that I have seen in a very long time. Oh, man. Here we go. Dr. Malu says, sorry, but if your religion allows women to be treated like this, maybe it's time you had a conversation with yourself and realize your religion is not a religion of peace. What is this shit?
رد عليا انت مش هتسكت الا ما اقول لك هتقوم تعمل ايه يعني هتقوم تعمل ايه رد عليا انت في ايدي زي الكلب بفضل الله عز وجل هطلع كل حاجه لا ما تعرفش بفضل الله عز وجل لان انا معايا القران بفضل الله ومعايا ايه الكرسي لا مش ما تعرفش تعمل لي حاجه طول ما نستعين بالله ونتقرب الى الله ما تعرفش تعمل معايا حاجه اذا تاني رد عليا قلت لك اذا تاني الجزية خلاص هذه ليه لكم دينكم ولا دين لكن انت تأذيها رد.
It's just a commercial for Aquafina, apparently. Ah, man, unbelievable. Unbelievable. That is crazy. Here is the weasel of Washington State. Welcome back, Bernie. Thank you for renewing the membership. A proposed rule from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to unlawfully fast-track more natural gas pipelines projects would likely raise consumers' energy bills and increase air pollution. Attorney General Nick Brown, that last name means something different for him, and a coalition of attorneys general argued today in comments. Washington opposes federal regulators' unlawful plan to fast-track gas pipeline projects. Who needs gas? Nobody needs gas at all. So who cares about gas, right? Senator Patty Murray, in her wisdom, has put another video that she is going to have a reaction to. Let's take a listen.
You want to fill up our pregnancy centers? Equal protection. You want to save women decades of regret? Equal protection. You want to stop women from coerced abortions? You want to stop the women from accessing the pills? Equal protection.
Equal protection. Sounds harmless, right? It's actually what anti-abortion and Republican extremists are saying when they fight to prosecute women for getting abortions. Don't think it's real? The Texas Republican Party voted to endorse repealing the legal protections that exempt women who get abortions from criminal penalties. And they did it to a thunderous voice vote on their convention floor. This is where Republicans are headed next, trying to make it legal to arrest women who get an abortion. Take them seriously. Use your voice and your vote. We've got to organize like our lives depend on it. Because they do.
Yep. Arrest them. Oh, snap. This is AI, right? This is fake. This is AI. It has to be AI, right? What the hell is this? That's got to be AI, bro. It's got to be AI. That's not real. What is this? Holy smoke.
First, she lines up 16 slices of bread on a baking sheet. Then she tosses a whole bag of bacon into the pan. 30 sausages sizzle in butter and smell amazing. She spreads cream cheese over the golden toasted bread. The massive plate of food is literally overflowing. Just the smell makes Crystal drool. She screams with joy, eating the crispy bacon. She dances in her seat, eating with her husband. Warm bread covered in cream is her absolute favorite. She stuffs it in her mouth for a sweet flavor explosion. She keeps cramming bread and bacon down her throat. The food vanishes right before your eyes. Thanks to her non-stop eating, it takes less than 5 minutes. The giant pile of food is completely gone, but
I'm going to say that guy looks like Pizza Guy. That guy looks like Pizza Guy. Now we know what his girlfriend looks like.
this is just her appetizer. Right after breakfast, her brother comes over to visit. He brings her 2 whole roasted chickens. He also brings 2 orders of creamy pasta. Crystal loves what her brother brought her. She praises him with her mouth completely full.
I know it's good.
It's wonderful.
I wish I had.
Don't worry.
Then she focuses entirely on destroying the roasted chicken. After finishing the chicken and pasta, she hits the couch. Her husband brings over a 2-inch pepperoni pizza. Crystal takes a bite of the pizza. pizza. She smiles with satisfaction and starts shaking her body. After pizza comes dessert, of course. Chocolate cake is Crystal's top choice. She needs a slice after every single meal. The chocolate cake is gone in under 5 minutes. Then Crystal goes to the supermarket with her family. They buy 2 full carts of snacks and head home for lunch.
Food stamps. Oh, that's wrong. That's just wrong. Mondani was elected to finish the job. Can you believe that? That's crazy. I don't think that meme is funny, but I mean, it sure seems like it, right? I'm glad you forgot the message. Remember that? Never forget. Never forget. That's messed up, bro. U.S. Air Force active duty serviceman set himself on fire. Oh, no. In front of the Israeli embassy in Washington, shouting, "I will no longer be complicit with genocide." Oh, my goodness. Do you understand how demonic that demonstration is? They truly I don't think that's fake, bro. I don't think that's fake. I agree, Sergeant Sear. I agree. What's crazy is that he did that for a lie that has been preached to him. This is the problem with people making decisions on emotions. It's a spiritual battle, my friends. Spiritual battle. I'm sure every Muslim celebrated that. I am sure. Absolutely, 100%. Ooh, nice. Tina Forte just won her primary and will face off against AOC this November. Wow. Let's go, baby. Get that garbage out of office. I wish he would. I wish he would. Uh-oh. Senator pencil shift. Pencil next shift here. Trump and his cronies said that they're controlling the revenue made from Venezuela's oil. I like the guy that swore that he had all of this evidence to bury President Trump on the Russia collusion. I can't believe he's still a senator. How can we allow treason to happen in our government? That is crazy. I don't know why. I don't know why it's allowed, but it's being allowed and not cool.
state has taken in $13 billion from Venezuela. Where is that money going?
13 billion from Venezuela? I think even more than that. No, Venezuela, we paid for that war many times over. And that'll happen with Iran also. We paid for the war many times over.
But where is that money going?
You do know that they offer President Trump $1 trillion worth of oil, right? For us to go free Venezuela. That's nothing new to me.
Which, by the way, no other president can say that for a long time. Okay? When was the last president that could say that? So we had a cost of Venezuela. We paid for it many, many times over. And now, as you know, we have a very good relationship with Venezuela.
Where is that money going?
For running the country.
No, it's the U.S. The money that the U.S. is taking in. Where is that money going? Yes.
For running the country. It can go to the military. You know, Congress has to approve it. Congress doesn't like approving money for the military. They like giving it to things that shouldn't be done. But we're taking in a lot of money, billions and billions of dollars from Venezuela. That'll happen with Iran too.
Well, I mean, what do you think? You think it's okay? Do you think it's fair? Venezuelan people ask us to get involved. They should pay for it. It's not like they're a third world country that can't pay. They have oil to pay with. Why not? We need to recover some of the expenses that we have incurred. Iran in the same way. The Iranian people have asked us to intervene. One very important fact that people seem to forget. Hey, Derek, how are you, brother? One very important fact that people seem to forget is that President Trump gave Iran a warning. We didn't just go over there and attack. We gave Iran an ultimatum. We said, if you harm any of those protesters, I don't care how you look at it, I don't care if you think that was a setup, if that was a trap, I don't care how you look at it. The Iranian regime made a decision. If you harm any of the protesters, we are going to come down heavy on you. That simple. That simple. So I think it's only fair that Iran, well, pays the piper. We don't work for free. We don't defend countries or protect the people for free. We need to make money. We need to make money. Venezuela offered us over $1 trillion worth of oil and access to rare earth minerals. Now, you know what we use that for. We want magnets and other stuff. That is a fact. And that's why, well, we're making money. Not all trillion at once, but we're making billions of dollars. I think the reporter has a fair question. What do you do with the money? He says, well, we run the country. Now, her question, again, is stupid. Do you know how much money it cost to fly the president on Air Force One? Somebody guess how much. You can probably Google it, whatever. But it's over $200,000 an hour. Think about that. You know, it's funny. Well, it's not funny, but you know what's interesting? I was watching a documentary from Boeing about the 747. And they mentioned that of course, Air Force One, when the president's being flown, they are spending 250 plus, I think. All right, it's over $200,000 an hour. Now, this is what I liked about the documentary, because they mentioned that that 747 needs to be maintained. It needs to be washed, repainted, etc. And what I like about what the guy is saying is this. It represents the United States of America. So it has to be done. And I agree. I agree. You said, oh, what an idiot. Oh, man, we're spending millions of dollars, flying the president to protect him. Yeah, we do. We do. Do you want us to be like Mexico? Do you know how the Mexican president travels? The Mexican president travels commercial. She literally has to check her bags, take her jacket off, everything. Take it out, just take everything. That's how she travels. Let me see if I can find it for you. Let's see if I can find a video for you. Yeah, let's see. Let me see. This is when she was flying to the G7. I'm trying to watch one from YouTube. Sheinbaum travels on a commercial flight to Progressive. Will participate on the 4th summit. It is unbelievable. The Mexican people can say, she's saving money. I'm sure she has a smaller private jet, but let's go ahead and take a watch at this. Let me see. I want to see the one that she's going to G7 summit. Let's see if this is the one. Let's see. Come on.
Gracias. Signora Presidente, yo soy de Italia. Ha dado al presidente Trump. Bellísimo. Qué bueno. Gracias. Felicidades. Gracias. ¿También viaja a Madrid? Sí. Perfecto, estamos en el mismo bus. Gracias. Hola, ¿qué tal? Muy bien, gracias. Estamos de visita.
Scanning her ticket to go to the G7 summit. Oh, shit. I'll find a better video. Wow, they don't really want to show that video, do they? Sons of bitches. They don't really want to show it. Well, I'll show you this. Look at this. Move out of the way, bro. Imagine your commander-in-chief look at her face. Do you see her face? She changed her face to disgust for a little bit. Say what you will about the United States of America, but I'm going to tell you something. Air Force One shows power, dominance, and pride in our nation. The President of the United States of America, whether libtards like it or not, is irrelevant. That's our POTUS. That is our POTUS. And we want him to be protected. Nobody gives a shit about the Mexican president. Nobody gives a shit about the Mexican president. Thank you, Bernie, for the super. Trump did say no new wars, cheaper gas. But what happens when shit hits the fan? We need a strong president. He said a lot of good. He was asked what his goals are, and we are on the journey to get there. Thanks for the super, man. Oh, man. That's our POTUS. Whether people like it or not, it is irrelevant. That's our POTUS, and we are proud to make sure that our president is protected. Whether it was George Bush, whether it was Obama, it doesn't matter. It is our president. Now, I want to tell you something that Docino, that's a good observation. Not even first class. What the hell is going on? Listen, I don't care if you didn't like Biden. I really don't care. Listen, you might get mad at me right now. I don't give a shit if you don't like or didn't like Joe Biden. He was our president. Whether they cheated on the election, I got you. I believe they cheated. But still, once he's sworn in as the president, that's us. And we're not going to let any of our enemies shame the United States of America. Yeah, it was shameful enough that he was over there, some say shitting his pants. I will tell you, the Chinese definitely didn't respect him. They were making fun of him as he walked by. It's crazy. But nonetheless, he was still our president. And he deserved to fly on Air Force One. I agree with Marco Rubio is he was having a hearing. And Marco Rubio said he didn't want to talk so negative about Biden because that was our president. And that makes us look weak. Listen, we can talk shit about our president. We're Americans. But nobody in the world can talk shit about our president. Only Americans. I want to make sure that's clear. I know. They fucked up. Biden administration, I get you. Hey, listen, what I'm saying is, we are not going to allow foreigners to ridicule our president. It was shameful enough already that he was the president. But we're not going to allow others to criticize him the way we do. It's all I'm saying. The way that we treat the president even though it was Biden. The way we treat our president is how we show how Americans we are. I never wish Biden any harm. I didn't like his policies. I think he did a horrible job. But that's how we are. As Americans, we have to take it. It's sort of like a marriage. Even though we're a constitutional republic, we do have a democracy. And because it hasn't been proven without the benefit of doubt that they cheated, he is the president. President Biden. I don't hate him. I don't wish him evil. Was he racist? Yes. Did he fail us? Yes. But it doesn't matter. Anywhere Air Force One goes, anywhere the president goes, that's all of us. And if we are ridiculed by Biden, we are ridiculed with him. Biden failed, so did we. We all failed. All Americans failed with Biden. On the same sense, President Trump is our president. If he fails, we fail. But if he succeeds, we succeed. So what is our duty if not to support our president? You can judge me however you want. But I will tell you this. I'd rather President Trump talk shit about illegal immigrants, talk shit about third world shithole countries. I'd rather President Trump war against our enemies and terrorists than us, Americans. President Trump is the first president to stand up against a terrorist, Muslim, extremist regime who has been warring against Americans for 47 years. Maybe you forgot the speech. I think it's time to remind you of a phenomenal, fantastic speech from a veteran. I think it's time.
The senator from Montana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday we saw the President of the United States and many others at Dover Air Force Base presiding over a ceremony that is very sacred to those of us who served, and that is a dignified return of remains from the war zone. And that process happens beginning in the war zone through Dover to the hometown of our fallen heroes. I participated in many of those ceremonies myself, to include carrying friends of mine off the plane. One of those is on this bracelet. He was cut in half by an Iranian EFP. This regime that we are fighting does not care about our partisan politics. They don't care who you voted for, who you pray to, or where you live. They want to kill all of us. And they don't just say it, they actually do it. And they've been doing it for 47 years. This is a war of choice. The Democrats are correct. It's a war of choice that was begun by a radical, lunatic band of terrorists that took over a beautiful nation 47 years ago. Took it over with brutality, force, and savagery. And the second they took it over, they didn't free their people. They didn't unleash the largest oil reserves in the world to build schools and bridges. They took it over to murder their own people and to spread their disgusting ideology across the world, and that is exactly what they have been doing. They don't just say it and talk about it. You don't have to believe what they say. You can simply watch what they've done. They have attacked families, women, children, innocent people. They don't just attack them and kill them. They rape them. They skin them alive on camera. They celebrate it. They honor those people who do disgusting things that we would put in jail for the rest of their lives in this country. And they do it for fun, and they pay them money to do it, and they're heroes to that nation. They've done it to friends of mine. They've done it to families who've been in this chamber. And the fact that we sit here and listen to elected officials of this country defend these lunatics who want us all dead. They want all of you dead. They want all of us dead. They don't want us to disappear with the snap of a finger. They want us to be raped, burned alive, and cut into pieces. Watch the video from October 7th. That's what they want to happen from Maine to San Diego, from Seattle to Miami. They want this country turned into a burning husk of its former self. And you don't have to theorize that. That's what they do. From the 1983 barracks bombing, where 280 Marines were vaporized in a morning, from USS Cole to the Achille Laurel to every terrorist attack, from the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas. These are not humanitarian freedom organizations. They are death-dealing cults, and they want all of us to die brutal deaths. William Buckley was abducted in 1985, an American military officer. He was skinned alive on camera by the Iranians. American prisoners of war who were captured. They were never called prisoners of war because they were captured by lunatic terrorists, so they were not subject to the Geneva Convention. They were captured and murdered. Power drills through their brains. This is in Iraq. These are families that have dealt with this, and they've never gotten a single dime. These families have never gotten restitution, and not a single president has ever stood up to them. Love Donald Trump or hate him. Love his policies, hate ICE, love ICE, whatever. There's never been a single president who has stood up to Iran and hit back. For 47 years, our troops and our families have been absorbing attack after attack after attack all over the world. And their radical ideology does not stop at the Persian Gulf. It doesn't stop at Tel Aviv. They want to do this everywhere. It's a global radical ideology. And we've been fighting it for half a century. We didn't start this war. We did not, but we will finish it. And forever wars are not popular with anybody these days. Both sides of that, I love to attack our forever wars. And I can promise you, being someone overseas wearing the uniform, when you're fighting for your country, you don't care what party's in office, but you're fighting to defend your country. And you turn on the news and see your elected officials stabbing you in the back, telling you that you're failing, that you failed every goal of the war, is what I just heard. Last time I checked, we've wiped these bastards out. An occasional missile strike and boats in the straits, that's not military strength. Those are the flailings of a failing empire. Those are the flailings of a nation in collapse because they deserve it. So I encourage our colleagues on both sides of the aisle, whatever's politically convenient, whatever plays well on Twitter or Facebook, think about the people who are deployed right now, standing on that wall with a loaded weapon, who have volunteered to defend our country and our way of life. Because they are there defending us in a just war. Because we did not start a war with the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. They started it with us 47 years ago, and their attacks have gone unanswered for half a century. It's time to fix this problem and make sure another generation of Americans does not have to fight this murderous, savage adversary.
Take it from a veteran. If you don't think I'm the real American, well, that's a real American right there. With experience. Grown man. A lot of passion and love for this country and its people and its countrymen. You guys see how many foreigners come into our life? The fact, fake word. You see that, Americans? I want you to pay attention to the chat with these fucking idiots that come in here with their moronic stupidity, lies. They want Americans to be divided. You're a fucking moron. Your father's garage. Get the fuck off my chat. You fucking ignorant piece of shit. I don't have patience for stupidity. The fuck out of here. Listen to me. You don't have to believe that I'm a Christian. I don't give a shit. You know what? It gives me the freedom to cuss the shit out of you. It gives me the freedom to stand up for Americans. So fuck you very much if you want to judge my belief. The point is, of course it fucking triggers me. It should piss you off. It should piss you off that somebody's trying to destroy your country. We're not talking about disagreements with colors. We're not disagreeing with clothes. Who gives a shit? It's about somebody destroying our country, killing our countrymen. It is a fucking problem. It should trigger you. It should piss you off. Absolutely, it should piss you off. The fucking retards that come into this show sometimes. It's unbelievable. It should absolutely trigger your ass. It should piss you off that somebody's trying to destroy your country and they're doing it from within. Politically correctness is going to destroy this country. Do you understand? These motherfuckers come in here. Look at him. He's not a real Christian. Shut the hell up. I don't need your permission for my soul to be saved. We'll leave that to Christ, won't we? I have seen the videos that he talks about. I have seen videos. This is from decades ago. Al-Qaeda cutting the throats of American soldiers, bragging about it. It should piss you off. If you don't like it, get the fuck out of this country. It's that simple. I'm proud to be a migrant. But I'm very grateful and even more proud to be an American citizen. It's like you've never been to a cemetery with thousands, innumerable amounts of crosses representing American lives dead. This country has gone through some hard, horrible history. And I don't give a shit what religion you practice. And you can call me a non-believer, non-Christian, even more reason for me to tell you to shut the hell up. If you don't like my religion, I don't care. Practice your religion. But the Constitution of the United States of America, our laws, our rules, our way of life, that's something that you can't take away from me. And that's what I defend. I don't even defend Christianity. I don't defend God. He doesn't need my help. I don't defend my Creator. I don't condemn you for saying anything about my God. He doesn't need my help. But I will always speak the truth about my country. Do you understand? Those who have the need to go kill other people to defend their God are proof that their God is fake. Think about how great the United States of America is. How much harm has our enemies caused us? The Depression, the Great Depression, World War II, World War I, soon to be World War III. The United States of America stands tall because God protects it. And you don't have to believe it. But every great American that has died for this country have been the badass warriors, soldiers that I have ever seen in my life. And I am a half a century old. I am beyond privileged, beyond honored, just to be able to say that I'm an American citizen. I had always thought myself to be a great patriot to the nation where I was born. And I love Honduras. I love the country where I was born. But I can tell you that most of my life I have lived in the United States. 1 decade in Honduras. 4 decades in the United States of America. And I am more proud to be an American than I am Honduran. It doesn't change my love for Honduras. It just makes me more proud to be an American. I can tell you that. And so fuck you if you don't like me being triggered or pissed off when somebody's trying to destroy the United States of America. I don't need your love. I don't need you to call me a friend. I don't need you to be my friend. Nothing gives me more pleasure than to stand next to an American citizen who loves this country, for better or for worse, stands with the American people. All you motherfuckers that became an American citizen here that come from other countries, you should learn to keep your oath. And if you don't keep your oath, you're not a man. Our word makes us real man. And if you can't keep your oath to this country when you became an American citizen, you are a pussy. Go back to the country where you came from. You don't want to assimilate? Bitch, get out. Get out the way. Let us, the rest of us who are proud to be Americans, stand up for this country. No matter what the world says, no matter who laughs or who says what. I love having you guys. Thank you for all my members. Thank you for all subscribers. Fuck you, libtards. Fuck you very much. Trolls, thank you for coming in here, pissing me off. Nonetheless, God bless you. God bless the USA. We will continue every single day as God allows. Don't call me a Christian. I'd rather you believe I'm not, so that I can speak straight to you without bullshit in my lips.